I've got the volumes right on this, boys, alright. It's all 30 seconds, isn't it? It's all 30 seconds. You are going to hear that, aren't you?
What's your score in the table?
Look, that ain't loud enough, I'll count down to 5, alright? Correct. Yeah, you've only got to listen to my ugly mug at 5. Look or listen, whichever. Do we need to connect anything up? Yeah. No, we haven't told any different.
No, what?
I presume it's because it's strong.
You win the thing, at least you got 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even think I was born.
Red or a green one, whatever you ask, comes down yours.
Give us a look at the picture. I don't know what it looks like.
I'll drop my.
45, yeah. 45? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to weekend number 4. This is the finale of Pro Series. Well, here we are in Wigan, and looking forward to another fantastic weekend of pool. And, this game is Luke Gilbert versus Ben Doyle, and I'm joined on comms by Luke Terry. Good morning, Luke. How are you?
Very, very good, Nick. Thank you. It's an interesting one, this. Obviously, Ben coming off the back of a really impressive kind of couple of weeks with Ireland. Both of them have had a fairly quiet season on the Pro Series. I was having a look. Luke Gilbert, 3 last 16s. Ben Doyle, 3 last 32s. So kind of the same level of consistency. So obviously I think this is a big weekend for both boys to kind of really assert it and be able to walk away from this year and think of it as a success.
Yeah, big weekend for a lot of players. Obviously over this weekend, a lot of players vying for that top 16, and lots and lots to play for. I know there's a few players that are just on the periphery of that top 16 who have been practicing pretty hard over the last few days, trying to get themselves into some form, get some deep runs this weekend. And obviously it would be remiss of us not to mention also the introduction of the new ball to Ultimate Pool, which has split the community from what I've seen so far in terms of whether people like them or dislike them. We won't get too much into that. It's going to be the new ball of choice for Ultimate Pool. I've got to say, I did get a chance to have a play with them last night. I had a couple of frames, and I quite like them. I like the way they react. Not too much different. I mean, it is a brand new set of balls, and they do come with that little bit of lacquer on them, which does make them feel just slightly different. I think they will play just a fraction differently when they are a little bit more used and worn. But I like what I see so far. I've got no problems with them whatsoever. I think they're quite nicely recognisable. I think there's a lot of people that are split over the stripe on the reds. Yeah, I mean, it's all about opinions.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people can quite easily look into the design, and some people may pick it apart, some people will really like it. It is that kind of Marmite style thing with pool balls a lot of the time, but the main thing is that of how well they play.
Yeah.
And a lot of the players were saying last night that were in the arena, they're really reactive. They may sit a little bit heavy because they've got that lacquer on them at the moment, but a lot of people were able to get into a real flow with them. So I think it is a good introduction. It will take some time for people to warm to, but it's the same with anything that you introduce that's new.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Pro Cups were introduced. It wasn't that long ago, let's be fair, but when they were introduced, there was exactly the same reaction. All the people that were used to the old balls were like, what is going on with that 8 ball? What's going on with the cue ball? It's hideous, don't like it. Exactly the same reaction. People tend to be a little bit resistant to change, and Ultimate Pool obviously trying to create their own brand, trying to create a unique look, and they've definitely done that with this new cloth and the balls.
Just obviously looking into the frame now as well, Ben Doyle had that opening chance. He left himself a little bit wide on the red down the rail. It was a fairly simple pot if you're just rolling it in, but he tried to hold, which is why it rattled. And then Luke's obviously had to go attacking because of where the yellows were. Still got that issue of the yellow on the right hand side that's still very close to that cushion. He might be able to drop it in if he's right behind it, but he had a bit of a look away there. I think he's straight on this yellow, so I think in many ways I don't think he's getting out from here. It's damage limitation. Where can he put the cue ball? Can he maybe give himself a shot on a double potentially? But the clearance just got a lot harder.
He's got a trace of angle there. I wonder if he can try and screw back through the gap. No.
Yeah, he's left himself a double because of how straight he was. If he makes the double, he should just be able to push the white through. But this is a tricky shot for a first frame in the tournament. Well, in fact, he went for a loss of turn, and missing it is the deadly thing more than anything, Nick.
Absolutely, yeah. Let off for the bear. Ben Doyle now with a fabulous chance to get the first frame on the board. And action all the way now across all tables. We're with you until Sunday.
Of course, and anybody watching along on YouTube at the moment, obviously you get access to Table 2 all weekend. If you decide to become a premium member on YouTube, which I believe is £7.50 for the month, you'll get access to every single table. So that's tables 1, 2, 3 and 4 all weekend, Friday to Sunday. so subscribe. Ben's in a nice position here. All naturals, all drop-ins, and this should be 1-0.
Nice opener. Had to have a couple of bites of the cherry, but Ben Doyle gets his first frame on the board. And, leads by 1 frame to 0.
Those of you that are subscribed members or potentially watching via the Ultimate Pool app as well, if you are interested to find out what game it is going to be on table 1, coming up for you very shortly will be Christophe Lambert against Dave Fernandez.
Just run through the other stream games briefly while we're racking the balls. Tom Cousins over there on stream 3. He's trailing by 1 frame to 0 against Zach Cooper. Tough opener there from Tom. I mean, obviously a tough opener for Zach as well, but Zach a very, very good player. There are so many in this field. Ian Alley's won the first frame against Andy Williams. Joe Prince is 2-1 up against Stevie Dempsey. And on the main table, Dave Fernandez, Christophe Lambert, as you mentioned. And stream 4, Neil Raybone against John Rose. So those are our 4 stream games.
Luke, once again, that front ball break. Obviously, Luke's got such a powerful break. Gets a good split. Well, makes a split, obviously gets the ball, but it's another really tricky layout. If he can thread the needle of the red on this kind of left-hand side between the 3 yellows to the bottom left, then he's in a good position, but it looks so tight. He might be on it now. If it goes, this would be the time to play it. See him having a really long stare at that. It is quite thin, the gap. Which is why he's dropping it in dead weight, and he's missed it. It's not the start that Luke Gilbert would have been hoping for, and in missing it the way that he has, all of the balls now go for Ben Doyle.
Yeah, definitely an edgy start from Luke. As we see so often, it's early exchanges. It's worked out okay. He's got the ball to right centre. His recovery ball. The yellow is adjacent to the left centre pocket. Will pass that red. So again, it looks like a fairly simple clearance. He's on the one to bottom left, he's on the one to bottom right. Eyeing the one to bottom right, I think offers easier positional play to get back across the left-hand side of the table. In fact, he's come up into the bulk area, so he's going to leave that ball on the left side cushion as his last ball to get onto the 8 by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's a promising shot for Ben. That he cued that lovely, and he's kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone, dealing with the awkward one that was separate on the bottom right, and then coming up for the one at the top that was a bit separate as well. Means he can condense his work now.
Yeah, this yellow is to the right in the middle of the table. Looks like it also passes to right centre as well, so that's really helpful. You can just drop this in. Right. He has stunned out into the middle of the table.
Yeah, just gave himself that extra little bit of margin. I think Ben could easily go as an underrated player on the tour in general. He's, you know, he's had that kind of quiet first year so far on the Pro Tour. Obviously, loads of time for that to change. But I think people do forget that he is a major, major part of that Republic of Ireland team. And he really did have an impact over in Ennis a couple of weeks ago for them.
Oh yeah, hugely influential. The Irish had their own team room in Ennis, and went up there with O'Donoghue, and Ben was in there relaxing. Nice character. He's got a nice way about him. Very, very dangerous player.
I think you have got to remember with Ben as well is he's actually still very young.
Yeah.
He's still got years and years ahead of him in the game. Very relaxed character. Had a very good year on the Challenger last year, which is what got him promoted. And I think one of the best highlights obviously we've seen of Ben so far on Ultimate was actually last year in the pairs with Sean Sharkey, and his highlight reel of Gareth Potts commentating on him, just knocking in 3 or 4 balls off of every break. He has got a hammer of a break when it gets going. So loads of good signs for Ben in the years to come. And you see a little glimpse of it. The splits though so far for both players have been very awkward indeed.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I think all of the Reds have a pocket. He's got an opener and get through to the one furthest up the table. It's not an ideal start, but it is an opening ball, and then, as I say, all the Reds are fairly open.
Extension call.
You can see him kind of wincing at it there. It's obviously very tight.
It is.
But there's almost that fine line, isn't there, Nick, that if it is potable, then actually it's probably made him a line to pot it. And there you go.
I had probably 4 or 5 breaks last night, and I found they broke really, really nicely. They just burst open, and maybe that's, you know, where they're new, and you know they're just full of energy, aren't they? They kind of, you know, it's stupid to say it, but they're brand new, and they've kind of got that bit of lacquer on them, and they I mean, you crunch that front and they fly.
Do you know what? It is quite funny because it's almost like the evolution of man. You go into like your local pub, and obviously you've got the old school balls, and you break them and they're like bricks, and 2 balls come out, and then you kind of go onto the Pro Cups where they split a little bit nicer. You get a couple more balls on the move, that kind of thing. With these, it is literally like if you just cue them nicely, get through the ball, generate a bit of power into it. It's almost like the balls do the work for you, which is a really nice thing as a pool player to know that if you're cueing well, then you can generate those results. That's a lovely shot from Ben. Quite a fine margin to come off that side cushion, but nails the line, and now he's looking at finding another gap, potting this one in the middle to then play the red into the bottom right. There's quite a fine line, so he just needs to nail this. But if he lands on it, then he should be in a good position to get out.
I think if he holds the, just stuns, he's come on and off just to try and get a fraction lower. It's a nice shot.
Only thing I would say is that this is a carbon copy of the shot he missed in the frame, the first frame.
Yeah.
Where he's just got to try and hold it.
He's got to drag it in. I mean, this is dead weight.
He's queuing over as well, so this is actually quite tricky. Pots this one. Good shot.
Not much angle to play with. Would have loved a bit more there, so he could just spin the cue ball around and get above the red. So he's going to have to take his medicine here, land below and take the red long into top right. You can see him eyeing up that shot now. Say not much you can do with the cue ball here because you can't come backwards, have to go forwards.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you're away from the cushion. That's the main thing. If you're away from the cushion, then you can just cue the ball naturally. And you're close enough behind it that somebody of Ben's calibre should pot it. And that's about perfect.
Yeah, that works. You can just cue this in naturally, use the side cushion. If he so wishes, he could also come back. It's just a question of choice. Yeah, he preferred to punch it in. You could have just floated that in and used the side cushion and come above the 8 for bottom right, but it's just a question of choice how you prefer cueing a ball.
And in the end, that's actually a very nice out from Ben Doyle. Wasn't necessarily the easiest table when he came to it at the start, but that is now 3-0 to the Bear, and all the work in the world for Luke Gilbert to do.
Recognising more people joining us as the morning goes on. Be good to hear from you in the chat box. Good morning to you all, and this bonus coverage, we're with you all weekend on YouTube, so don't fear, we're not stepping away. It's, sometimes can happen. Giving you half a game, we're literally here parked up for the weekend. There's going to be pro action all the way. I think pretty much all the way today. And as the weekend goes on, we'll see more action from Challenger. And when the ladies event starts, one of these streams will be dedicated to the ladies game as well. So another bit of a tricky one here for Luke. He's not managing to find himself an easy start, just needs to navigate this shot. And he's just okay.
Yeah, this is an important frame for Luke now. He's kind of lost that break of serve already. It is a tricky finish, but he needs to get his first frame on the board and quick, because in a first to 7, already 3-0 down, it's a long way back if you don't.
Yes, it's going to be about the red that is to the right of the 8 ball. He needs to land fairly straight on that.
Yeah, this is going to be the shot now, I think.
Yeah, just straight or just off straight to the left will be absolutely fine. Doesn't want a big angle. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful out from Luke Gilbert. He's looked pristine the whole way through. And that's going to be his first one on the board at 3-1. And for those obviously wanting to watch along on the main table, obviously if you can subscribe to the YouTube membership, or you can subscribe via the Ultimate Pool app. At the moment it is 1-0 to Christophe Lambert over Dave Fernandez. It looks like a bit of a tactical exchange happening in tape on frame 2. It's going to be the Bears break in frame 5. Yet to see a really clean split from either player. Both of them making balls. As Ben hammers that break. Big problem here, Nick, is going to be the red and yellow together by the 8 spot, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think he's forced him to go in for yellows here. Hard to make too much of a case for reds, but I mean he is eyeing up reds. The cluster at the top of the table. I mean, they do kind of, if you get on the first one, they kind of unlock each other. Yeah, it is reds.
I think it's because he's looking to attack this red and yellow at the start.
Yeah.
And that is a very good shot. What he may try to do now, don't think the red goes into right middle. So he has to play the one towards the bottom left.
I think that passes again. I think it just squeezes. The yellow set quite low.
Well, maybe it did.
Yeah, this is good. It was just about that first shot. It was these four at the top of the table that worried me a little bit. I mean, they do kind of they link up. You just needed to land on the first one, and then you're away. And he's done that. He's on the one to middle, and then the rest are. So you pot one and you unlock the line to get to the next.
Yeah, it's just made the difficult look very easy there, Ben.
I think I'd be stopping the ball dead. Yeah, taking the one to the right of these two. Stun back for the other. Just leave a small angle then to just come out for the last ball, the bottom of the three of the triangle. Yeah, that's just okay. Left just enough angle. Punch the cue ball out. If he can't, he could take it long. He's eyeing it now.
Yeah, you could just kind of roll this into the top left, and then he'll have that natural.
He's looking at punching it out now and taking the red to middle. Would be my preference. There is just enough angle there to do that. He's coming back, changed his mind again.
Yeah, if you get that punch wrong and you end up short, then you are a bit in no man's land and you're having to chase. So I think taking your medicine there is not the worst shout at all. Ben's obviously a great potter, so expect this red to fly in, and also gives him a good angle on the final red as well. In fact, he actually came a little bit straight on it, but shouldn't be an issue. Just has to make sure that yellow by the 8 spot doesn't play big on this shot now. Has to come past it if he's going to come across. In fact, he's gone into it. He's been a little bit lucky, but he will take it, and it's a very good finish from Ben Doyle, and that is 4-1.
Yeah, pops his hand up in apology, recognising he got a touch lucky. He's halfway there now. So you'll probably get fed up with me asking this over the weekend, guys, but I would ask, well, two small favours actually. Well, the first one's a small favour, the second one's slightly bigger. The first one's really simple. If you could just hit the like button for this stream, because it really does help us promote the stream. It just takes a second. There's a thumbs up. It doesn't cost you anything apart from a couple of seconds of your time. Give us a thumbs up, like, and it does set the algorithm within YouTube running and helps us promote this stream. The other thing, if you are so inclined, if you click the share button, you can share this stream to your social media pages, and that really does help us. Gets worse for Luke though.
That was horrible, because he has absolutely crunched that break, and he's had no friends. Yellow flying the white ball in. Now Ben comes to the table. It's a scrappy out. The balls at the bottom end of the table are an issue.
Extension call.
It's one of these awkward ones that you kind of almost don't want to be the first one at the table, Nick.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yes, it's very smelly. I think Ben was looking at potentially going into them, maybe.
Yeah, I think he still is. The problem there, if
he wants... Well, I was going to say he probably wants stripes, but...
Yeah, he was torn between. He'd love it if that red dropped.
Yeah, that was the issue that I seen with the yellows more than anything actually was, even if you got the yellows out, you still had to deal with the one that was by the left-hand middle.
I think that's a shot you play when you 4-1 up. I don't think he attacks in that same way if he's 4-1 down. Taking a bit of a liberty there because he knows if he doesn't make this clearance, that one shot would open up the opposing ball. I was with you then. I think his first instinct was to go for yellows, and then he eyed up the red and went back to yellows, but reds were my preference there. Trying to play a loss of turn.
I'll tell you what, I think he's been a little bit lucky there. Not really giving Luke a simple pot.
Yeah, he's got hand queuing, thin cut into the bottom right pocket. I think he's got to take it on though.
In fact, he's gone to try and cover the pocket, and Luke's not done that. And he's actually left Ben the loss of turn along the rail, should he choose to do it, to open up his other problem yellow.
Yeah, he'd be leaving one red on the right hand side, and he's eyeing that up now.
This is the thing with it, yeah, with Ben opening up all his yellows. And the pockets, obviously, because of the fact that this is the first the tables have been played on, and because it's new balls and things like that, you're more likely to be able to get a ball just to slide in. So that shot along the rail as a plant was never a bad pot.
I think it's the right gamble. I mean, he's left Luke a couple of tempters. He could take a double, or he's got the long one to top right, but the way Luke's been playing, he hasn't really settled that well yet, so I think this is probably the right tactic. Let's throw down the gauntlet and give him, you know, like probably a, what's this, like 30-40%.
Well, he's only really one pot away, is Luke.
Oh, that's a great pot.
Yeah.
Under pressure, that really is a great pot. As I say, in my mind, that was probably about a 30 or 40% of getting that, but he cued it so well. And you're absolutely right. It was the key. I mean, if he gets that, then he's away. But that was a very difficult opening shot at 4-1 down. A lot of pressure on that ball, and that's come out.
Yeah, that's okay. Because where the reds are, he's got options. What's that white ball to slow down?
Yeah, he wanted an angle low on the red to middle so he could drift up for the one just above the middle pocket, but he's got this recovery ball. It's a better angle. Uses the top cushion here.
Yeah, this is... And it was all just on that one pot. I don't really feel like Ben made a tactical mistake. It's just Luke's pulled something out of the hat to get out, and it keeps him in the match, really, and that is 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much about Ben playing the percentages. Sometimes you have to roll the dice, you have to put down the challenge, and then if your opponent gets them, you just tip your hat to him and say, fair play to you, sir. But Ben definitely left that table in his favour, and asked the question of Luke to pull out a really big pot. Luke was up to it. Gets back within 2 frames. And that was a big frame. 5-1 would have been a really difficult road to get back into this match, but at 4-2, he's just one dry break away. Only problem is for him, Ben hasn't looked like making a dry break.
Neither of them have. I think that you've got 2 of the probably best breakers on the tour. Ben makes another ball. And this time the split is very good.
Yeah. Yellows here. You'd feel the 2 reds on the right hand side locked up together. No work to do on yellows. If he takes these 2 to bottom right, the one next to the 8 ball then has a path, and I think you can get through to the potting angle of that to bottom right as well. So just about cue ball here. I think he has to take both of these. Indeed he does. Probably uses the bottom cushion here and just floats up. Tries to get on the one that come through the gap of the yellow and red to leave the one on the side cushion. And does. That's really well controlled. Just got a shade of an angle there. It's got just enough to be able to punch back, yeah. Leave an angle. Doesn't want to leave too big an angle on the next ball. That looks good, but just needs to navigate the gap here. He would love to finish in the space on the right hand side of the table and finish fairly straight on the yellow to middle. It's near that middle pocket, but he's got to navigate traffic.
I wonder if you can potentially pot the one into right middle and screw the white into the red above. Because if you can do that, it gives him a fairly natural just to be able to stun the yellow next to the black, which would then give him the pot into the bottom left. But may see it differently.
Yeah, I don't think this was his original plan, but where he landed, I think that's the right shot.
Yeah, there you go. So this is the one now. He's just got to nudge it past the black. You see there, he just almost wants to get to the top of the little line where the 8 ball is. If he can land there, then he's absolutely perfect.
Needs to play a shot here. Then. Yeah, it was straight enough to hold the cue ball. Really nice.
Now he's looking to see if this black ball does go into the right middle. If it doesn't, he has got one more shot to play, which he's looking at cupping high.
Yeah, I think some players would just try and cannon into the top red of the 2, but if you get that wrong, you can land behind it. So he's looking at coming high of it and just taking out all that danger. And that's the right shot to play.
Yeah, but this is how professionals think. You know, there's no ounce of doubt. Everything's calculated to the percentage. And it's another brilliant finish from Ben Doyle.
Yeah, it's a good reply.
You can tell he's fresh off of Ireland still. Some of the players, obviously, you see them and, you know, maybe it's a bit of an example for Luke. He missed a couple at the start. You know, maybe he hasn't had as much game time. But when you've had 2 weeks away playing in a major tournament representing your country, with all the pressure on the world on you, and then you come and do a pro series afterwards, it almost feels like the pressure's off a little bit more. But you're still playing consistently. So this weekend could be a very good opportunity for Ben Doyle to make his first major impact on the Ultimate Pool Pro Series. But still time for Luke Gilbert to reply in this match.
Here's a scoreline for you that might raise an eyebrow. Joe Prince 7, Stevie Dempsey 1.
Wow. Joe's a very underrated player though in the grand scheme. I think him going out and doing the US has only helped his confidence as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of it. I mean, he has been practicing a lot on the bar box. I think there's a couple in his local area that he practices on. There's not that many clubs who've got the bar box, but I think there's one in Redhill that he uses. Another one of the clubs down there. So he spends a lot of time, and he's a very, very good player in the States. I mean, there's no luck in the fact that he just kept making deep runs and kept making finals, and eventually lifted a trophy. It's just not coincidence. He really is good at that game, and I think actually better at that game than he is at English 8-ball. And probably he has had more success over there than he has at English 8-ball. But as you say, what it's done for him, it's increased his confidence massively, and this game is very much played between the ears.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's kind of started on English and then he went to American for quite a long time. I know he plays on the GB9 tours and things like that. He's one of the bar managers for Spots and Stripes in Red Hill, owned by Nigel Smith, and he also runs the London event as well.
By the way, Luke, what are we watching here? Ben's just missed a very makeable ball to middle, and Luke, I don't know what's going on there. I mean, he had ball in hand. Did he?
Yeah, the one thing I would say for Luke Gilbert in this match so far is he has looked rusty. It doesn't look like he's settled still. You can get a couple of frames on the board and still not kind of be at the races. And it might sound quite harsh to say, but I don't think Luke Gilbert's quite looked the same this year as he did last year. In Blackpool, he was always in the quarterfinals, always in the last 16s, making an impact. 3 last 16s this year, you know, in the grand scheme of pro status, it's not bad, but it's not the level that we would expect from Luke.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to say we just talked about the mental side of the game. It's got to be just between the ears at the moment, because I mean, there's another miss. I mean, what are we watching here? This is incredible.
And I think Ben's got away with this one a little bit. I don't know if he's left Luke plant. And I'm going to say no, because he's now looking at this other yellow.
Yeah, he swung.
But it's amazing how it catches as well.
Yeah.
It's a really important frame now, this, because if Ben Doyle goes 6-2, then it should be match over. But if it goes 5-3, bearing in mind how below par, I'll say, Luke's been so far in this match, Luke will feel like he's got away with one, and Ben will be thinking, how on earth is he still in this match? So all of a sudden the dynamic changes.
Yeah, just going back to Joe Prince, I mean, I mean absolutely no disrespect to the fact that, you know, you call it a bit of a shock the fact that he's beaten Stevie Dempsey, but, the bottom line is Stevie is an incredible player, and there's not many players that will ever go 7-1 up against Stevie. Incidentally, that game now 7-2. But, Joe's still very much in charge.
Yeah, as I say, Joe plays a lot. He's one of the managers at the London-based Spots and Stripes, owned by Nigel Smith, one of our affiliate clubs. So obviously, if anybody is looking to become an affiliate club, they can message clubs@ultimatepoolgroup.com to get involved. Obviously, with that, Joe has always surrounded himself with pool. I know they've got a big American scene in London as well, and I think one feeds into the other with him. I think he's very much a confidence player, and if things are looking up, he will just play out of his skin. So I know he's going to be in Cherokee for the grand finals in a couple of weeks. So, you know, Joe will be playing a lot of pool over the next couple of months, and will probably be a bit of a bandit on the tour, shall we say, causing some damage.
Incidentally, Zach Cooper 4-3 up now against Tom Cousins. So a couple of the big names getting tested.
Luke's gone wrong here again. See on his body language, I think he might be a bit straight, and he needs to get to the other side of the black ball. So he can still get out, but once again, not settled, and he's making life difficult for himself.
I think the 8 goes to top left, so he may just have to take medicine and just come back. I don't think his angle is horrific. He is fairly low, but I think he can just bounce off the side cushion and across.
I think he's screwing this back.
Yeah, screw off the bottom cushion and equally.
Oh,
I mean,
well.
That's.
I can tell you here right now, Luke Gilbert is not a happy bunny. You can see the way that he reacted then as well. He's absolutely livid with himself at the moment.
Even the power he put into that, was that necessary? Look at the cue ball. I mean, and that's taken a knock on the way through as well. Now he's thrown everything into that shot.
Yeah, I think there's frustration.
The cue ball clipped the red came off the bottom cushion, clipped the red, and still ended up way too far up the table.
A big pot for Ben Doyle, this though, into the bottom. Very good pot. Now it's important that Ben finishes this off, because this in my mind is to bury Luke Gilbert. Because Ben's made a couple of mistakes in this frame. It's the first mistakes that Ben's made in the match. And if he still comes out winning that frame, then it's only going to feed more onto that Luke Gilbert frustration. And the emphasis carries on, and Ben can start to open up and play even more freely than he has done for the majority of the match. Ben's just picked up the pace slightly as well around the table. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, it's an interesting frame, that. But it's Ben Doyle that takes it. It's now 6-2.
An unerringly quiet chat box today. I think everyone's at work with their phone propped up against their coffee mug, pretending to work while they're keeping an eye on Ultimate Pool. That's probably what's happening there. But,
I do that, and I work for Ultimate Pool.
yeah.
But it's been an interesting start to proceedings so far this morning. Here we go, Ben Doyle to break again. Oh, that's the first in off from Ben.
Yeah, he crunched them cue balls, parked spinning in the middle of the table and got kicked in. Much needed chance for Luke, but he needs to clear his head.
Yeah, Luke needs these to go. I think even for a confidence side of things, this needs to go in one visit. The movement's going to be the red that's just underneath the 8 ball. Does it just slip into that left middle? If it does, it's absolutely fine. If it doesn't, then it's going to need a bit of movement or potentially a double. So he's looking at it now. Makes me think that it pots. He's quick down on it, so I'm going to say yes, it does. Oh, I say it does. This is a bit of a disaster for Luke so far. I'll be honest with you, Nick. I've never seen Luke miss as many balls in a match. I mean, that's got to be 6th or 7th.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes. He's had a lot of chances.
Do you think the balls might be a factor, Nick? Just getting used to it. Maybe just obviously the way that they look slightly different. Does it maybe affect players' judgment a little bit?
Yeah, I had that same conversation last night, actually. I used these balls last night, and I come away from the table thinking, I quite like them. They feel pretty good. They feel, just a touch different. But I'm a nobody. I'm just a chopper, basically. For want of a better word. I get on the table and have a chop around and try and pot some balls. But then you've got someone like Tom Cousins who, that tiny subtle difference, it's huge to them, absolutely huge. It's like a golfer just picking up a slightly different club that's just a few, like half an ounce of different weight. It makes such a massive difference because you know, at this level, these guys know it's just those tiny little things. I think at my level, at most club players' level, they're just going to be like, yeah, they play quite nicely, they're all right. But when you get to the very top level, the subtle differences, they're magnified.
Do you know what? The way that I think of it in my head is almost like, imagine you're a professional gamer. You know, you play with your controller, and obviously you're tapping all your buttons and things like that, and then all of a sudden you come in the next day and everybody's changed all the buttons around.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know where to start because you're just so into motion. It's so hand-eye coordinated and natural.
It's a muscle memory.
It's muscle memory.
Yeah.
And I imagine for somebody like Luke is very precise in the way that he plays, it could catch him out a little bit more maybe than some other players that just play more natural and just flow. You know, Ben is quite a quick player in general. And Ben's making light work of this as well, and this has very quickly gotten away from Luke Gilbert. He's in a very good place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when your opponent isn't playing well and they're also showing a little touch of frustration, which is very unusual for Luke.
And that's going to be 7-2.
And I say a touch of frustration, it really is just a vague touch of frustration, which is something that you'll rarely see from this guy. He's got such a great demeanour around the table. You know, you'll see other players bang their cue, etc. I mean, Luke, this is about as much as it gets.
Yeah, Luke's not like a basher. He doesn't kind of slam things into the ground or anything like that, but Luke's more, you can see it on his face more than anything, the frustration. You know, always tries to keep things very professional, but obviously sometimes the game does get on top of you still. And you see there he's very quick down just to make the break. I mean, it's a very good break, it's got to be said, but you can just see the frustration in it.
Yeah. At 7 each, he doesn't break like that, I can guarantee. He doesn't just get down and give him a slap. But ironically, it's his best break.
Some players, it's weird, frustration kind of brings the best out of them. I wouldn't say that Luke is necessarily that player, but certain pros it does work, so maybe there could be a 90th minute spark here for Luke, I don't know. Even
that, you know, the red, I don't know if it's quite come down and hampered the yellow, but it just adds to frustration. If it just has taken away the line to bottom right, then he's got to think about getting on it to middle now. Just those little things that just build up. We've all been there. Now another miss, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You know, that yellow that he's next to went to bottom right.
Do you know,
and the red just drifted down and covered the line, and then he's got to play a shot to land on it to middle.
Do you know what? He was actually quite close there as he was walking away from hitting his cue into that yellow again.
Yeah.
I judged, there was a small part of me thought that he was going to forfeit there, which is very un-Luke Gilbert-like, but obviously didn't.
But as I say, we've all been there, haven't we? You know, the muscles tense up. You know, your back arm feels tight, your shoulders go tight, and it's just anger. Yeah. Just frustration.
Well, the good thing about these Pro Series is that every player gets a second chance. So, you know, if Luke doesn't come out of this, then obviously he's still got Pro Series 8 to come up. I know Luke's a very busy boy at the moment anyway. He's setting up his own club with Sammy Craddock, Saints Club, so that'll be a really nice venture for players in Cambridgeshire to be part of. But unfortunately for this one, for Luke, it looks like the one that might get away. But Ben's still got some shots to play here, just to wrap things up. Do you potentially play a double now, Nick? Get the one out of the way?
I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to play this one to bottom right. And then I think he has to come down table. I mean, what he'd love to do is play the one to bottom right and then this one nearest the right-hand side cushion. But he can't, because then he hasn't got a link. Well, he is going to play it now.
Yeah, I think he wanted. I actually think he was trying to come down for the one at the bottom, and hasn't come down far enough. Because the angle he's left himself here is actually a little bit nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to, as you said, he's going to have to play some shots here. He needs a good one here. The next one's going to have to be even better to get him in shape.
Now, this isn't too bad if he can come just past the yellow towards the left middle.
Yeah.
Right there, right where his cue is there, he's perfect. It's a little bit of a thin cut, so just controlling the white ball is the key here. See him building up with rakes of side here, just to swing the cue ball. Needs it to bounce, and that looks about perfect.
Lovely. Leave a nice angle here, just bring that cue ball off the side cushion, leave a nice natural angle so you can put the one on the bottom cushion to bottom right and bring the cue ball back up the middle of the table. 8 doesn't go.
A little bit of a rattle there, but he's in a good place. This is good angle.
Yeah. I don't think that he's looked now, but I don't think the 8 goes to left centre.
He's very quickly looked at it, which makes me think it doesn't. Yeah, he's just going to screw back for the middle. And it's fair to say, Nick, in the grand scheme of things, apart from that one frame in the middle, Ben Doyle has looked in very good form. Luke Gilbert will go again in Pro Series 8, but this has just not been his match. And it's going to be the Republic of Irishmen that's won. Obviously, the next match coming up will be Brian Halcro versus Eddie Barker. And we will be live with you for that very, very soon.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, darling, you're right. Yeah, you just about scratched for everything.
I'm going to take the time out. I'm just getting accustomed to the light and everything. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I've done that already. Thanks, Nick.
put up with you, so.
How are you?
Just buy my little hard right, so I can table prepped.
Yeah, well, I'm going to steal some shots until you're here.
Yeah, very well.
Well, I'm not allowed to, but
It's on you.
yes, young man. Come on, mate. Take your time getting that tyre out.
Got the one that's in my left hand.
We're doing all right.
Not too bad.
The buzzer.
Ah, right.
I promise I'm not going to touch your table. I'm just going to put my hand on the edge.
Now, I have to try and say that to the wife, but I have to turn around and say, no, you're all right.
What's that?
I have to say that to the wife, and I have to say, no, you're all right. Yeah, not too bad. Sure. Working properly though, but apart from that,
What do you mean working properly?
well, we always used to have a full-time job. We lost my job in London last year, so what do you do? I know, shiny camera, but yeah, they've got about 40 ranches. Unfortunately, I have one of them.
You've been looking.
Ever since, nothing. I don't know if it's because I'm an old git, or an old git and epileptic, or whatever else, but it just seems to be one of them things.
Well, you're a bloody good bloke, so somebody's going to see that sooner or later, mate. and
Well,
you'll
let's
be
hope so.
fine. You'll be fine. You down at Hemsby next week?
Nope.
Yeah, Hemsby next week. You're not even playing, no?
I've just had someone ask me, enchanting and McCullik money that's next weekend.
Yeah, who's that for?
I don't know. I don't know who's been sorting all that. It's 10 grand pot. International rights, 20 grand.
Yeah.
And I've also been asked to do one in Talbert on the 11th, which is the week of the players, isn't it?
Right, so you're busy boy then, mate. You're going to do it?
Oh, yeah, I'll do it. Just get them.
Yeah, keeps you busy, doesn't it? Right,
If
Nicola,
they'll
are
pay
you
me.
commentating on this, are you? Yeah. So just you on your own? You got one? You and Luke Terry? Nice.
See, just by that
Even
chair
kidding,
there between Phil Harrison and the boardie, just there on the desk.
Something came up the other day. Oh yeah, I know what it was because I filmed. I showed my missus and my kids the interview we did in or the first one we did out in Ireland. Yeah. So we were talking about you. I said, yeah, that's the guy that somebody told us about Land of Legends. Oh yeah. I had a great day at Land of Legends. Cost me a lot of money, but
What, in Turkey?
yeah. Well, Nick goes all the time.
We was there in May.
Oh, were ya? We went there last
And went
week.
Land of Legends as well.
Yeah. We only did the day.
What hotel did you stay
When we went to Alanya, we were in the bill of sunflower or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, wasn't great, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. We got a nice week away, all inclusive, and it cost us about 400 quid each.
Yeah, we stayed in Bennett itself, in the hotel we go to, gives you free access to loads of options whenever you want.
Oh, sweet.
And there's transport every day. There's a bus, there's like 4 or 5 buses every day taking us from Marine Park.
Yeah, I can believe that.
We booked again, we're going on the...
Back out to Turkey,
Back out to
Land of Legends area.
to that same Rixos.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, we went...
So the 3 of us, it was, well, it's me, my missus and my lad.
Yeah.
8 days, flights all inclusive, everyone was 2800, which I thought was quite good. And then afterwards we added my mum and her mum.
2800, under a grand per person is pretty good these days, isn't it?
For our 7 nights in May was 412 quid each. All inclusive.
It was the hotel that he stays in, Matt.
Didn't matter, it's a base, isn't it?
I've had a look at the hotel he stays in.
But if you can go
Out of school time. Yeah. We always have to go in school time.
We're only going at Christmas because it's affordable. If you try and go there in the summer, it's going to cost us.
Yeah, because the weather's not going to be so good, is it?
We added her mum and my mum, and that was £1,000 each. Again, for their flight accommodation, for another room for them.
Yeah.
So there's 5 of us going for less than 1,000 each. Which I thought,
That's good, mate. Yeah, good, mate. Good. I'll give it that.
I mean, the restaurants in there, you for the meal.
Yeah, it's nice food.
The food is incredible.
Yeah, lovely.
Like the Pan Asian places, the food is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then they do all these different cocktails. You can only get them in that restaurant, and the cocktails are unbelievable. If you went to a decent restaurant, it cost you 15 quid each for the cocktails. So, going somewhere like that, and Christmas Eve they did this massive gala, huge room, like probably 200 people, wait service.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's still all inclusive and everything, but I mean, just the setup, like really good entertainment.
Brilliant.
And that's all just included as well.
Nice. That's what you want, isn't it, mate? That's good. Good stuff. Matt, who sorts out the water in, mate? Is it yourself or is it somebody else?
Shit, yeah.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Oh, don't forget, it's first time.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Only because I saw it going over there, so I thought...
We didn't get, there was only emergency. So we didn't get the theme park. We just literally went to the shopping area and the restaurants and everything else. But just as you go in, obviously you've got like that ice cream, and you've got that right by where the gondola starts. They've got like this restaurant in the place. So we had calzone from there, and we get that in Meg. Worked out about 8 quid for the two.
No, I'm playing Buzzer.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Here he is. He just walked in. Take them away, mate. Yeah, all good. Yeah, thank you, mate. Cheers. Nicely done. Hello, the Waz. How are you? All good? Yeah. When did you get up here last night? Well, I just got up. Well, I've had an hour in the McDonald's, about a mile away. So, just on the laptop. On the roundabout? Yeah, that's next to the Sainsbury's. About 2 hours.
Oh, different one.
Yeah. That's it. So I just stopped and did a bit of work. But yeah, all good. Yeah. Hello, the Buzz. Hello, how are you, mate? You good, mate? Nice to see you, mate. Nice to see you, buddy. Good stuff, mate. Yeah, this match finished the first, mate. Thanks. You reckon this one?
We're only clocking, mate. Obviously, if there's anything a little bit dubious, or well, I say dubious.
So just the time.
Bit close, or whatever the case.
45 seconds.
We're on a 45. Obviously, you want 15-second extension. But if you do need to have a look at anything or whatever the case, just give me a shout.
Will you be calling 5-4-3-2-1?
Yes,
you will be calling 5.
Because I did the beeps earlier on with Ben and Gilbert. They weren't massively loud.
No, that's
so.
And we're knocking on a bit now, so we need to hear.
Okay.
One of these is yours, mate. I'll start doing this.
Bloody younger than me, Ed.
What's up? Tell you what, Buzz. That's bloody white seat from here, mate. Need your cap on. Can we play with caps on? They do it. Yeah, and you, mate. Yeah, nice one. Don't forget to take your lanyard off when you play, mate. I don't want you fouling.
I'll be looking after you and theirs.
That's what I always say about Vic Mac. I don't know how he does it. Hello, Gaz. How are you, mate? You good? Good to see you, mate. Yeah, not too bad. You all right, mate? Good to see you, mate. You all right? Yeah, we're all good. Thank you, buddy. See, I don't know how Vic does it without fouling your balls with his good direction.
Every Friday.
Yeah, we're loving it, Andy. I'm loving it. What's that all about? I saw where that was actually. Good one. Oh, magnificent. Oh, you can't go wrong, mate. Fantastic, mate. You make the most of your weekend, so I'll give you that. Fair play. You only just got here 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
So you must be
Team matches are every weekend.
yeah. Fair enough. My name's nothing, I'm a fair, right? Fair enough.
You know, got the match up.
How's the club been doing, bro?
Just having a problem with my landlord.
Putting the rent up.
First problem is I'll help you with the big routes and the small business. When I'll show you it, first thing you do is
Over the years.
So I had the stick.
Oh, I got it the right way around, no?
I had the stick. Get us the water. Get Sky. And then just now we're just we've got TFT. That's $4 grand.
Is it worth looking at Sky through Virgin?
That's probably the best way we could do it, like.
Or Now TV? Because Now TV is still Sky, but you pay a hell of a lot cheaper, and then all you do is just patch sport bundler.
And that would
Mate, it's worth having a look, innit? Guys, your matches now up on the tablet. Which our little mate ate. Yeah, you can go for mate. Gents, when you are ready.
I'm ready when you are, boss. First and 8, yeah.
Pussy, yeah? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First Brian.
Brian, see you, mate.
Yeah, Brian Halcro to Brian.
See you, my friend. bus. Do you want me to put your drink down there? I'll just stick that. So, sure? There's a chair for you over there, mate. See you, we just started. I knew that had happened.
I don't know. I've been here 5 minutes and I reckon we're going.
I knew that would happen. That's why I didn't do it with my left hand.
That charge.
Get all right there, mate, yeah? Well done. Well, if you win both events.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pro Series Weekend Event 7. It's great to have you back again. Obviously, we have got Brian Halcro against Eddie Barker here in the round of 64. Joining me on this one is Nick Finn. Nick, once again, obviously, Brian's had a bit more of a promising year this year. A couple of rounds of 32s, a couple of 16s in there as well. Obviously, Brian kind of almost advertises himself as one of the older players that might be getting closest to that retirement stage. Obviously, still a lot of life in the old dog yet. He's against Eddie Barker, who I think Eddie has probably had his standout season with Ultimate Pool this year. He made a semi-final of the first Pro Series all the way back at the start of the year. Made the semi-final of the World Championships just recently, and unfortunately was just blown away by Declan Brennan. A couple more last 16s and a quarter-final in there. It's been a very good year to be Eddie Barker.
Yeah, for sure. He's he really has found another level this year, and well, the team really. I mean, Eddie's part of a close group of friends. Him and McCullik, and of course Dylan Liry. Dylan off the back of an amazing win last weekend, and lifting a trophy and a big prize. And I know he's still buzzing from that. I saw him last night, and he's still absolutely buzzing from it. And yeah, Eddie now part of the England team as well. And got to say, Eddie had a wonderful World Championships. I think he was. I'd have to take a look at the results, but towards the end, he was very close to the top, being top England player. I think something like, I don't know what it was, 27 wins from 36 games or something along those lines. I'd have to look at it, but it was phenomenal. It was right up there.
When you're looking at those one-frame formats, normally 50% is kind of your bar that you've had an all-right year. So to get anywhere near 70, 75%, I mean, it's absolutely world-class. For Brian, this is still a big weekend. In terms of ranking points, Brian is near the bottom of the rankings as things stand. It's not that Brian hasn't had results, it's building up that consistency to go deep in tournaments, which is where you really get your ranking points, which has been the issue for the buzzer so far this year. There are a couple more players that are in that bracket at the moment over the next couple of months, the likes of Andy Williams, McCullik, and a couple of others that need to build on performances and build on some of the form they've had over the year and turn it into a long run. So this Pro Series is very important for them. Eddie's kind of evaded all of that. He's got himself into the top 32 for the first time. So a lot to build on for next year for Eddie. Brian misses his first opportunity, but this is a scrappy frame, so it's going to be Eddie to go. He's going to reel back and play safe as well and make things even more awkward. So this frame's got a lot of longitude in it.
Yeah, I just checked. Eddie Barker is top the rankings for the England team. 5th in the overall rankings. Tom Cousins, no surprise there, he was top. But yeah, Eddie 5th in the entire rankings and top of the England. It's some effort in that team.
Yeah, I mean, you think about that team and that lineup. You know, you've got Aaron Davies in there, Shane Thompson, Carl Sutton. You know, to be outdoing the likes of them, Giuseppe Imperial,
world champion.
Let's not forget the world champion. That'd be quite an important one. you know, but to be ahead of all of them in that ranking, in that event, in a one-frame format, which is brutal. Eddie's very solid is the word that I would use. You know, in terms of decision making in key moments, Eddie's somebody that's very, very reliable at the best of times. And it's great to see that form and that style of play is finally getting rewarded. He has got a big problem here though, which is this red on the right hand side. This is a nasty little frame for Eddie to try and get out of. He's tried to play a clever safety, but I think he's left Brian this yellow in the middle, should he choose to. But Brian, also being a granite player, may not go for it. I think it is worth his time that if he does. Wait and see. Christophe Lambert has just wrapped up victory, obviously on table 1 as well. That was a very good game against Dave Fernandez. He's just scraped through with a minute or so to go with a winner.
We can also tell you that Tom Cousins is out, soundly beaten by Zach Cooper, 8 frames to 3. That other match we mentioned earlier, Stevie Dempsey, was 7-1 down against Joe Prince. That's 7 each at the moment. That's just got Dempsey written all over it.
Classic Stevie Dempsey. That do you know what? If Stevie was to go on and win that, you would weirdly make him an odds-on favourite for the tournament, wouldn't you? Yeah. It's just the very thing that Stevie lives for. That's a great shot from Brian Halcro as well, by the way. Played it off the red to get the red out of the way, and he's opened up all of his yellows. And now this is a really good opportunity for the buzzer to get his first one on the board. Andy
Williams on the hill against Ian Ali, 7-6 up.
It's a big weekend for Andy, as I was saying as well, in terms of the ranking points. So if he can get a result against Ian Ali, that's a big movement in the right direction for the Welshman.
Oh, Morris 7-2 up against Daryl Whitworth. Daryl also played in that event last weekend and was very impressive.
A little bit tricky with a hamper. This is one of these awkward ones. You've only really got to drop it in, but because it's a full ball hamper, just play this really nicely. See the way he's queuing over there. There's a lot of queue. There's a lot of queue loose.
He's not got there.
And it's a foul as well.
It's a foul. Ball in hand.
That's a big early mistake from Brian. If he doesn't leave himself hampered, he's out. But you could just see there with Brian, because Brian's quite a, I want to say, a pokey player in terms of the way that he plays pool. Those kind of jabby shots when you've got a lot of cue sticking out, he never looks comfortable on him.
The other thing there is, if he doesn't leave ball in hand, he's not really left Eddie much to attack either.
Eddie's going to play clever here as well. He's going to go for the lost turn, hide the white ball with the 8 ball. He's going to try and use the red as well. He didn't want to pop both. He might still have the same shot. Might just be able to nudge the red over the left middle and still have that cover. Problem with Eddie is he's such a good cueist. Of course he's going to start skill shot and shots like that. Just make sure this red comes away. Yeah, just about comes away from the cushion enough, I think. If Brian can just touch up to this yellow, he can kind of put the role reversal on Eddie a little bit here. It's not ideal from Brian. He wanted to catch that full ball, hasn't done, caught it thin. Gives Eddie the opportunity again. He's left himself a big double here. He's got to judge the cannon right as well. This isn't just a normal double. The red underneath he needs to land on as well. There's a lot of moving parts with this. Well, in fact, he's played safe again. Don't blame him for that, it's a good shot. Brian might have to go jaws with this.
Is these shots on this table just doesn't happen. They come higher.
Because the thing is that the new balls and the new cloth, it's almost like the pocket wants to swallow it, so you end up playing wider off the jaw, which is why this is probably going to come high, exactly like that.
Yep.
And that's going to give Eddie ball in hand, but maybe that was a clever bit of thought from Eddie. Maybe he did think a little bit with the table as well in mind.
Yeah, that shot is just not on these tables.
And after what's been fairly granite first frame, we should see a winner, and that should be Batman. There we go.
Over on main table, Josh Kane's just getting underway against Clayton Castaldi.
It's a repeat of the World Final from 2 years ago, isn't it? Josh v Clayton.
Yeah, it is.
Don't know if they've played since. If they haven't, I'm sure Josh wants a bit of revenge today. But that is first frame to Eddie Barker. Maybe just go and have a quick look at table one.
Joe Prince has beaten Stevie Dempsey 8-7. So Stevie fights back to 7 each, and Joe Prince managed to get over the line.
That's nasty.
That takes some bottle.
It's a very Joe Prince thing to do, though. I do feel for Stevie Dempsey. If you fought from that far back, it's a no reward. Maybe we'll come to table one after the next frame. But Eddie's going to break off. He's 1-0 up. Brian had opportunities in that first frame, didn't take them, so not the best start from the buzzer. Oh, that's a break from Eddie. That was clean. Oh, look at the split. Oh, that black ball just coming up and sitting on the red. It's just ruined things a little. It's ruined the party. A bit more work here than initially anticipated.
Twelve breaks on this table so far. I don't think we've had one dry, have we?
No. But it's a good sign, though, because if the players are going to cue the ball well, they're going to make a ball, which is obviously something that players always feel hard done by, as they split the balls really well and don't get rewarded. Eddie just signalling to something there, maybe somebody getting in his way a little bit.
Yeah, I think he was just drifting across that side of the table, and someone was about to play a shot. I think he just put his hand up to apologise that he was in the way. So key here is dislodging the red that's jammed up against the 8 ball. Probably leave an angle here. Oh, Eddie.
Uncharacteristic that. You can see the little grimace on his face as he walks away.
He took the shot for granted. He was just thinking about the angle he wanted to leave to come across and bump into the 8 ball. And forgot the pot.
Rolls reverse back to the buzzer.
So, good opportunity here for Brian to settle into this game. Nice opening shot.
All going to be down on the black ball, isn't it? That's the thing for Brian. These yellows are fairly routine. That 8 ball is way away from the rest of his work.
He's going to try and drift down and leave an angle off of his next shot, just like so.
Yeah, he wanted another roll, didn't he? If he was going to attack the 8 ball, I think.
Yeah, or even half a roll less, and he could take the top one of the two and screw back off the side cushion. But he's too straight on the top one. He's got too much angle on the bottom one.
See, this is where it gets more complicated. You've taken that first opportunity to try and land on it. You haven't. He's going to try and dig this. It is possible, just makes the pot more difficult. That's why he's missed it.
Yeah, not only made the pot more difficult, you were trusting his luck a little bit with the cue ball as well. And that was all just unfolded because he just finished a half a roll short of where he needed to be.
You know, I think if he played that cannon, I think that white ball, I think he'd actually found a gap for the yellow in the middle. So the pot is what's cost him. And now this is a lot more clear cut for Eddie.
Steady Eddie Barker amongst the balls again.
Eddie the Eagle. What's that to stop about now? Can he just screw back? Has he got any angle at all? Or is he a little bit straight? Has to play the screw back, you feel. Or is he going to try and skip a turn and come back to it?
Extension call.
You almost feel inclined because you've played to try and land on the higher red after the next shot to go for it. And he is going to hold back and he's going to come back to it later on. I don't blame him, but he's short on that one as well.
Yeah, that's no man's land. I think you have to take this one at this end of the table. He's got a nice angle to come bottom cushion, side cushion, up to that left-hand side of the table to take the one in bulk now. Then he leaves an angle on the one to middle to come back down for the 8. But the yellow in the middle of the table plays massive, and he's missed the pot as well.
Problem is with that
and
one.
Look at his cue ball if he got it.
Yeah, this is the problem. He's focusing on the cue ball. Don't know if Brian's got a shot here just to tap the highest yellow towards the cushion and just get the snooker.
Yeah, I think so. I think just run in behind here, don't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, unless you can guarantee the loss of turn in the bottom corner and hide in the white in near the bottom, I wouldn't really be looking at anything else.
I mean, yes, he's probably leaving a one cushion escape for the one at the bottom of the table, but Eddie's got to pot that and try and get shape on his next ball, so I think it is the right percentage play.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Eddie might be able to pot this into the bottom left-hand corner, but even if he does, it's getting the white out, it's landing on the next ball, which is the complicated part. Just why he's potentially looking at hitting the higher red. Oh, he's
Tried to pound it and just
send it
try
on
and
the
get
right.
lucky.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, he might have had a result here.
He has.
That red sitting on the yellow might have just saved his bacon in this frame.
I think Brian's okay here. Can play this one to top right and just leave a. It's going to be a thin angle, but it's one of those angles you can spin the cue ball off the side cushion and come back across and break out that yellow. Has to attack from here. you feel. Unless he can find a loss of turn. I mean, it is there. If he can play this yellow and get the cue ball cannon down into the red that's over the pocket, that would be a very effective shot.
Well, he can either cannon it or he can potentially double it as well. I wonder if that's what he's looking at. See where he's pointing to the cushion there? I think he's going to try and double the yellow into the red. It's almost like a 2-and-1.
5, 4, 3.
Nice shot.
So clever from Brian.
Well seen, well worked out, and very well executed.
That's why it's an interesting draw when these two came together, because a lot of players nowadays, I mean, you watch a lot of the pros and it is very just dish for dish. But Brian is happy to turn down an awkward clearance to guarantee a loss of turn.
Yeah. Well, they both are, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're both very, very steady players. Both got masses of experience. They're quite similar styles. I don't think Brian goes here either. He just bumps this one off the cushion. Waits for a better opportunity.
Well, Brian's got advantage of the balls in terms of the fact that obviously Brian's got more balls on the table than Eddie does, so he's got more hiding places.
He's trying to force Eddie to move the yellow for him. He's trying to force Eddie into getting his bad yellow out. And he has.
Oh. He's played a straight sub. He's played it like for like.
Yeah, but I think he's okay here. I think Brian can just thin this one in and come across a half ball cannon. You feel you couldn't fail to be on this yellow at the bottom of the table towards us.
It wouldn't surprise me if Brian played the same shot again and
He
just
may
dumped
well.
white in the corner.
He may well.
Because it's the same situation. There you go.
Probably wants to leave the thin edge of the one far, and that looks just about perfect. He's left the edge of the one at the top of the table. Eddie not going to take the bait though.
He's not going to entertain it. If he clips this fin, he could knock the yellow in over the other corner. I tell you what, he's got away with it again. Eddie Barker, you lucky boy. How has he managed to cover it twice?
Say sorry. Ryan, you can kind of see the hanging dog expression from Brian there, thinking, how have I laid 3 snookers, come to the table 3 times and had absolutely nothing? For me, and I like the style Brian plays, but sometimes I think you've got to pull the trigger, and that I mean, he's the man at the table, he can see it much better than me, but it felt that he could play thin on the one to top right, come across and bump the other yellow out, and he couldn't fail to be on this one to bottom left. Well, the percentages I think were probably there to try and take that on, but in fairness, maybe he didn't have the angle.
But this is the thing, I think this is where Eddie in this tactical department has the slight advantage over Brian. See that Eddie's played a kind of another attacking shot.
Yeah.
Is that when Eddie plays those defensive shots, it still feels like there's that attacking intent that international rules brings. Whereas Brian, when he plays his tactical frames, is very much park the bus until I get my good opportunity and I'll go for it. Yeah. And I just feel like Eddie's just got that trigger pull a little bit more ready than Brian does.
And again, that was a clever shot from Eddie, because the yellow to top right was the obvious ball to come across and break out his difficult one. He's taken that off the table. Now Brian has to pull a shot out.
You see there, he's going to look to go 3 cushions with this. Bottom cushion, right hand, and then to the left, kind of somewhere near the bulk line, and then into the yellow.
But if you're going to take this on,
and time constraints
as well. I didn't think he was going to take it, because if you're going to take it on, why not take on the clearance earlier?
Now, Eddie looked at this earlier on. I have a feeling that this free ball plant could be made. Had a deep look at it earlier. So it's all, if it does go, it's just going to be about landing on the next red. This could be a major mistake from Brian if this free ball plant goes in.
He was just rushed for time, wasn't he? There is a shot clock on this.
There you go.
Game. Yeah.
And he's on the red as well, yeah. Eddie had a look at it with the earlier shot, and I knew it went. It was just a question of getting there, but this is.
He's ridden his luck here a little bit, though, isn't he? Because even that last shot, even the one he's played there, could have not come out.
Yeah,
definitely ridden it.
he has trusted to luck a little bit, but it goes two ways at the end of the day. Brian could have pulled the trigger a lot earlier as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's going to be Eddie Barker that takes it to go 2-0. And this has been a game that's been deeply intent with tactical play so far. And it's Batman, the man from the south, that is going to take the advantage 2-0. Obviously, guys, we have got more matches in play as things stand. Obviously, on table 1, Josh Kane against Clayton Castaldi. A repeat of the World Final from 2023. If you did want to go and watch that game, you can subscribe for a membership on YouTube or subscribe via the Ultimate Pool app. That will get
not the best positional shot. He's still got a bit to do.
And Josh looks on helpless at this moment in time. That was a lot more clean from Clayton.
You're going to have to play a shot here, though. I think you have to put the ball to the bottom right and try and either drop behind or cannon into this cluster.
Yeah, he's just having a look to see if he can drop behind. He'd like to sort of straight on this and bring the cue ball down centrally at the bottom of the table and be able to play into the left-hand middle. But he's going to have to come around
straight back over. It's Brian Halcro. Seeks to get his first frame on the board, and we'll finally see our first dry break.
It's the worst kind of dry break, isn't it? The one where you split them nicely and don't make the ball.
Yeah, it's horrible. Horrible for Brian.
So this should be the first frame where we really see a player just run at the out. Eddie Barker's got a good opportunity to get these cleared up.
Just needs to think about his last ball. What leads him to the 8? The 8, I think, goes past the yellow into left centre, but obviously the line to get the cue ball onto it is guarded by yellows. Doesn't go to right centre. Doesn't go, I don't think, to top right. Certainly can't get to a line to top left. So probably only bottom left. So you don't want to leave the ball furthest down the table to land on it. Only goes to bottom left, and obviously you've got the yellow above it, which is on that line as well. So that just needs some thought.
I think you possibly could knock it into left middle as well. So as long as he gives himself a nice-ish angle.
Yeah, it definitely goes to left middle, but as I say, it's guarded, isn't it? It's got those two.
You can kind of play towards that yellow, just to the right of the 8 spot with it though, with the final ball. So it's one of those I'm sure Eddie won't be too fussed about. In fact, he's tried to play down early. He doesn't want this white to get too close to the red.
That's
just about pulls up.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just like building the suspense, Nick.
Yeah.
Just got to judge one here. Big clip, that looks about perfect.
A little bit high, I think. I mean, if he's straight, he can just screw straight back into the yellow that's just below the cue ball now, and he's got 8 to bottom left. But I think he needs to find a shot.
Might play for the area that I was talking about, somewhere near the 8 spot.
I think so, but he's got to judge it well. As I say, there's a lot of traffic there. He's going to have to use the bottom cushion, you feel. He's looking at that line now.
Yeah, he's just called for his extension there, so it's not obviously a case of dropping it in.
No. Yeah, if he's straight on this, it's an absolute formality, but big shot coming. Brian will be hopeful.
Here we go, side needs to take. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's a lucky flick, and he is absolutely perfect on it. Tell you what, Eddie Barker has had a few rolls so far.
Absolutely he has, and I think Brian will feel quite aggrieved as well. The fact that, you know, you think back the snookers he laid in the previous frame, and every time Eddie came up smelling the roses, and Eddie's had to put his hand up a couple of times now. Even that little flick there okay, you know, the ball had the side on it and it was spinning the right way, and it gave it every chance to get past that yellow. But on another day, when it's not your day, it sits in behind it.
It's ironic he's nicknamed the Backman because it feels like he's been playing his Joker card the first 3 frames. And it's great to see. It is good to see Eddie obviously still getting results, and he's riding his luck a little bit here.
Ian Ali completed that comeback against Andy Williams. He was behind all the time in that match and ends up winning at 8-7. Rob Chambers and Cole Bedford now locked up at 7 each as well. England international against Welsh international. Cole's been ahead all the way through in that game. But, Rob Chambers fighting back.
Do you know, it's a big weekend for Cole as well. Won the British Open at the start of the year. Really felt like he was going to push on, and he's really struggled for results since. Almost that kind of aftermath of winning the first event and kind of breaking that duck. It's potentially been a bit of a negative for him in the grand scheme of things of his form, but more than capable player on his day. So,
as I mentioned, sorry, Rob Chambers coming in England international. I mean, obviously not a current one, but he certainly has been previously.
That's a really poor shot from Eddie, and he's been lucky not going off, and he's had another roll of fortune to add to the list.
I think Brian's going to start to feel that it's just not his day today, because it's brutal.
It's horrible, especially the way that the game's gone as well, that the frames are dragging out and they're going a bit slower as well. Those bits of luck are really kind of amplified.
You know, with ball in hand here, it's by no means an easy clearance, but to be able to put the cue ball down somewhere and attack that cluster at the top of the table, which Brian certainly could have done. Now he's fighting just to make a ball. Nice pot.
Didn't really feel like Brian really got down on that. He just knocked it in.
I think the clock was against him again. We are on a 45-second shot clock on this table. There's no match clock, but there is a shot clock, and I think it was just the referee was probably prompting him. The referee starts counting down from 5 seconds.
Where's Brian going here? Is he just going to try and move the yellows? He's just going to try and open things up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Don't blame him on that.
No, that was the right time to do it. I think he was trying to get a loss of turn and get the red in, but that's fine.
Do you know what? I think this is actually going to suit Brian more opening the balls up, because the tactical frame so far, Eddie's obviously had the advantage. He's 3-0 up. But secondly, Eddie's missed a couple so far as well. So maybe opening the balls and just leaving tricky finishes might be the way just to bait Eddie a little bit for Brian. Because at the moment, Eddie's kind of mopping up the second chances. So maybe trying to get Eddie to bat first might be the way to go. Eddie's going to go for his loss of turn as well. He's going to keep the pressure on Brian.
I think we're going to see a bit of this, to be honest. I think we're going to see a bit of a Chinese snooker. I was going to say, I think we'll see Brian try and do more of the same at the top of the table, but the Chinese snooker is going to make it a bit awkward.
Yeah, it's the same shot that Brian fouled on earlier. Just never looks comfortable when he's really hampered over a ball, so he's going to take the wider one. If he can push the yellow through, he might gain a little bit more from it.
Just tried to get one over. You can understand why as well, because obviously a loss of turn there would have probably opened up that top pocket, and Eddie's got an opener at the bottom, so I think that's wise. Eddie could attack from here. Take this and get the cue ball back to the top end of the table. Play a cannon, and he's tried to bump this one out on the side.
It's not bad, it's not great. Still can pot it, Eddie, but
really just depends on what he's got at that top right side. If the furthest red goes off the nearest, then that would open things up. Find out now. It does indeed.
Wants it to slow down though. Oh, this is
Just okay, I think.
yeah.
Just okay. I think he can drop the one top left dead weight and leave a line. It's becoming awkward though.
Yeah, this is because the thing is, if Eddie pots this one into the top left, it's going to be the angle that he leaves. It's going to be a thin angle.
Yeah. He has to take this one now because it's a hard ball to come back from. It's a very difficult ball to get on the 8. So just drop this in and then play that shot I mentioned. Drop this dead weight, he leaves a line, and then all he has to do is focus on potting the red along the top cushion. Cue ball naturally gets onto the 8. Just drags it in.
Yeah, lucky shot. This is going to be the one though. It's kind of cushion to cushion, isn't it? Always, these pots are always a bit nasty. But if he pots it, even if he runs the white ball too far, he can pot it into right middle. So it's all about potting the ball. Is it there? It is. And he's perfect on the 8 ball. Great shot from Eddie. And it's going to be this one for 4-0.
Eddie Barker riding his luck. He's had a few rolls along the way. He's taken full advantage and he wins the first 4 frames. Brian Halcro, well, I think you can just tell a little bit from the body language. He's got a little smile on his face. There you see the shake of the head, and that won't be anything other than a smile of irony. And he thinks every time he's come to the table, you still see him shaking his head there. You can understand why. It's so frustrating as a player. Every time you come to the table, your opponent's made a mistake and he's just left you with a problem.
Just going to give you some score updates from obviously around the arena as things stand. Got Sean Chipperfield, who's 5-2 up on Jez Graham on stream 3. That is available via the membership or the Ultimate Pool app. Obviously you've got our score, Eddie Barker. Tom Jones has just got his first frame on the board, but he is 5-1 down against Hitton Patel. So good start from Hitton there on stream 4. Josh Kane is 2-1 up on Clayton Castaldi. And on table 6, Shane Thompson is 2-1 up on Zach Shepherd. And is Brian going to go dry again?
No, he made a red.
Oh, he did make
one
a
of the
red.
reds flew in instantly, and the reds look a delight. But he didn't time that well. The cue ball squirted off the front ball. He kind of hit it half ball, probably less than half ball actually, because you saw the cue ball went below the middle pocket, which is very rare. But it's come out for him. The reds look really good. Just needs to think about the order he's going to take them in. He'd like to have been straight on this first red so he could drop down for the one at the bottom of the table, but he can't. So I think he's got to play this and then take. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Really well played to come through that gap, and should be fairly dot to dot from here. Bottom right, bottom left, and he's got the middle. He's got the 2 balls on the right. Both go to that right centre pocket. Probably play a plant.
I mean, the balls over the middle pockets aren't much of an issue really. Just got to avoid any traffic with the 3 yellows, and this should be Brian Halcro's first frame on the board.
That's nice. Because if he finishes low, then he has to get above all those yellows. Now he's left it in such a way that he can just drop this in dead weight, and he can take the furthest of the 2 reds on the right-hand side. Still thinking really clearly here, Brian. I think he's got a gap as well through the yellows for the other red into the left centre. If not, just 2 cushions and out. And it looks like it's probably going to be 2 cushions and out. And he played the plan.
It's an interesting way of playing it, because he needed that red to really hang over the right hand middle. He can still pot it, it's just very thin, which the problem is he's going to end up losing the whites to the wrong side. So Brian's got a shot to play here.
He's looking at the cannon.
It's a thin cannon though, that's the thing. He's really got to swing the white into it. And this is far from a given.
Lovely.
It's a good shot.
Very well judged.
Good recovery that from Brian. And this should be his first one on the board.
This will make him feel better.
There you go, 4-1.
That will make him feel a lot better. And he just needs to think, well, you know, 1 mistake, 1 dry break, 1 error from Eddie. And could easily be 4-3.
Over on table 1 at the moment, Josh Kane's opened up a 3-1 lead, but it is Clayton at the table.
And this is what Clayton needed, just settle himself down into a fairly presentable clearance, not too much travelling to be done with the cue ball, just keep nice tight control.
Once again, to watch on to the matches on tables 1, 3 and 4 if you subscribe to the membership or the Ultimate Pool app. You're able to watch those all weekend long.
What about that for a break?
Just brilliant cue as does Eddie. The way he gets through the ball doesn't surprise me, he can break like that. But once again, it's a bit of a messy split. Work to do. See the problem there, the higher red of the two on the right hand side cushion at the top is an issue.
I think he goes yellows. Don't think he's got an opener on reds.
Yeah, might have to screw. Well, he might just pot the yellow in the middle. And leave himself in an area in the middle of the table, maybe. Yeah, because he's got a little bit of an angle here where he might be able to play short position on the yellows on the right hand side. It's the only way I can really see him attacking both of them. Because if you go for a cannon into them, you might potentially lose one of the yellows into the two reds below. So playing the position is a lot of a safer option. Needs that to stop. Hasn't, and that's gone wrong.
Yeah, he's looking to play full ball cannon into the top red, which would have left him probably with a choice. Now he's got problems. And this is what I said about Brian. Brian just needs to think, 1 mistake, get me back to the table, and it's going to be 4-3. Everything breaking in the next. That's the way you've got to think as a player.
I wonder if Eddie's thinking he might be able to try and pot this off the cushion. The lower one of the two. Doesn't want to move the higher one if he can. It's a clever shot, because if you play the higher one, then you're going to open up the red towards the top right. This still gives Brian work, so I was trying to think with a bit of tactical mind there, whilst also trying to play an attacking shot. It hasn't gone right. This is a chance for Brian, but it's not easy.
Nice opening shot judge the pace of the cue ball well. Can drop this ball in to the top right pocket and leave short position on the red that's above it to top left. And he's got the ball to middle to use as a link. He's still got a bit of a problem with the 2 that are below the 8. Just needs to think about the order that he's going to take those in. So he's going to be dropping this dead weight, send the cue ball through an inch.
Oh, he's missed the red. Oh, was that rolled out a little bit
It
on him?
just seemed to pull, didn't it? It seemed to pull a fraction.
I think that was just a finger mark or something.
Not quite sure why he played it that kind of dead weight pace. It felt like he could have just played it with a, with a touch of drag and just a little bit more pace and still held the line.
Yeah, Brian's quite a plain ball player.
He is.
I think he just figured playing that little roll shot in the short position would do him good.
Yeah.
Eddie's got a thin cut here. I'll tell you what, he's made that shot. What a brilliant pot that is from Eddie Barker.
Needs another one though.
Yeah, this is still nasty.
I don't know how you pot this and get on that last yellow. I really don't. Can he play it? He's looking to play it off the red. Then he would hold a line. It's not going to be great, but
I wonder if he can play it in a way that he can knock the other red. I don't know if he's got that kind of angle. Didn't. He was trying to play it on the fixed side to try and hold to keep the pot on the yellow, and he's missed.
Yeah, big chance for Halcro. For me, I take the one at the bottom left now, screw back, and then take the one that's closest to the right corner pocket, which then opens up the line for the other.
Brian's going to go for the double here and get the run up the upper end of the table.
I prefer leaving this on the table because this is a link ball to get onto the one that's below the 8.
I'll tell you what, he's not made the double though. Has he left?
I'm not even sure he played the double, did he?
I don't know, but
I'm certain he hasn't.
I think Eddie can pot this yellow over the pocket, which, if he can, he might be able to use the red to cannon into the yellow beneath. Yeah, felt like a bit of a pattern error that from Brian to play the double first.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm no professional player, but it felt like he could.
Ooh, the flick's actually just taken it away from Eddie.
Yeah, one that's not gone his way. Like I say, when you look back at the pattern, it felt he had the ball to bottom left. If he screws back a foot, he can then take the one that's closest to the bottom right pocket. He had the one in the middle of the table, which links him back up table. The one that he tried to double then goes top left and gets him on the one past the 8 ball.
It's that classic thing, isn't it, Nick, where obviously a lot of professionals turn around and go, a lot of players look at it that you play all the ones at the top end of the table and then come down, but that's not really the way to play the game, and that was exactly the example there. Brian played that to try and condense all of his work into one area, but in reality the pattern matched up that he should have left that later on. So it's a bit of a mistake from Brian, but it looks like he is going to get away with it.
Another problem though. I mean, Brian can play this ball to bottom right now and come up and cannon into that yellow. I mean, the way Brian's been playing, I think he's just going to lock in.
Yeah, Brian doesn't need to do anything here.
I mean, he definitely doesn't have to attack, but again, it's there. It's there if he wants it.
There's just so many hiding spots with this.
Yeah, there is.
And there's no way for Eddie to be able to pot that yellow. So
yeah, I think. I mean, hindsight is it's the right shot. It is the right shot. The other players, I think, take the clearance on there, just because you've got the cannon. You can't fail to be on one of these yellows in the middle of the table. But Brian leaving the work again for Eddie to do to open up that bad ball. But we saw him do this earlier, and it went against him.
Yeah, this feels like a different situation though, because the yellow literally cannot move. It's stuck in place, especially the way he's playing it this way.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's a great hit from Eddie. It's a brilliant hit.
What an out.
Okay, he's still left the opportunity for Brian, but at least he's going to make Brian work for it and not give him ball in hand, which could have very easily been done from the position he was in. It was a great swerve shot.
I think you could play this as a bit of a shot to nothing. So you take the one to bottom right, come across and try and land on one of these balls on the left-hand side of the table. And if you don't, you lay a snooker.
Just played twice across. Is he just hampered in a slightly awkward way?
He can get past the 8, but then he can get to the middle of the cue ball. Slightly hampered. So then that meant he had to play a cannon, but actually that's worked out really well. It's a nice angle now. He can just stun above these balls. He was looking at a line to sit in behind them, but I think it's too big an angle to do that. And he played a cannon. Very well judged.
It's a little bit awkward.
I think he's fine. I think he's just got like a...
I think it's quite a thin cutback.
It is fairly, but I mean, it's a half ball. I mean, surely you...
Yeah, which is why he's going to go to the other corner. He's got to dig this with a... and try and control the white. White ball.
Perfect.
It's perfect. That's a beautiful shot from Brian. And Brian is slowly eating back into that Eddie Barker lead.
Yeah, he's having to work for his frames, but he's doing the job.
And that is going to be 4-2.
Very good, very good. I mean, it would have been so easy for Brian here to his head to go down after Eddie roaring off to that 4-0 lead and seemingly getting all the flicks. Eddie had a flick in that last frame and it didn't go his way for once, and as a result, Halcro wins a frame and he's back in this. As I say, find yourself a breaking clearance here, 4-3.
Yeah, the way Brian will have to look at this, he was 2 breaks of serve down. He's got 1 break back, but he's got it in a position where Eddie's not near the finishing line yet, so still has some time. It's a good. This match on paper, Brian probably would have looked at and seen as an opportunity. I mean, I know every single match is difficult on the pro circuit, but I imagine Brian, obviously where he is in the rankings, has probably had a lot of draws this year against top 8, top 16 players, Eddie being 30th in the rankings. I see that as a window of opportunity.
Better break, better connection. Got a lot of power through the pack, and the reward. He's got choices. He's got choices. He's got an opening red or an opening yellow.
Yeah, Brian's quite a skinny guy. Not got obviously a lot of natural muscle behind him. So to generate the power through the break, you see him move a lot of his body in order to generate that. So for him, it's all about that timing. If the timing's slightly off, as we've seen with his break just before, didn't quite get the impact through the pack because he didn't get the timing right. So you don't get the cueing right. But nailed it that time, and this is a better opportunity.
The key to the decision making here is whether the red is closest to the left cushion passes to bottom left, and I'm pretty sure it does. So reds are the choice. Could have definitely made a case for yellows there, but with Brian referencing reds, as I say, all about that one on the close to the left side cushion. Travelled a touch too far there.
A little bit in between, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to nudge the red either towards the bottom left, because you could potentially slide it into a way that it sits behind the yellow on on this angle in particular.
Just looking at taking it. It's,
got to get the cannon right.
yeah. Got to play this with a touch of pace, like a mid-pace shot. That's well done.
Yeah, very well done. Just has to take a longer red now.
Yeah, I think it's comfortable, isn't it? You can take this one to top left, just run the cue ball through, and he's got the one bottom left. And the one that's to the right of the cue ball now takes him back up to the middle of the table. I mean, there's a few different ways you could take these on. He could, he's got the angle, he could run up table and take the one in the middle of the table next. He's played another one dead weight. That's twice now. Once
again, he said, he kind of pointed saying that it might have moved. That looked quite true to me. So I think that might have been a mistake on Brian's. The other one did look like it just drifted on him slightly, but
I think
I think
that one did as well.
This is a big frame now for Eddie, though. Obviously to stop the Brian Halcro fight back, but secondly, there's a big difference between 4-3 and 5-2. Eddie's still very much in the controller's seat if he can reel this one off. And he's in a very good position to do so. He's got a yellow over the right middle pocket to land on the 8 ball. So, case of crossing the I's, dotting the T's.
Yeah, I've watched that shot a few times back, and it just looks, when it sets off, it looks like it's going, and just as it gets towards the bulk line, it just looks like it's pulling away just a fraction, just enough. It's going to cost Brian quite dearly here, though.
Eddie Barker won't mind.
But the thing is, for Brian, that was another shot, and I know he likes to roll them, but if you rolled off previously, why play another dead weight? Because he didn't need to play that dead weight.
I almost think the problem with Brian is so well tactically inept that Adept, that's the one. Sorry, Brian. that he almost catches himself out. You know, there is such thing as playing too safe, and especially in formats like this, when you're playing on tables that are so refined, the slightest thing can catch something out. You know, like the slightest safety error from Brian, if he tries to keep things granite, as we've seen in frames gone already, Eddie can take advantage of that. In the same way of, if you're going to play a roll shot like this on such a precise, fine table, if it's got the slightest finger mark on it, it's going to roll. So you've got to take all of these things into account and almost force yourself to be a little bit more attacking. Yeah. And Brian's just not quite, I still don't think 4 years down the line from multiple pool, Brian's quite gripped that yet and really kind of taken the reins on the pool table in general.
Another massive break from Eddie Barker.
I mean, this one is a good opportunity. The two at the bottom, if you're behind them, they plant, so
you can get on them now as well.
Well, he could even cannon into them actually with the first shot if he wanted to. He's got 2 balls hanging over top left and top right. He is going to opt to come back to them later on, though. Wasn't clean in the pocket. That's why he's
landed on. He's landed on the far one there too. It's unfortunate if he has. It's tricky.
I mean, he can still pot the one in the middle.
Yeah.
And he'd land on that high angle to play the plant. So it might not be the worst position in the world for him. It's not perfect though.
No, sir. No, sir. So I think it's needs to find pot and then a loss of turn. If you can get up to the top of the table, if you can get near that top cushion, you've got a beautiful loss of turn. It's going to play it to cannon now though. Just rub off the red, the one that's over the pocket. Very nice, well executed. Opens up everything at that top end of the table as well.
Now Eddie's got to find something a bit special, isn't he?
Yeah. And Brian has to think, you know, for all that's gone, if he can win this frame, he's still very, very much in this match. Intriguing game. Massive frame, this one, though. Going to play a cannon here. Try and pot the one into bottom right. Didn't quite get the line right. And left the table wide open for Brian.
Yeah, this is a must-win frame for Brian if he's going to keep the kind of match alive. 6-2 behind is a long way back. If he's 6-2 behind, he then has to win 6-1 from then on out, which I just can't see happening at the moment. But 5-3 has to win 5-2 from that point. That becomes a little bit more within the realms of possibility.
That yellow to bounce, and it does. Gets out of the way of the red. You can see the pattern now. Red to middle, he's got the one up on the side cushion to top right. And he's got the one just below the bulk line, which links him to the balls at the top of the table. It's just the ones at the top of the table. He has to think about the order he's going to take those in. May have to play a plant along that journey.
Ooh. Really tried to play that rakes aside. I thought he'd missed it. And the way that he's played it as well, it's not easy to get the white away from the cushion. That was a strange shot, that, from Brian.
I think it was a little bit of a decel.
He's missed the red because of it. Yeah, you can just see it's almost like a tension in Brian's arm at the moment.
Probably frustrated, to be honest. Just the way the match has panned out so far.
Yeah, the red down the line was very jabby, which still gives me senses that Brian's not settled properly. But do you know what, Nick? To this point, I still wouldn't say that Eddie's settled properly either, because he's still missing balls.
Yeah.
I'd say at the moment this whole match has just been balanced on the fact that Eddie's just had that slightly better judgment when he's been in the balls.
He's got a problem here. That's why he's taking his time over this shot. He's not guaranteed to get the cue ball out to the open into any semblance that looks good.
And he's missed a yellow because of it.
Yeah.
And he's got away with it.
I've said that a few times today. But Brian now, surely, he can take the ball that he's closest to and leave an angle on the other red to come across and cannon that ball out. He's got one fairly adjacent to the middle. Yeah, he could take the one to middle now and leave that angle. He has to think about how he's going to move this red to top left.
Do you know what? For all of the shots that Brian's played the loss of turns on today, I thought that might have been one where he plays the red onto the yellow and just sits the white in the top corner, because Eddie wouldn't have been able to really do a lot from there. But instead, this is the one where he's going to go attacking, and he's got to get this shot right. He looks pretty straight on this. See him got quite a lot of side on the white ball, I think, this. There you go. And he was... That angle never looked on. But he might have been a bit lucky.
Now. It is now. Doesn't need to do much, just cushion first and flick the red out, and he's going to be on the one to middle. Just need to play this at the right pace.
Has he got it? He's got it.
Yeah, it works. That works.
Played that with bunches of side. I think he almost had to swerve around the yellow a little bit. It's a good shot from Brian. This should now be 5-3.
As I say, for all that's gone, Brian Halcro is still in this match. He's staying on Eddie Barker's coattails. Back within 2 again. And again, just that one mistake, that one break of serve.
Eddie had an opportunity in there. Okay, it was a little bit tricky because he didn't really know how the cannon was going to work out, but if he pots that yellow, chances are he's going to have an opportunity to go 6-2. And missing the ball the way that he did just looked like he kind of overthought it, and that's what's cost him. He's still within 2, and you know, Brian's got the opportunity here. If he can just step up that one level, that he can cause a bit of daylight robbery here to Eddie Barker. But yeah, work still to be done for both players.
Yeah, for me it's all about who can settle now and who can just take a grip of the game. It's up for grabs, this one. Very much up for grabs. Brian two behind, but a breaking clearance here, back within 1, and Eddie will very much be feeling his presence.
That's another good, well-timed break.
It's disgusting.
And look at where the split has gone. It is absolutely perfect for Eddie Barker. And I think personally I would probably eye up the reds.
Yeah, it's all about the red that's closest to the right side cushion. If that passes the yellow, then it's going to be reds. Where he's placed the cue ball, you would think that he's decided that it does pass because he's going to go straight after it. So that clearly passes. That was horrible for Brian. I mean, you know, the difference between winning the frame and losing the frame in that one kicking off. Cue ball was parked quite comfortably on the table, and the ball just comes up and pushes it in.
Eddie was just having a look there. The red that's nearest the 8 spot doesn't pass into the bottom left, because if he can, then this is simple. It obviously does. And this is the shot, you feel, just coming up the table. Just lands in a nice spot, and this should be 6-3.
Yeah, don't even try and do anything with it. Just play it naturally. And
I say that, and Eddie's taken a bit of a scenic route, and he's had a bit of a lucky flick again.
That's not for me.
Yeah.
Not for me. I don't think there's any need to get that far up the table. I think if you take your medicine and anywhere really in the middle of the table, if you're not on the ball over the pocket, then you're definitely on a plant. You know, he takes a chance there. If he lands full ball, if he gets full ball contact on the yellow, then he sits in behind it, and suddenly it's the end of the clearance, and what should have been a simple clearance becomes very, very difficult. And you let Brian back in with another chance, but
mind you, again, Nick, with the luck that Eddie Barker's had in this match so far, you almost don't blame him trying to go up the table and feed through gaps and feed through needles, because he's seemingly going to manage it. But he has taken these out well.
Check this one. Top cushion. Just a trace of check side.
Ooh,
big bounce.
Well.
A very, very big bounce.
And another
Goodness
lucky
me.
flick. And Brian must be wondering what he's done to just upset the forces from above today, because they seemingly have fallen in love with Eddie Barker. And I wonder if we turn this into a drinking game, Nick, and found out how many people would drink every time we said, well, that's been lucky from Eddie Barker.
I was just looking back at the shot, and Eddie walked across the ball just that took the flick, but I was looking at the line of the cue ball, and I think he would have been sat right on top of the yellow. If it misses the 8, it sits right on top of the yellow. He's got hampered cueing with a very, very thin cut.
But this is Eddie Barker, Nick. Yeah, it's been an interesting game. Do you know what? It'd be very interesting, Nick, actually, to speak to Eddie afterwards to find out what he's made of it so far. But he is in a good position here. He's 6-3 up.
The reds just look a bit on top of each other, don't they? The one that's closest to the right side cushion, where does that go?
The one that's right in the centre of the cluster of the 3 in the middle to the one to the right, if you could pop that into the bottom right hand corner, you might be able to unlock those 3, which would make things a lot easier.
Yeah, I can totally understand why he's taking reds. It was just about that first shot on yellows. All the yellows have a pocket, but it was the first shot. And if he takes that to middle, he's glancing the other red and probably pushing it in amongst, glancing the other yellow and probably pushing it in amongst the 3 reds. So you can see why he went this way.
I think he's going to try and piece this apart. I think he could potentially get a short position on the one on the right hand side.
Yeah, he drops in behind it now.
And if he can get there, then the bottom one of the 3 reds actually goes into the left middle, so he can unlock this.
He's playing at the top. This makes me think he's trying to move the red.
That's a risky decision, that, from Eddie.
I think it was probably just the line. If he'd have had the line to miss the red and spin down and cannon into the yellow and leave that red to top left, he was fine.
I'll tell you what, as he just landed in a way that he can plant it off the red into the middle, I think he's not on a bad line here. I think the way that he's landed is fairly natural. And if he has, then it's a massive slice of luck. You see him looking at it there.
I think he's playing it as a 2-1 as well, because if he doesn't get that, he's close to the 3-ball plant. No.
Oh, he was out with both.
He was. Yeah, he needed... if he gets the one close to middle, then the one to bottom left is quite close as well to the 3-ball plant, but missed the line.
The way he has missed it, though, he's messed up a few of Brian's yellows as well here, so...
Did we expect anything different?
No. We'll speak to Eddie later on and find out what he put in his cereal this morning.
James Graham has clawed his way back from 7-3 down to 7 each now. You can watch the conclusion of that game on stream 3.
And Josh Kane is just wrapping up on table 1 against Clayton Castaldi as well. So the killer has won his first round of Pro Series 7.
Zach Shepherd from being 4-1 down against Thompson, now 5-4 up. As he left this red in the middle of the table. He's certainly left a sighter of it. I'm not sure Eddie can get through the potting angle. He's straight down on it, so maybe he can. He certainly can. That's a mistake from Halcro.
And the worst part is those are the kind of shots that you back Eddie on, the ones where you just got to stroke the cue through. Long table shots. And now this is a golden opportunity for Eddie to get on the hill. Just one positional shot to play, just to come down and land nicely on the 8 ball after. Can play it into the right middle as well, so shouldn't be an issue at all. And that is 7-3 to Eddie Barker. He is on the hill.
Guys, I'm just going to quickly nick below, all right?
Yeah. Should we wait for you or should we carry on?
Wait for me, please.
Wait for you.
Right. Quickly pop it below or back in. All right.
One of the players just stepped away for a bathroom break.
I think on reflection, Nick, when we think back on this game, I think the two subtle differences I have here are obviously Eddie's had a little bit of luck in this, in the grand scheme, and the other thing I would say as well is that Brian's not got the timing right in most frames, you would feel.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever settled, and I think on reflection, if Brian watches back, I mean, even that last frame, in fairness to Brian, he didn't have much to attack at, so he laid a snooker, but obviously didn't get the snooker right and has let Eddie back in again. But on reflection, if you look back, if he watches this match back, there may have been a couple of times there where he may think, well, perhaps I should have pulled the trigger there rather than taking the negative option. Maybe just a fraction too negative. And look, take nothing away from Brian, because he's a great player. He's been around for years. He's got so much experience, and it might just be, it's the first round. You want to establish yourself. You want to get going, and maybe just a tiny, because Brian, albeit he's not a negative player by any stretch of the imagination. He's a very good tactician, so he doesn't mind taking it tactical. In this, his mindset might have just been a little bit on the right. I'm just going to try and lock things up because I'm a couple of frames behind, and I'll just try and get going. It's just not worked out in his favour, and I think there were a couple of opportunities to attack. Another dry break from him there. It's just not happening, is it?
I think back to Brian's best performances on Ultimate Pool, right? And the two that come to mind were the Champions League where he beat Tom Cousins, and then the Pro Series where he smashed about Chris Melling. And those two matches in particular, he broke off, he saw a pattern, and he just potted balls.
Yeah.
And there was he didn't give it the time of day to kind of flick back,
It might have been, yeah. I mean, if in hindsight, maybe it's just. It's hard to criticise because every time he comes to the table, he seems to have had a problem. But it's like everything; you have to try and take every opportunity you've had, and sometimes it's hard to get going and hard to be free flowing. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, it's not over for him yet. It looks bleak, especially as Eddie's on this clearance, and it's all about that one shot. Oh my goodness me!
God, that's another one.
Puts his hand up again. He's going to have a sore wrist the amount of times he's put it up. Wow,
So
I mean, Brian will literally just be sat thinking to himself, well, I mean, I fully expect that, because that's... Look, it sounds like we're saying that Eddie's just been lucky all the way through this. He's played really well in bursts as well. He's taken out a lot of good clearances, but there's quite a few little things that have gone his way a lot.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Eddie's been lucky, but if I'm going to the bookies later on, there might be a bit of money put on Barker.
Take him with you for luck. And you know, Brian will take this on the chin. He's a consummate professional. He's a very good sport. Both of these fellas, two of the nicest guys in the series.
Maybe he wanted a little bit more angle on that, Eddie. Probably would have wanted to get a little bit closer to that ring, because it's not right over the pocket towards left middle. If he's straight, then he's got a tricky little pot. But if he's got some sort of angle, then this should be match over. Oh, he's done well there. He's done well to bring it across. Has he come too far?
Come too far. Can he come through the gap?
Yeah,
the yellows. Not sure he can.
Well, either that, or is he thin enough that he can just play into the yellow above the black?
Yeah, cannon straight into it.
Yeah, this is the one. I think he's playing into that yellow.
He's playing natural ball, so yeah.
There you go. It's this 8-ball for Eddie Barker to wrap up an 8-3 win. Little things that you may need to improve on in the first round, but overall this has been very solid from Eddie. And it's unlucky to Brian Halcro, but Brian will be back again for event 8, which will be a big event for him. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Top man. Oh, I'm going to back up. Oh, I've got a chance on it. Back left. Fingers crossed.
Truth, mate. And they've also nicked the pockets up without telling me. Sometimes it's problems get fast. I just said to him again. No, I'm not off the top. I definitely had to make one time where he's got to not tie his, play the plant, he doesn't tie. Lots of little flicks went my way. Lots of little flicks. I know that this.
funny as well because like, even at 5-3 you're right back in it. And then
I'm 5 feet. I had a roll off. The straight in the top, roll off, and the lap ball got that back. And they
well, I think you know when you flip the 8 and you landed on it to middle.
Yeah.
It rolled off a little bit, didn't it? It seemed to roll because I thought the line. I watched it back a few times. It looked like it was rolling down to sit on top of the yellow.
Which shot?
You know when you flip the 8, you ran it back down the table, and you flip the 8. I think it got into it because I think it was going to miss it and kind of sit on top of the yellow, and then you'd have been left-handed.
It's the first match of the season. I've actually had some good luck.
I said in the last training, I said he's going to have a sore wrist in a minute. He's put it up so many times.
Yeah, unlucky, boss. Good luck in the next one, mate, yeah? Good luck in the next one. Unlucky, mate. Don't forget your thing. Thank you, boys.
This is the next game, isn't it?
How are you, Rick? Yeah, not bad. Here we go.
So lucky. Go beat the badge. Yeah.
Always do, especially with spray. Used to be Scottish.
250 it was,
That's cold. Mr. Liry, sir? I'm very well. How are you? Your free bottle of water for your match, mate.
Thank you. Rations.
Good. So what's the charge you screen? An extra quid. One out. At least you got some, bro.
I wish they had. That's exactly what I said.
I don't want to go out for a patch. Come on, it's okay, don't worry, we're gassing. Are we ready then, boys? Sure? Call something, Mr. Lack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 3 here on the YouTube channel as Carl Sutton takes on Rab McCullik. Robert is obviously his full name, but a lot of people reference him in and around the arena as Rab, Big Rab. Man from Northern Ireland taking on Carl Sutton. These two both represented at the World Championships. Carl with England, Rab with Northern Ireland. To break and go dry, so opportunity for Rab in the first frame. Rab obviously has his dad watching along, Frank, watching over. He recently had surgery, so I hope you're well, Frank. It's a decent opportunity for Rab now to start. Opportunity to break the serve early. Yellow's being the choice. Got a couple of issue balls. Red near the 8 ball is obviously a lingering issue, and the one kind of near the red on the left hand side also needs a bit of work. That can be doubled though, so an opportunity obviously for Rab to move that or play the double later on. He has had a glowing season since coming up to pro status. He made a very, very quick start at the start of the year when he was in the British Open, made semi-finals. He backed that up with a final at the last Pro Series in Pro Series 5, lost to John McAllister, and has had some very memorable moments. Obviously, within the last man standing, had that great moment with John as well. Rab is a brilliant player that probably would have been expected to go pro a little bit earlier than he did, but since he has, what an impact he has made. And this is the opportunity now. He's left himself thinner on the yellow to cut back into the middle and try and knock that yellow out, promote it towards that top left hand corner. And that looks just about perfect. He's found a great line with the white as well. I tell you what, this is a very, very classy start from Rab. If he can just dot the I's and cross the T's here. There we go, it is 1-0 to Rab McCullik. Very, very quick start. The thing that I am realising so far from the players that are here this weekend are those that did take part in Ireland, in NS, at the World Championships, obviously that 2-week event, are the ones that seemingly have a bit more flow about them at the moment. Obviously the last Pro Series was all the way back in July, so it's obviously going to take a bit of time for them to get resettled back into the arena feel. But very, very good start there from Rab. And he's got that break of serve, and then he's going to be breaking for himself. wonder if Rab's just made an error here with the setting up of the balls. He's done it the wrong way round, has he? Is it yellows first?
What's yellows to the front?
Is it going to get called on? Is Cole going to call it?
Well, there is a ref out there.
I'll tell you what, I don't think Pat Walt's going to respot the 8 here. I don't think any of them have noticed.
I mean, Carl may well have noticed, but I don't think he'd be calling it.
Well, he'd be well within his rights to do so. It's a very interesting miss from, well, Pat Ward and Carl Sutton and Rab McCullik. And it's I'll tell you what, it gets even more interesting if Rab now clears up from here as well.
Extension call.
He's fighting the edge to take the plant down the right side cushion. May still come back over and take it. He's going to move the ball over the pocket. I think if the red was buried in the jaws of the pocket, you would have taken that plant on, but it's just slightly out. Well judged. Perfect here. Red that's above the 8. That's the problem.
It's not too bad because he can land right behind it to potentially play it into the top left if he wants to. And I don't mind that shot. If you come just to the right of the 8, play that into the top corner, all you've got to do is kind of stun across.
I think he's looking at the line, maybe come through the gap. Let's take it to middle. He's left a low angle. He's tried to leave the natural angle just to float through the gap.
I don't like this. I just feel like it's a little bit of unnecessary risk. But if he nails it, then I'm going to look like a bit of a muppet. Oh, in fact, he's played it into the 8. Yeah, that's a clever way of doing it. That's a great shot from Rab. I'll tell you what, this has been extremely good from Rab McCullik the first 2 frames.
And it all comes from a foul break.
I mean, that is crazy, isn't it? It is crazy. But a quick finish from Rab McCullik, and it's 2-0. And Carl, the crazy thing about it is that Carl will not know until he looks back.
That is a foul break. Sends a cue ball straight into the middle pocket. And that's a mistake. Poor timing.
Yeah, he's just pointing the cue straight away of where he wants to land to attack the two reds nearest the middle of the table. It's that white to slow down. It's a tricky little pot, this. Would have been a lot easier if he was straighter behind it. Great pot. Good recovery that from Rab.
He's a lovely cueist.
I would put my name in the hat. I don't know if you agree, Nick, with potentially saying that Rab's probably one of the most underrated players on the tour.
Yeah. Northern Ireland international. Served his time, came through the challenger ranks.
It was all from that magic weekend, wasn't it? 2 finals. Could have made it 2 out of 2. Lost to Joe Prince in quite dramatic fashion, and then got that win against Jake Dillon Newlove, didn't he? And since then, he has not looked back, Nick, has he?
No, no. Always been a player that impresses me, but it's come on in leaps and bounds. Sean Chipperfield, another game where a player's fought back in Jez Graham. Jez came back in that match to 7 each, but Sean gets over the line. We saw that earlier with Joe Prince doing the same thing. Hector Patel beat Tom Jones 8-2. Zach Shepherd 6-5 up against Shane Thompson. That one a real ding-dong battle. Sean.
Tell you what, Rab is off to a flyer here.
Sean Ashton, Rob Warren 2 each. John Chambers, Carl Cope on the main table. Tony Holgate, Simon Webb across there. John Chambers 3-1 up.
I thought you were going to say that Tony Holgate and Simon Webb were playing in a match then. That'd be 0-0 for a good hour, wouldn't it? Surely. And on the flip side of this, you've got Rab that's, I think that must be 3 dishes in 7 or 8 minutes. Very, very good start.
Yeah, the big man's flown out the blocks.
I'm sure his dad at home, Frank, will be absolutely buzzing. Oh, there we go. That's the first mistake.
He's done the same thing as Carl did in the previous, same pocket. Yellows look great.
Yeah, this is golden opportunity for Carl to get his first one on the board. It's not like he's done a lot wrong because we haven't seen him yet, so... It's a lovely shot from Carl. Judged that really well with side and spin. That left-hand side cushion. Quick response from Carl. It's going to be 3-1. Turning obviously some attention to table 1. At the moment, the score is 3-1 to John Chambers, and Carl Cope's just cleared up there as well.
That one. Yeah. Oh, how do you feel about a finish like that as a player? Like, you can see the smile on his face, because you know as a player when you get that layout, you know you should be finishing that frame. You know, he had essentially just had to mind his work in the bottom left-hand corner.
And it all ended up on the seat of his pants.
And then he was having to dig and dig. So you kind of sit in your chair and you're like, oh, I've played some shots there. Or you sit in your chair going, why did I let it get that? You know, it's one of those half full, glass half full, half empty situations.
It is.
There's going to be Carl's break here. Chance to go back within 1. White ball. It was teasing. Oh, he's just made the ball in the bottom corner. A little bit of a hand there from Carl. But it was a good break. And he's going to get first opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, no hand up there required for me. It's really good hard break and made the ball legitimately. Okay, it was one of the last balls moving, but irrelevant. Nice to see the gentleman side of the game, but always wonder about that hand of apology when you break a ball. You've got every intention to try and pot one, and you do, and you apologise for it. Oh, ever the gents around the table. Always a great demeanour. So yeah, losing Lord Finalist, losing to Brennan McCarthy, having been well up in that game, and his break deserted him just at the crucial time.
Yeah, I mean, that match was one of the highest standard matches we've seen, but that wasn't the highest of standards of pots from Carl Sutton. And with Rab in the form that he's shown in the first 3 frames, this is not an opportunity you want to be giving him. A little bit of work to do with this one for yellows. Wants that white ball to run. I don't think it has on him. Or maybe it has.
May have just come far enough from the middle, but I don't think he has. Instinct suggests it's not there, but he's having a good look. Very tight.
Specsavers required. From Rab, it looks. Squinting eye. Reckons it does pot.
Yeah, bending it though.
Yeah, he's not sure on it. I think that's the sensible decision. Playing the tuck up. Got that white cemented to that yellow. Needed to be. And Carl's got to play a shot off a cushion. It's off the cushion with the lot side. Has left Rab a pot. It's not easy. It's a bit of an awkward cut back, and white ball's going to be moving. Got to judge this well. Yeah, white ball's just run on him a bit. The only problem with the way that Rab's yellows lie is that the first ball really needed to be in a good position for them to add up. Because it's not, he's going to be chasing. This is a tricky little shot. A lot of traffic here. Swinging the white round. Oh, there's a flick. Don't think Rab's got a shot here. Is there maybe a hiding place up the top end of the table where he's pointing his cue? He's played the screw back. Tell you what, if it stays out of the pocket, it's a pretty good effort. Carl, obviously a master of the former world rules. Had a better read on that game than a lot of players who tactically he's very, very strong. So Rab wants to attack this a lot more than Carl will. And Carl's safety there has just tied up his two reds a little bit more at the bottom. So if an opportunity comes up, then he's still got to work those. Just ties up a couple more of his balls at the same time. Frame's getting a lot more awkward for Carl, and Rab's kind of going one ball at a time. Can he pot it yellow off yellow in the corner? Problem is, because of how close he is with the white, can't really just dig into it and play the natural kind of stun. Still looking at it. Can he just cut it? Tell you what, this would be a shot. Yeah, it was just that bit too thin. But now, from where Rab's played a couple of cannons going for these tough cuts, all of a sudden, there's no clearance here for Carl.
Extension call.
The thin cut, the cue ball's going to be tracking over towards the 8 in the yellow. If he does take it on, he needs to get lucky.
Well, he went for the double. Tell you what. I think Carl's just going to take the opportunity here, potentially just to tie up his yellow.
I think.
Yeah. Because there's just no way now that Rab can win this frame with that yellow where it is.
If there was any value in just splitting these two reds up there on the bottom cushion, we've still been guaranteed the snooker.
Plays a good shot to get out of the snooker. A little bit cat and mouse now, I feel. This would be the shot now, Nick. You're right, he has to somehow open these two up. If he can see them, of course.
Sends the cue ball across. Nice shot.
Yeah, I like this from Rab. He's just going to nudge this and just knock the red slightly further up, like so. I'll tell you what, if the yellow doesn't go past the black now, that's a little bit unlucky. And Carl can just tuck up behind this ball now as well, and then that really does kind of checkmate Rab, because he has to get a cushion after contact. Go Jaws. Oh, that was tough. That was very tough. And now this is an opportunity for Carl Sutton.
Take a chance here. Just put the cue ball behind these two reds on the left-hand side. The yellow doesn't pass the 8 ball to bottom left, so he could go full-blooded at the pot. If he doesn't get it, it doesn't leave anything for Rab.
Yeah, do you know what? That wasn't the best first shot from Carl. Perhaps just going to go one cushion here. See if he can get this yellow towards the pocket.
It's a foul.
I don't know if it was. No, I didn't think it was.
You get a cushion after.
But it's another one of those that Carl would have called it. Strange couple of, I suppose, foul and not foul moments.
Yeah, just watching it back, I think it was just ball first and then cushion. Very close.
Rab's got that yellow out a little bit more as well. Still some balls tied up for Carl, so Rab somehow kept himself alive in this frame. Yeah, we're just watching back at the moment. Yeah, it's almost same time, isn't it? From Carl. He's going to go try and tuck this up behind the red and black. But he's not got there. A sniff for Rab McCullik. There's an absolute push, you can call it a sniff.
Looked to be a little decel there from Carl. Looks to be a loss of turn.
Rab's done somewhat the right thing there. He tried to make sure that he couldn't leave Carl the natural to go into the red and black, but because of how far down the white's come, you back Carl to pot the ball to the bottom left first and then get that angle. So a slight mistake from a tough shot, but Carl's still got work to do to get out. Carl's just going to take his medicine here, pot a ball, and then play the snooker again. Oh, he's not got it out though.
No, he wanted to see the grimace on the face. Just wanted to push the red out into the open whilst leaving the snooker. Doesn't do it, so still has work to do when he gets back to the table.
Yeah, Rab's made another thing with Rab at the moment is he's just got to keep hitting the ball and leaving it a little bit awkward. And as long as he does that, he can kind of keep himself alive in the frame.
Yeah, this is a nasty angle.
Oh, floated him beautifully though.
Must go.
Yeah.
That grimness on the face earlier suggested that this wasn't on.
I wonder if he's just playing it with a bit of side, that might be why. Yeah. Just played it with a touch of side, it just didn't go naturally. But in the end, job done by Carl. Maybe took a few more steps to get there than he thought, but he has taken that frame off of Rab, and it's 3-2.
Battled back well. Rab came flying out the blocks to that 3-0 start. You expect nothing less from Carl Sutton, though. Cross on.
Very nicely done by John. To be fair, I mean, the reason I played because I wouldn't back myself to knock that one in up the rail, the long route.
Oh, John, you're okay. A little bit more on this than needed to be.
Yeah, plenty of power into his last shot there, John Chambers. But a man of this ability on a pool table, you know, will not miss that black.
Wow. I mean, that actually started 3 balls out. 3 balls out from, because once he'd made the one, when he actually made the one to top left, he overscrewed it down to the bottom of the table, which then left him.
McCullik with another hammer break.
The old Rab McCullik crunch coming in and making its effect right there. And it's not a bad split at all. This is the thing with Rab, when his break gets going, he becomes hard to stop because the potting comes naturally to him. Well, the breaking comes naturally to him and the potting is always very high level. So when the two complement each other, he becomes very hard to stop. Ooh, Rab. Didn't see that coming. Didn't see that miss. I wonder if just that frame before from Carl, where he got him into that bit of tactical play, has just knocked him out his rhythm a little bit.
I'll tell you that Chambers did eventually win that frame, and it's now 4 each on the main table. Sutton in the ascendancy, table 2.
Yeah, there's golden chance. It's just the 8 ball more than anything. Just being able to land on that is going to be his problem.
Shane Thompson, having been 4-1 up against Zach Shepherd, loses 8 frames to 5.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Shepherd's reward is a match against Chris Melling at 5 o'clock this evening.
Shepherd's delight. Just another interesting scoreline that's progressing at the moment. Sean Sharkey's 4-2 up on Craig Waddingham as well, so another chance for a big seed to make an exit.
All about the 8 ball here.
Got a slight bit of angle, Carl, where with the next ball he's going to end up coming high.
Yeah, I think that's fine. He can just come to cushion and leave himself the line to cut the 8 ball back. Just a touch more angle than he's comfortable with. You can't go too far up the table because then you bring the yellow into play. Covers the line of the 8. Let's get fairly close to that right side cushion.
In fact, he's decided to come really low on it, to come off the top cushion for it.
Tricky now. Yeah. The judge as well.
It's amazing what that hairline difference has made.
Top cushion with just a trace. Right hand side.
He's actually bigging this up quite a bit. He must have a bit more angle. Oh, jaws.
Too much.
Oh, he's getting down quick on this. That's frustration kicking in. Is it going to go? Is it going to go? You can tell that Carl was annoyed by that.
Yeah, it unravelled off the third last shot. Just left too much angle. Had to play a cannon onto the yellow and left a big angle on the last shot, and that really should have been, that's just half a ball difference. If he lands in prime position on the one to left centre, then it really is just drop, drop, drop.
The annoying thing for Carl there is he actually started to get Rab where he wanted him. Rab had actually missed that ball, hadn't he? Had longed out that frame before and hasn't taken advantage. Rab's just let that white ball drift slightly. Just a tricky one in the middle. Just a pot. And this should reinstate Rab's 2-frame lead and keep that break of serve, which I think is going to be quite pivotal as we go into the later stages of the matches with this. Yeah, lovely work by Rab. He's just going to go to the toilet. That's 4-2. Just a couple more that are progressing towards the end. Rob Warren is 6-5 up on Sean Ash. Josh Jahaj is 5-2 up on Vivek Mack. Josh had a great last Pro
Both of them are struggling with the cue ball, just enough. They are still good enough to make finishes, but they're getting themselves into trouble because of the cue ball. Not got the pace of the table by the looks of things.
This is a 5-4 for Chambers. And it goes. John sneaks in front as Kyle goes for a comfort break.
Yeah, I was just checking out the rankings there as he was mopping those up. Interested for the next match we've got coming up with Declan Brennan. Now that Tom Cousins has lost, if Declan Brennan was to take down the title, he would become the #1 player. So another opportunity for him. Well, obviously that story will continue when we have Declan out there in the next match, as we tune back in to see Sean's story. Just trying to slow things down here against Ricky Jones. You can watch this over on table 4. Wrong one went in there for Ricky. Played some good stuff on Monday night, did Ricky. Got through with Jake Dylan Newlove. tonight will also be showing you action from the first round of the Women's Pro Series event. Of course, they have had a change of the number one at the top. Marion Jude, winning the Masters, is now the number one player, but she may not be able to hold on to it this weekend, as she's not here this weekend. So
very unlucky from Sutton there, going in off. Cue ball was tracking around like a pinball and took about 6 bounces before finding its way into the middle pocket. Unbelievably.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Rab to get himself back into the flow he was in the first 3 frames of the day. Just put him off there, just came right up off his shot. So back down, but this is a good opportunity on yellows.
We'll ask again, guys, if you're watching this. As several hundred of you currently are. Not too many people have given us the thumbs up. If you could just take a second, just under the Ultimate Pool logo, you'll see a thumbs up there. Just 43 people have done so. That's all we ask from you. It's, just like the stream, and if you're so inclined, maybe give it a share as well. It really does help.
You know, give us a like even if it's negative. You know, give us a like if you want me off the table for the next one, because it might happen.
I mean, if you don't like what you're watching, you know,
then give it a like.
Give it a dislike. I mean, if you want. I mean, I don't know why you're watching it if you're not enjoying it. But
they all love us, Nick. It's fine.
Yeah. They've got it on mute. That's what it is.
For all that are wondering, JMO will be back at the next Pro Series, I promise. Rab's worked this out really nicely so far. Played a nice cannon there. For a man with quite a lot of cue power, he has got a very good touch around the table as Rab. Might just have to play another shot with a bit of touch with this one. She's just got a bit of angle on this. Yeah, that's what. Another great finish from Rab there as he opens up his free-frame lead again at 5-2. He's earned back that advantage that he made at the start. It's amazing how pivotal that frame was. Cole could have equalled up at 3 apiece, didn't do it, and Rab's managed to get a foothold again. Cole's just gone out and taken his break as well. Got a couple more scores. Rob is 1 away. Rob Warren, 7-6 on Sean Ash at the moment. John Chambers obviously on table 1. It's opened up a 6 frames to 4 lead, so he's got a bit of advantage back. Sean Story is 5-3 up on Ricky Jones as well. And Christy Caulfield is 5-3 up on Chris Atkinson. Christy always a great outsider for an event. And I tell you what, that break from Rab McCullik could be heard from in the comms room, and our comms room is a bit of distance between here and table 2. But that thump has made 4 balls, and it's given him a pretty open opportunity if this red drops in the middle pocket.
Luke, I was sat here thinking we've been in comms for about 3 hours and no one said anything on the chat, and I just realised that they had it on member-only mode. So we've now switched off member-only mode, and you're all free to say what you want. I don't know why it was stuck on that. It was just one of the settings, but we've turned it off now. Hello, everybody. Nice that we can finally talk to you.
Look, JMO just had enough about hearing about perfect roll technology. We understand that it's a big discussion point, but if you want to comment about that and anything else that you've seen so far today, ping me and Nick a message. We're more than happy to take any questions, and get in while you can, because Rab McCullik is starting to find his flow again, and in the first to 8.
Yeah, I wonder why it was quiet, and suddenly noticed that I couldn't chat either, and yeah, it said member only mode. So we've ungagged everyone. There you go. Feel free. Now you can get stuck into us.
Yeah. Be nice.
No. Be mean.
Yeah, be as mean as you
Don't care.
like. Yeah, don't really care. Throw what you want at us. It's another great finish from Rab. I mean, the break was an absolute hammer. Pour off the break. And that's when you know that Rab McCullik is starting to fly. And it's a long way back all of a sudden for Carl Sutton.
Hello to Sahel watching from Morocco. Hope you're enjoying the action so far today. And, glad to hear from you. Big cut break, but dry. I say big, there was a lot of power in it. It didn't get that burst though. It didn't seem to time it particularly well. You can see, as a result, all these balls in a line across this end of the table.
I understand why Cole's made the change. Obviously, he was hitting the front ball really well, but he was losing the white ball a lot. I think probably going to the break, side break, was in an attempt to give himself more control. But making a ball will frustrate him even more. Rab's going to play a loss of turn here, just hide the white.
I think he'd glance off of it and just... No, it was a loss of turn. Nice. I thought the way he was queuing it, I thought he was just going to glance and park in behind the yellow. But good option from him.
See, this could follow a very similar pattern actually, where Rab won the first free, and then Carl had that really tactical frame and managed to steal a couple off of him. Rubs one free again. And now we're back in what could be quite a scrappy frame. So this feels like if Carl Sutton is going to get himself back into this, it's going to have to be this kind of frame that he does it with. Because in an open table scenario, McCullik is just clearing him up. Carl's got an armada of yellows to hide behind towards the bottom left, which is where he's gone for. A little bit short.
Has he left the red to middle?
I don't
think so, no.
No, I think it would be a long plant if he was going for any kind of pot there, but the thing is now for Rab, he's not got a lot of hiding places either, because all of Carl's balls go. So he is at a slight disadvantage here.
Johnny asking if the balls are on sale at the shop in the venue. No, not yet. I don't know whether there's a plan to sell them off at the end of the event. I'm not aware that there is, but
so
just pre-order at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, so the ones that are available in the venue, the ones in the venue at the moment are all set up for the Pro Series events, obviously for the time to come. If you do put your pre-orders in now, guys, we would have availability for you roughly at the end of October, start of November time. That's the ETA on the delivery of our next batch. There's very limited stock available on that batch, so pre-orders may even fall into December at this point. That's the demand that we've had, as Marmite of the balls may be described. But if you do want to get your pre-orders in, obviously just either drop us an email or order via the Ultimate Pool shop.
But no plans to sell off the sets that they've got in the venue. Obviously, they've probably got 80 to 100 sets here this weekend. At the end of the weekend, they're not going to be required again until next year, are they? I mean, there's one more event this year, but they wouldn't need more than kind of 20 sets.
No, I think they are going to save these, and these are going to be the Pro Series balls. Okay. So, yeah, there's no plan for movement on that. There's talk that there might be one set kicking around at the end of the weekend for special use, and Carl Sutton has just missed a very, very easy yellow. Completely cutting off the Dinosaurs chat, my apologies guys, but yes, at the moment the pre-orders are being taken for November's allocation, and if not November's, December's. Same with the Rasson Apollos as well, by the way, I should add to that. Got a batch of those coming in end of October, November time. So pre-ordering for them is open as well.
Niall asking if there's a new format of pool on the cards with the change of balls. I mean, the answer to that would be no. I don't think anyone's ever going to change the fundamentals of the game. But what it does bring in options to have kind of novelty events where you...
Oh, my word, Frab. Well, luck of the Irish, luck of the Northern Irish, maybe. Try and do that again.
Yeah, as I say, it brings in options to have kind of novelty things. You know, maybe you have an event at some point where you bring in you try and encourage a 6-red shootout, and you've got to hit the 6 reds in order. That'd be quite good fun. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's all kinds of options on the cards, but fundamentally, these Pro Series and the major tournaments are never going to change. Like when we had the Clash of the Titans, you could bring in some fun things for that when it is a much more fun environment. The players are much more expressive and can let their hair down. So, the actual crux of the game is never really going to change.
No, I think the main thing that the background to introducing the Dinospheres was we felt like we could improve the balls, which, I mean, obviously Aramith Pro Cups in their own right are brilliant sets of balls. You know, we have made some changes to the design. You know, the materials within are slightly different, but the main kind of premise of it was to just create something a bit different, something unique for Ultimate Pool. You know,
it's an identity.
It's
a brand.
Is it a little bit Marmite? Yes, of course it is.
Of course
You can see from the comments, of course it's Marmite.
Why would you just go to something that's not, though? I mean, you want something that's going to split people. I mean, that's how you create conversation. That's how you create an identity. We said it earlier on in comms when Pro Cups came in. It was exactly the same comments from the same people, that they're absolute, rubbish and don't look good and what's the point and so on and so forth. When they brought in that striped 8-ball.
I'll tell you what, this is
what
really
an
a shot
effort
from Rab.
Oh.
That's an unbelievable position shot. He's unlucky if he is banged straight, which I think he is. Yeah, this is starting to get very tricky for Rab. He's just played to the side. I just wonder, is there enough of a gap to pot this red?
Yeah, I think it goes. It's only half a pocket. It's going to have to drag it in towards the near knuckle, but
all on the pot for Rab. And there you go. See the frustration in it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let Carl back in. Doesn't want to give Carl easy chances. And 7-2 there, and all the hard work's done. It's at 6-3. Carl still has a presence in this match. Lord asking why there's no shot clock on the scoreboard. It's just...
Ooh, Carl.
Carl.
I'll tell you what, has he got away with it?
No, I don't think so.
It's a thin snick in the middle, I think.
It is.
But...
just following up on that, there is a shot clock. The referee's out there. But if you have a scorer if you have a referee and a shot clock out at the same time, it takes 2 refs to man this table, and you would have to do that on all 4 stream tables, which is obviously 8 referees. Not ideal. You just don't have the manpower for it.
What's happened here then? I don't quite know. Has Matt Ward gone and cleaned the white ball and forgotten where the white was placed?
It certainly looks that way.
Because Rab's just got his phone out. I wonder if they're having a look.
I think he literally just picked the ball up. I've never seen that before. He didn't mark it, he just picked
Matt.
He picked it up and then suddenly realised what he'd done. Class.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm sure Rab would take this position compared to where it was. I think it was slightly below the middle pocket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're Rab,
it was lower than that.
Yeah, if you're Rab McCullik, you're looking at that and nodding and going, yeah, that's exactly where it is.
That's funny. I can't get the load of the Wi-Fi is that bad in here. I was trying to watch it back. But yeah. Rab's got his phone out to work out where the ball was. Have you ever seen anything like this? Brilliant.
Somebody's getting stuck on the IRO refresher course, aren't they?
Rabs is the funny side of it. Brilliant.
Look at him, he's zooming in. You can see Matt zooming in. Yeah, left a bit, Matt. Oh, brilliant. Very well worked out by the boys.
I think, do you know what I think happened there? I think that Rab has got the referee's attention and pointed at the ball, and Matt, he's probably got it because there's a couple of tables here and he's kind of got his attention across 2, or he's looking at the score, or he's doing something else, and he thinks that Rab's asked for the cue ball, as in it's a foul, can you give me the cue ball? Where he's actually asked for Matt to clean it, and Matt's just gone across and picked it up.
Well, brilliant.
I've got a signal now, I can watch it back.
Oh, and then Rabs missed the reds. It was very thin. And it's going to be an opportunity to Carl Sutton anyway. Carl having a bit of a laugh about it. Rabble moan, that was put back in the wrong place. In the end, it's going to be Carl Sutton that takes this. It's going to be this 8 ball for 6-3. Didn't quite have the cue ball on the string with that, Carl. Probably wanted to leave it the simpler shot in the middle, but shouldn't be an issue at all. There you go, 6-3.
He's set up the yellows to the front again here. We're about to see another foul break. Didn't get called in the earlier frame.
I was going to say, is it going to get called this time? He's made the balls, made a couple of balls, he's made loads of balls here. And it is not going to get called again. Yeah, because Matt Ward, my apologies, is going to respot the 8 ball again.
Is that not an action replay of what happened last time? Because the 8 ball went in as well, didn't it?
It is.
And Matt came over and picked the 8 ball out and respotted it, and Rab came to the table. That's an action replay. I thought for a second I was getting a moment of deja vu, because that's exactly what happened in the, was it the first or second frame?
This has been a strange old game, hasn't it?
Hasn't it ever?
Essentially, we've had 3 different stipulations on rules that have all been missed by 2 pros and a top referee. And once again, it's a deja vu situation where Carl's not called it on the racking of the balls. And McCullik's going to break dish to get on the hill. Bizarre. Very bizarre. Could be Carl. He's now got to win 5 on the spin, so this is a bit of do or die now for Carl. It's a big break. But did anything go? No, it didn't. Opportunity for Rab.
So I've just been out and spoken to Scott Price, who runs IRO and the referees, and just to clarify that rule. So the actual rule is, if your opponent has accepted the fact that you've racked them yellows at the front, i.e. he hasn't complained, if he hasn't said anything, it's a given that he's accepted the fact that you're breaking yellows first, and then it's fine, you just carry on. If your opponent says, hang on a minute, you've got yellows to the front, and you say, meh, whatever, and break anyway, then it is a foul. So if Carl had said to Rab, hang on Rab, you've got the yellows to the front, and Rab had broken anyway. So if Carl had complained, then Rab would have had to reset them with reds to the front. If he doesn't, then it's a given that it's accepted. Does that make sense?
So it's almost like a bit more of a choice thing, rather than...
Yeah.
Because in my eyes, like, obviously even the way that you've explained it, it still sounds like racking yellows at the front is technically a foul.
It is.
But it's just that thing that the player has to call it.
Yes. Yeah, you have to, but you have to say before he plays a shot, you can't call it afterwards.
Yeah.
So he has to say, Rab, you got yellows to the front, red should be at the front. If Rab breaks anyway, then it's a foul.
Yeah.
But he'd have to say it before he breaks, not after.
It's a strange one.
Interesting.
But it doesn't seem like it's going to matter, because Rab looks like he's going to wrap up here. And he's going to wrap up in some style. He's got to do is just pot this red and punch the 8 ball out. And you've got to say that Rab looks in very good form. And with everything that's gone on, he's played very, very well. And Carl Sutton just didn't quite get the opportunities. And they're going to shake hands. And Carl Sutton is going to be back in Pro Series 8. And Rab progresses to the last 32. We'll be back with you very soon.
antibiotics, you'll do very well. So I'm on antibiotics. Could you give me 3 weeks? Over there, too. So what you having done? The whole lot. That's very precise. Sand, because obviously I don't want chalk getting in it. That's the thing. Chalk gets in me. Yeah, weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. Now, you're not going to get chalk on your hand or bit. Well, it's dust in it, it's dusty. So like you'd be like, you're not supposed to, but surely that's going to put you stuff like that. Because I've got the grip on it there. If it is a bit too weird, might see how it goes. Just put it on if it starts like 3 degrees. Obviously the brand new one, Pro Club's a brand new area. I think it's slightly bigger as well. The measurements are bigger. I think and that's quite bigger. I don't think it's supposed to be. Either that or it's just the design and makes it look bigger. I think if they would have had the red, the black and red, it's only like a colour. Yeah, it's the white little black. Because you can do like, I think you do quite that border straight up. This one, maybe which one don't you like, and obviously trying to do that rotation well, associate that with the colour. It wouldn't be good for a rotation, you might do that with the round to make it more steady. Use what use it. That's what I mean. So you've got to get colours. No, you'd have to have different colours. You'd have to have like that. Yeah.
No, someone told me that.
I was going to say, hopefully you don't win. Mr. Thompson? Right. Did you use my code, mate? Mate? You'd rather pay for your price. Celebrate the birthday yet. I was hoping you'd be out last night, fucking steaming. Can't shake your hand, mate. I've been bit on my hand. Oh, have we? I got Sutton. Nice. Slightly heavy. Take my bins out, grabbed the handle, the spider came down, mate, honestly it was fucking that big, and the body on it was like yellow and black, and I think it's that when I grabbed the handle to roll the bin out, it's like nicked me thinking I'm a threat, and didn't feel bad. Overnight my hand was like, 3 days ago it was like that, and I couldn't move my finger past there.
Sorry.
Do we rack our own mats or?
Yeah.
We rack our own.
Well, yeah, we're basically only talking about.
Oh, away we go again. Race to 8. Pro Series Event 7. Jimmy Croxton versus John McAllister. You may have heard I did go out into the arena just after the previous match concluded and just confirming that award that when he picked that cue ball up off the table, he thought it was ball in hand. Hence, he had to get the camera out and reset it. Craig Waddingham 6-5 up against Sharkey. Sean Sharkey. Rob Warren beat Sean Ash 8-7. There's been quite a few 8-7s so far. Christy Colefield 7-5 up against Chris Hampson. Josh Jahaz 6-5 up against Viv Mack, and that's on the very next table to the one we're watching. That is on stream 3. Sean Story 5-3 against Ricky Jones. In the main arena table, Deck Brennan's just opening his account for the weekend against Matt Cook. He's 2-1 up. Makes this awkward. But queuing over the yellow. Can't now hold the cue ball on this left side of the table, so needs to come across to the right side. Does play these shots well. Well, obviously misses that one just as I say he plays them well. Plan here would be to take the yellow to top left and then use the one that's near the middle pocket, play it off the red to open that pocket up. Yeah, deal with these two at the top of the table first. The red's just a little bit further away from the pocket I mean, that shot's not natural, so he may come about it a different way. I was hoping the cue ball held up so he could screw back into the yellow to move it. Come back to that, whether that yellow long off the red. Pretty sure it doesn't pass the red. It's bottom left. And that's the shot. Key shot coming up here. As I say, not absolutely natural. Oh, played it well though. To screw across the side cushion here, just get past the red, use the natural line. And the first frame goes. We have the man from Midlands. Hailing from Newcastle on the line, Jimmy Croxton. Brennan now 3-1 up against McCullik on main arena. Stream 3, Joshua has 7-5 still. Seifert Simmons and Aaron Davis playing each other. They'll be very familiar with each other's games, both play in a similar neck of the woods.
First we've seen of the big John McAllister break this weekend. Makes a ball. A couple of clusters. Overall, John will see this as an opportunity.
If he tries to get below the 8 ball, and the one that's just below the 8, 3 ball plant to middle. Hard to see how you land on that ball that's just below the 8 ball. Doesn't go anywhere at the moment. As I say, the yellow hanging over the middle, you feel that's an unmissable plant.
John's looking to see maybe if he can come low on the yellow that's closest to the kind of 8 ball spot.
Yeah, just floating below the top yellow.
Because you always had a level of insurance there that you could land on this plant if you were short. Might work because playing the plant, you're going to promote the first yellow a little bit more towards the centre of the middle pocket, which makes it easier now to come back around again. So, clever bit of pattern play from John.
We're playing a cannon onto the 8 maybe? Yep. Which suggests that yellow will pass, as we see. It's the bottom right. Needs to finish slightly low though on his last ball. And does. Nothing there for finishing high.
I think with John it's just also precise and calculated. That's why he won the Pro Series and Pro Series 5. And it's a brilliant response to the first frame. And that's going to be 1 each.
Croxton turned for a big break and got a good split, but the balls seem to converge back on each other. A massive cluster. Has openers on reds and yellows. Just looking at this layout, you'd think it would be reds.
Extension call.
But it's a nasty leave. Whichever set you choose. Going to see some pace on this.
Yeah, Jimmy's decided to go for a dip in this set.
Full ball contact on the yellow could open up everything. It sends the red next to it into the red on the left-hand side. And probably pushes the red below it towards the right pocket. A lot of good things can happen here.
He's tried to go for the precise cannon. And he had such little margin on it because he could only see half the ball anyway. So
I get it, players don't want to crash into balls, but I think I would have probably just been playing with that with a bit more pace, just drilling it into that yellow full ball contact and try and open up everything.
It's one of those that he's taken a couple of balls off the table anyway. So at that point, you either commit or you don't commit at the start. Because he's potted those first 2 balls, you have to crash into it. he is going to play safe, but now John has the advantage of having more balls on the table, more hiding places. And somebody as tactically astute as John is, it's going to make life very difficult for Jimmy.
Doesn't want that in. Yeah, it doesn't drop.
Or was it just to turn that into a plant? I have a feeling he might have done, you know. It's a big mistake from Jimmy if he has. And if not, I think John can land in a gap to give himself the angle to play that plant, so...
Cue ball, straighten off.
That is a mistake from John, though. Forgetting about the cue ball. But there's still not a lot for Jimmy. Jimmy's had a bit of a chuckle to himself. Because it's all well and good maybe playing a skill shot, but if you do that, then you've still got the problem of the red that's touching the yellow on the left-hand side, and the one that's touching the yellow in the middle, and the other red doesn't pass the 8 ball, so is he trying to play a free ball plant?
Trying to play a double loss of turn.
It's not bad.
Yeah, levels things up on the table as well, in terms of 4 balls each.
John's played one back.
Wow, Jimmy's got a big pocket here. Can he get this in past the yellow, cue ball off the side cushion, and get these other 2 reds out? Could attack from here.
Problem is of how close he is. Just getting that white to swing in the way that you want it to. Can he do it? Oh, I'll tell you what he's done. He's done well. Does it pass into the right middle? If it does,
I think it just goes. I think it just goes past the yellow and the cue ball through the gap to come above the other red for bottom left. Give himself a great chance here, I think, Jimmy. Certainly did.
it's a tricky cut though back.
It is, but the cue ball holds on the yellow.
Oh, is he trying to hold it back? Is he going for a double? Is he going for a double? I can't quite. It must have just been the only shot he had. It mustn't have passed the 8.
Yeah.
A little bit unlucky then from Jimmy in the grand scheme of things. But an opportunity for John now to take advantage of that misfortune. Great shot from John. And that should be 2-1. Very nice.
The scores around the room. Declan Brennan 4-2 over McCullik. Dylan Liry will be floating on air over this weekend after his big win last weekend. Massive prize. He's 2-0 up against Luke McAvoy. Phil Parkin 3-1 against Ryan Bassani. Caster breaks in frame 4. Still not quite opening wide, are they? There's still that bit of work to do. Reds look good though. He's got the perfect ball in the one this end of the table. This ball to stun across, get that bad ball out. He's away again. The 8 towards the cushion. He's looking to get a slightly fuller ball contact on the 8s. Just caught it half ball and pushed it towards the cushion rather than towards the pocket. And it's given himself a bit of extra work to do. May have to resign himself to a double on that 8 because it's now tricky ball to move. I mean, he does have this ball to bottom right. If he can leave an angle to the one to bottom right, could get across and dislodge the 8, but it's not a bad place for a double. Line now, just below the yellow that's in the middle of the table, just at the top of the white line. Could even use the bottom cushion and come to the left of that ball. Equally could just drop it in and float down. I think there's probably too precise a gap to find in terms of not so much a gap but the line to float, so I think he'll use the bottom cushion. It's not a brilliant line. You have to punch it, straighten it up. And you can see need to hit that with some real pace to get it straight. He finished too low on the double. At that pace, you've only just got to get it slightly wrong towards the knuckle and it will kick it out. It's okay, you can cue past the yellow. Croxton levelling things up. Two frames each.
Necessarily been in a position he'd expect to be ahead, but he could have been on closer to level terms. Goes with the cut break, but
yeah, it wasn't
no success.
Wasn't a forced one, was it? With the cue ball just bouncing around down at the bottom, it never looked the greatest break in the world.
Seeing a whole lot of safety play. This frame looks like it may be a bit slower. Well, it's not at the stage yet when he's got to go chasing after anything. Obviously, he's the player that's eventually got to make something happen. Got to win at least 3.
Another couple of stream tables as well. If you want to stick with that game, that's where to find it. We're into frame 5. Croxton. Ball break makes a red. Has an opener on the reds and yellows. I think he can get past the first red on the right hand side to get the one closest to middle. He's got a yellow to left centre. These two balls at the bottom of the table, the red and the yellow, nearest the bottom right pocket. Pretty good layout on reds though. It's got 3 balls over on the left hand side of the table. You could use something from there to dislodge the bad red. The only problem with the red on the right hand side is that it's got goalkeepers above and below, which always makes that extraction shot just a little trickier. Hence, he's tried to come at it from above. Doesn't get there. Too much angle here to screw back into it.
Yeah, if I'm in Jimmy's position at the moment, I'm thinking maybe pot this red into the bottom left and then leave myself high on the red that's next to it, to then come off the bottom cushion with a load of side and swing into it. That kind of angle would serve him well, because then he can potentially come in behind the red and flick it out rather than hitting into it and hoping it comes on and off the cushion. See there, he's looking for the line. If anything, there's probably benefactors to him for missing it low if he's going to miss it. Because if he can do that, he might be able to flick the yellow out of the way instead.
Gets it out. Is he on anything?
I think he might be on the higher of the two. Problem is, I don't think the red next to the black pots into the bottom right, which does mean that he's got to potentially play a really tricky last red.
Extension call.
flick helped him.
Well, if it goes into this pocket, it's helped him tremendously, but I'm not convinced that it does. I don't know why he would have played it at that pace if it does pass.
I wonder if you can just snick it off of the far end of the jaw. Well, he's gone for another double. He's missed by some distance. Yeah, it was all on that cannon. Once again, it's a little bit unlucky.
John would dearly love to move one of these yellows on the right side cushion and leave a snooker, but I don't think there's a natural shot to be able to do that. It's certainly what he was eyeing up.
Extension call.
Too dangerous to try and get the cue ball across in behind the 8 ball. Too much risk. Better off attacking.
Not the ideal flick for John.
That'll actually help his cause, I think, because it puts the red into a safer place, which means that it gives him a little bit of an insurance policy. Now he can probably play a shot to move at least one, if not a couple of these yellows. Get the cue ball down this end of the table. He wouldn't be leaving much for Jimmy to go at. Where the red was, that shot wasn't an option. Like that shot, you know, you could play it with the element of John. Goodness me.
John just concedes the frame there, and then, that's a poor one from John.
Just in the process of saying he could play that with a element of safety, knowing that, you know, the red was in an awkward position, but to find the pocket there, that cue ball travelled way further than he wanted it to.
Yeah, he now finds himself 3-2 down.
Unusual to see a concession. I mean, never expect Jimmy to do anything wrong there, but make him pot.
Yeah, I agree. Split John. It's not bad. In fact, it's very good.
Yeah, very good. Red's look really good. I mean, he's got a choice of openers. I think probably take the one, for me anyway, it's the one to left centre first, and then leave yourself on the lower of these 2 balls. Ignoring everything I said and going yellows. I mean, why not? You know, I mean, reds are all there, yellows are all there. Probably got to do less work on yellows in truth. Just these 2 balls in the middle of the table, but it shouldn't be difficult to land on.
Yeah, John should fly through these. Not a lot to do with the cue ball. Maybe the yellow at the bottom, maybe just got to play half a positional shot to land on the black, but should be a fairly pedestrian clearance for John, for somebody of John's quality.
Best angle.
Yeah, I was going to say he's a bit in
Scary,
between.
that. And he's got an angle on the bottom of the 2 to come down table, but you've got to navigate a gap between the reds.
Well, he has to take the bottom one now as well, because otherwise you don't get an angle to land back on it. So, recovery needed. And recovery got. But now the flick off the yellow has left him flat on the cushion, and now it's nearly impossible to play this next yellow in the middle. He's going to have to take the long one in the corner from near the bottom cushion, which makes the pot a hell of a lot harder than it would have been.
He just have a shade of anger. He's looking here. He's going to try and punch it out.
If anybody can punch it out, it's John McAllister with natural cue power.
He's come too far. He's come too far. Monster cue power.
Oh no.
That's disgusting. That is disgusting.
It's getting sent on a ride, and the black didn't move at all. And every single one of Jimmy's reds moved, and Jimmy's going to get the opportunity here. What a bizarre couple of shots.
That's amazing.
You could. There was no single way that you could get the white out as far as John did, and he did. He then plays a world-class shot and gets majorly unlucky with a red. And then to send the black on a ride, and then for it not to move at all, and every single other ball on the table to fly around. Bonkers. But Jimmy's got to take advantage now, because just little signs of frustration for John. And it was a very gettable clearance for John at the start as well. So this will be a steal for Jimmy. It's lovely control with the cue ball. It's just got that roll.
Just a roll too far. I was saying, you need to be careful with that shot, because it's hard to judge. Easy to overhit.
A little surprised he did.
Straight back.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't use the side cushion a little bit with that.
It was a shot. It was a shot before. He was trying to get up table to land on the one closest to the right side cushion, but didn't get there. He's going to play a snooker now.
I'll tell you what, he's not played a good one there either, because he's just knocked that into a potable space. Strange visit that from Jimmy.
To be given the heave-ho.
I mean, yeah, you know what, John's going to come two cushions and try and cut this. Well, it's a great pot on the red, but you wanted the black ball, John. It's very unlucky. A bit of a bizarre frame in the grand scheme of things. Opportunity for Jimmy. This is going to be 4-2 to Jimmy Croxton.
Picking up on the mistakes. Sean Story on the hill versus Ricky Jones, 7-5. Aaron Davis 4-3 up against Cy Fitzsimmons. Jaden Billingham 4-0 against Greg Batten. Will Harrison, Aidan Hughes 2 each. Ryan Pisani 5-3 over Phil Parkin. Dylan Liry 3-2 over Luke McAvoy, and Deck Brennan 6-3 over Matt Cook. And that will round out this last 64, last 32. Plan to get underway at 5 PM tonight. So it looks like after this match we will have a break, probably for an hour, 50 minutes to an hour.
Jimmy's got a good opportunity here to kind of set some daylight between himself and John. Oh, white ball. Straight in the middle pocket not be happy about that. You can see the little teapot. Hand on hip.
It's an interesting stat. I was just looking at the stats on John McAllister, and knowing what kind of player John McAllister is, he's played 1,842 frames of pool for Ultimate Pool. Would you say that he's won more than he's lost, or lost more than he's won?
I'm going to, because you're questioning it, I'm going to say he's lost more than he's won.
Yeah, I should have phrased the question a different way, shouldn't I? Because I kind of gave it away, but I thought that was really interesting.
Do you know,
he's 51% in the loss column to 49% in the win column. So I mean, it's fractions, but
do you know what it is with John? And when John gets flowing, John is an unbelievable player. But I've seen performances from John where his B game haven't stood up, and you know, in winnable matches as well. And because of that, obviously with kind of first round exits and things like that, it takes away a little bit from his percentages, despite the trophies that he's won, which is a shame. But it's just the way of pool. And also the tour is getting so much stronger each year that players like John have to be at their top level now to get results. And it doesn't always happen.
So what about the number one player? What's his win percentage versus his loss percentage, Tom Cousins?
Tom's had a few first round exits this year, so I'm going to say Tom's at, like, if this is in general all-time ultimate pool, I'm going to say it's something like 60-40, something like that.
Yeah, so Tom's played 3,578 frames. He's won 45% and lost 55%.
That's mental.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Do you know what? I'd be very interested to hazard a guess to see who's won the most.
Yeah, I'd love to see the actual stats behind that, because that's incredible, because he's won so many events.
Oh, John. But this is what I mean. Things like this. John of form will always get out on this, but then the B game doesn't stand up for him. Yeah, I'm trying to think who would have a really high frame win percentage in comparison to everybody else. I imagine someone like a Craig Waddingham has got a pretty good track record, or a Dempsey, because Dempsey doesn't often get beat 7-0, 7-1. Nearly did earlier, but
Waddingham is 50-50. 2,590 frames.
yeah, I would say maybe a Dempsey Brennan will be quite high, because Brennan's been in so many finals and events.
Yeah, Dempsey 52% win rate.
So what does that mean for the players that are near the bottom of the rankings then? I mean, if you're looking at Tom Cousins and seeing win percentages of roughly about 50%, but then that's also to the standard of pros, because at the end of the day, if you're winning 50% of your matches against pros, that's probably about right to be winning tournaments. Anyway, obviously coming back to the action, John's made his mistake. And Jimmy's now got to make him pay for it. A little bit of work to do here, just coming a bit hampered here, hasn't helped. But a couple of routes he can go about this. Jimmy's very methodical. Jimmy does his own coaching. He's been up and down the country the last few months doing that for people across the nation, and you can see the way that his brain ticks a lot of the time. Those who are also interested in doing coaching, we have now got Ultimate Pool Coaching as well. That app went live just about a week ago. So if you're a budding new player looking to get coached in the Sight Right method set by Stephen Feeney, Ultimate Pool Coaching is available for you. Or if you're looking to become a coach, you can also email admin at Ultimate Pool Coaching to get involved.
It's just been a case of McAllister making an error and Jimmy jumping in and taking full advantage. It's not missed much, Jimmy, has he?
No, he's looked sharp. This is kind of the Jimmy Croxton that we had about 2 years ago. Jimmy had a few problems, didn't he, with his eyes, and I think a couple of other issues that kept him away from the game for a little while. Came back towards the end of last year, and we started to see him in some level of form, and he's pushing on this year, and he's starting to get his results again. It's going to be John to break. 5-2 down now. Is he going to break dry? He is. So Jimmy comes back to the table. And it's kind of one of these nearly splits where it's nearly perfect, but the two yellows at the bottom of the table are just, I think, just a couple of inches from being plumb to pot.
Extension call.
Take yellow off yellow here. He is.
Oh, it's clever.
Another one well judged.
Wants that to stop though.
It's okay.
It's fine. Now he's just got to work out this last one that's towards the bottom.
He'd love to. Now that yellow's gone to the top of the table, it gives him a get out ball. He doesn't really want to take it now. What he'd love to do is leave an angle. Just got a bit too much angle on the one to middle. It's taking him towards the reds. If he could get on and off the cushion and leave himself just high on the yellow that's below the 8 ball, that would give him a line to be able to kick the other yellow out, knowing that if he doesn't, that's what he tried to do. Just played a little cannon.
It's got an angle here.
Looks fine.
Yeah. Just playing it with enough side. Flicking that yellow leaves him perfect.
Yeah.
So he needs a kind of similar shot here where he's just going to nudge the yellow out slightly. Problem is here, if he hits it too full, he's going to snooker himself on the problem. Not ideal for Jimmy.
Maybe just the angle he had. I'm not quite sure why he played at that pace. Probably maybe didn't have the angle to go cushion first. It felt like it was going to be cushion first, and then just flick the red on the yellow on the way out.
I mean, what's Jimmy looking at here?
Just wanted to move it a couple of inches, and even if you didn't land on it, you'd have had the one at the top of the table.
What is Jimmy Croxton looking at here? Pointed towards the side cushion, which I don't know how he can get to. Oh, he's just tried to put the white in behind the yellow. It's a great effort. A little bit unlucky, but good effort. Decent white ball, but he has left John the shot into the bottom right.
I know it's John's way, but he looks a bit I don't think he's got a lot of patience at the moment. I don't think we'll see him being patient in the slightest. He's going to take on every opportunity that comes his way. Just looks a tiny bit, dare I say, a little bit disinterested. And I don't mean that. I don't think for a second he came into this match disinterested. I think it's just the way things have panned out. He's just become a little bit annoyed, and as a result of that. But he's such a dangerous player. He could so easily turn this round. You can't give him a chance. But he's missed a lot of balls in this match that you would not normally expect him to miss.
I think this is the thing with John. I kind of get... He doesn't really practice when he's away. John very much is just a natural pool player. And I think almost because of that, when he comes to these events, if he's not 100% fresh and feeling good from the start, you can kind of see it. This is going to bring him back to 5-3, so he's still within reach.
Oh, very much within reach. Yeah, I mean, just as simple as a dry break here from Jimmy Croxton, and it could easily be 5 each. Jimmy very much needs to keep his foot down on the gas. Yeah, yellows you'd think. It's good in the layout. It's a nice shot, well controlled. Secure white into space, leaves himself this one to the middle. Start working his way down the table. These yellows go. Ricky Jones and Sean Story, that's another one that's going to go all the way. That's 7 each. Ricky Jones has been behind all the way, but it's gone hill. Jimmy doing what he needs to do here, taking his opportunities. The frame goes his way. He now needs 2 more. Canister needs 5. From here he needs to win 5-1. More than capable, but needs chances. Just needs to bring his best game now. That's another dry one. Ironic tap on the table. Just not happening.
Yeah, and it's not a bad opportunity for Jimmy.
Yeah, it's not one he'll be licking his lips at though. I always want to be first at the table, but a bit of a mess. Red, you'd think.
Yeah, if you can land on the one below the 8 ball early-ish, when you come up the table, all you really need to do is make a plant, but Jimmy gets that wrong. And slide by that.
They only have a double here. That's if this red goes past.
I think he can think cut this back if he needs to. But
I really don't think he'd be pushing the bat out. Why would you? Not the best. You get that cue ball higher. Trying to get it touching the back of the yellow.
gets away with it, John, but
yeah, Jimmy just does need to be careful in this frame because that, you know, 3 frames is still a precarious lead, and if he gives John an opener here, yellow's really only need to play one big shot. Combination shot at the top of the table could open up everything. It's going to get one straight back at him. Loss of turns will be traded. Jimmy was just deciding whether there was any value in playing the loss of turn and trying to get the other difficult red out, but all the yellows are in the open, so he couldn't take that chance.
Yeah, the thing is they still haven't decided their ball set, so I think Jimmy was trying to use the red that he's just hit as a leverage to block the two in the middle, which I think he's
That's a
achieved.
cutback plant though.
Extension call.
John entertained it for a second. Decided against it.
Oh, this could be bad. This could open it up. Oh, he's been a bit lucky.
I think he's left Jimmy on this one in the middle of the table. He can just drift past the yellow to leave an angle on the red on the bulk line to get across into that problem area. To resolve that issue. Probably in the ideal world would want to leave an angle on the bottom middle to screw back across into. That's what he's tried to do. I think he's got there. This looks good. It's a nice angle. I think he can screw straight back into the problem ball. Eyeing up now, perhaps, even if it's his last shot. Wouldn't be a bad option either. If he leaves the right angle here,
Needs that to bounce.
that's just okay. So, shot here. I quite like splitting the balls, just hit the gap between them and
I think you target the yellow. If you hit the yellow underneath half ball, you knock it out of the way and leave the red down the line.
yeah, he was looking at the red, which surprised me because he was looking at playing the double kiss to double kiss it out. But for me, it was either the shot that you were talking about and get the yellow or split the two.
So John gets a bit of a reprieve. Not in an ideal scenario, but if he could pot his first ball, then it's not a bad opportunity for a clearance. That's very good. Doesn't want to be straight. It's the one place that it gets a little bit awkward, and I think he is. So he can just punch it out just a little bit.
Just making it hard for himself. He's going to have to leave a cut back, and then the cue ball's going to be tracking away, bring the 8 ball into play then.
I think he's playing down the table first. That's almost how he's looking at the moment.
I don't like that.
No, I don't. I think you just play this one. I mean, in fact, he's not even going to go for the pot. It's quite unbelievable to think that John McAllister, after he pots that first yellow, doesn't get out. But he hasn't, and Jimmy Croxton gets a second bite of the cherry, although he's snookered. He's giving it a swing. I'll tell you what, this is close in the middle. It's very close. Oh, well. That will not make John McAllister feel any better. And John concedes it, and that is 7-3.
Always the danger, though. When you lay that snooker, it's always the danger. The opponent's got a one cushion escape to get that ball moving. And there's a chance that it's going to go in. And that's all from just a loose positional shot in what should have been a fairly routine clearance. Turned down the clearance, rolled the dice on a safety shot, and craps out. Rolled a 7. Jimmy Croxton on 7. Needs this one. More balls. Oh, I thought that cue ball was staying up. What a chance he had there to close the game out if that cue ball stays on the table.
John's just got to try and sprint through these. It's going to be certainly a very good quick fire finish from John. And that's 7-4. And it will be John to break, so John still alive, but still a long way to go. That's a hammer of a break from John. And of course, when you're 7-4 down, you don't get many friends. Although, he is one long pot away from being able to clear up on these yellows, and it's a horrible long pot. But if there was ever a cue to do the job, John McAllister might be your man.
Extension call.
There's John looking here. Is he maybe thinking of coming off the side cushion? coming back and playing the plant. He's changed his mind now. He's looking at this long yellow. Yeah, this is the one. If he can knock this in, then it unlocks the frame. And he's missed it, and now it's a golden opportunity for Jimmy Croxton. Jimmy opting to play high first. This will be the shot if he's... Interesting, I thought he might have just pushed down with that, but instead he's just flicked the yellow out. It's a good shot, but it means he's got a couple more really precise shots to play to be able to land on the final balls. In fact, he's taking the one over the pocket now, so he's going to play another cannon. Oh, that's a great shot from Jimmy. Didn't realise he could get that much control on it. It's a great shot. Just needs to screw across now. Anywhere the other side of the table is absolutely fine for Jimmy Croxton. And it's fair to say that John McAllister just hasn't been at the races in this one. And it's going to be Jimmy Croxton to progress on to the last 32. And that is all of the rounds of 32 done. We will be back, sorry, rounds of 64 done. We'll be back with you with the rounds of 32 later on at 5 o'clock.
Every Tuesday and Thursday night.
I'll do that, mate. I'm going to bet on my hand as well. Yeah, shaking that.
You don't have fucking much luckier.
No shit. Apart from that red stripe, whatever you want to call it nowadays. Temple.
The red and
Yeah, the red and white one.
yeah, still a red and 8. see if it's
So what you see on the buzzers?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I mean, what Matt did earlier, he counted it in because the buzzers weren't loud enough in it. So if you can just count it in 5, 4, 4.
I don't know how loud the buzzers are on the tablets. I'm not using
They're not very loud.
No.
Yeah, just count it in 5, 4. Lovely. I doubt you'll have to count short in much. Don't hang about that much. Apparently we get bottles of water or something. I don't know who sorts that out. Nice one. I'm adding to it here. Hello, Scott.
They're just by mate.
Hello, Mark. Yes. How are you? Are you commentating on this one?
You on table 2?
Yeah, me and Chippy. Just you on your own? Or?
Yeah, I think it might be actually. We're letting the others have
Who needs anything else, mate?
Congratulations.
Just you, Dick. Yeah, thank you, mate. Yeah. Very good, mate. Had a great week. Great 12 days. Yeah.
I was reading about you winning the Christmas, and then looked at the main draw and realised you don't much won that.
Nearly won that. Came top of the stats. So we'll have the top percentage. Although I came fifth. 4 guys above me played 6 games more.
It's just a bit annoying when they do those averages on not averages.
I had the top percentage, so that's all that matters. Yeah, it's good. We won the team, obviously. So yeah, really good. Really good time.
Want to go there again?
Yeah, I'm sure we can pick a better hotel. Lovely, thank you. But all in all, I cannot complain. If they'd have told me I'd have got that before we went out there. My room actually won everything because Giuseppe was sharing a room with Giuseppe.
Oh, really? Wow.
So, yeah, we did well as a room, mate. Let's put it that way. The trophies were bad. I mean, for the team event, we just got a medal with a box. Yeah, and for the over 50, it's all I got with a glass thing. It was only about that big. It was poor, to be honest. The photo they have to take it with isn't the one you get. So. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't present the Masters. So there you go. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you, mate. Cheers, mate. Mr. Chippy. First time in a long time, mate. I think we've only ever played once, I think, mate. Yeah. It's funny how the doors go. The doors go the same. That's weird. So it's nice to play someone different. Close game earlier, wasn't it? I think you were ahead, weren't you? And he came back.
Yeah, it was just about going sometimes.
Oh yeah. Did you? I'll be honest, I never really get kicked. The reason I started using this is because we play cross with it. Yeah, used to be better than Talbert. Yeah. Now it's showing up on the clock. I don't know if it's just not paying £15.
Shows up on this tonight.
Yeah, I think it does.
I played the pairs, well, whenever I was, weeks ago.
Yeah.
Orange, brushing on the tail. Like I looked on the table.
Yeah. You have to wind it about 3 times and it still shows up.
And you can see before the circle stuff.
I know, it's just a thicker nap, isn't it? Yeah, it really shows up. I'd imagine if you get something with greasy hands or something, then it'll charge even more.
Yeah,
so
just in case you're wetting it too much.
We've got a bottle of water here, Sean. I've just opened that one.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to open it with my glove on, for obvious reasons. So that one's useful.
Do you have to wait? Do you have to wait or? See if it. Right. Talbert for the score.
Yeah, it's not. Didn't know, is it?
Bright lights. You have to really make sure your glasses are spotless. You know, like everything.
For the score, if he's wanting to lag, he's can lag, and we can.
Candy, is that not it?
That's the time.
Ah, right, I'm with you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can lag. This is it is, clearly.
Yeah, and the same down there, that way.
Come in, sure, come in. Yeah, you got to be very fast. That's fine. I didn't even know it was ordered, to be honest. Yeah, no, so it was in your set. Just want to tell it this. I didn't know such early. I didn't see this thing early. It's a bit like go out. Do you know what? I never read early level that one. I never noticed it earlier, but we can get it level first if you want to look something there. We'll get a chance. So you can do it last one.
I mean, that's okay for me.
That was okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird? It's one of them things that's going to...
You can't. I mean, how often do you play slow roll than you expect?
I know, but the thing is, it's an inconsistent roll.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So that's gone out. My lag went...
Yeah.
It's up to you, unless you want to get it checked.
I've saved them anyway. Sorry? I've saved them anyway.
Yeah, we just checked a few other rolls. We're rolling all over the place. I did play on this table earlier and it didn't really seem to affect me.
So I've saved the mark anyway, he's going to save them.
Is that the national to the right?
Yeah.
That one's okay.
Turned a bit. So I won that lag, yeah? Yes. We haven't got a tableau.
I mean, I played on this one earlier, Carl, but it just and it was fine earlier. Well, not that I noticed anyway. But
Don't get the levels, guys.
well, if you want to, yeah. Yes.
I don't think that's going to make a lot of difference.
Because I tell you what, it's not rolling consistently.
Right.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Should we just get on with it, shall we? We just get on with it.
Sure?
Yeah, we'll go.
We just need a tablet.
I'll go and get the levels and put them in anyway.
The what? See another? Can't see what? Oh, can't see the time or something. Yeah, because it's just cost me the lag. Yeah, because my lag ended up just slightly in his other half. But when Sean did it afterwards, fucking the ball went straight over as well. But then we played another shot down the similar line, and it fucking went the other way. So I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
I'll have another word with Jack in a little while.
Okay, mate. Yep, alright, Carl. Is it ready? Yeah, we're ready, mate.
We're just leaving it.
Yeah, we're ready to go. We ready? Thanks, buddy.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the action at the Ultimate Pool Pro Series. Let's dip into the last 32 as we get underway with Sean Chipperfield and Eddie Barker. Mark Shepherd with you for this one. And what a match we've got in prospect here. Two of the form players of the season. Sean Chipperfield, Pro Series champion already back in Bolton. Eddie Barker just back in this side of the Irish Sea after a very successful trip over to the World Championships. Won the World Team Championships with England, semi-finalists in the individual event, and also the winner of the over 50s event. So he's now an individual world champion as well as a team world champion. Sean Chipperfield himself, a former world champion. Not to say, always one of the most attacking and entertaining players, but the kind of entertainment he could do without. Cue ball unexpectedly finding the corner pocket. Eddie Barker's been a top player for a very long time. It seems to be in the absolute form of his life at the moment. It's always the way, when you start winning more, you start enjoying it more. Becomes a pretty virtuous circle if you can keep that going. So ball in hand, a couple of problems obviously to deal with here. Good opening shot. It's dealt with the main problem ball. 8 ball goes clean to the right centre. All the balls have a pocket now. This is a match that could happen very quickly. Sean Chipperfield is such a quick player. He's quite capable of playing quickly, but you can see generally a more measured approach. Left himself a bit too much angle on the ball up the left-hand rail from the previous shot, so best to get the ball in the centre of the table out of the way. Now he's landed nicely. Yellow in the middle of the top cushion passes the red top right. That red should make this pot pretty much unmissable, so just got to drop it in. Cue ball naturally coming down the middle of the table. All linked up very nicely. Always made sense to leave this ball until last. Guaranteed position onto the 8 ball. Mistake from Sean Chipperfield proving costly. This frame on the board for Eddie Barker. Race to 8 this match, being played with a 45-second shot clock. You can't see on your screen, but there's a referee sitting out of shot, acting as the timekeeper. Not refereeing the game actively, just focusing on the timing, so players are going to rack their own balls. So there's one of 4 stream tables we've got in operation. Mind you can see action from this is table 2, action from table 1, 3 and 4 on Ultimate Pool TV, and also on the subscription section of Ultimate Pool on YouTube. So 1-0 to the good. Eddie Barker breaks off in frame 2. Not a perfect split, but a few balls that Sean can go after here. Example of the complexity of the position. Know how quick Chippy normally is. Understandably taking some time at the beginning of the clearance to make sure he's thought through the options. Like a lot of good players, just tries to get straight after the difficult ball. He had some balls at the top of the table that he could land on, but the key was obviously cannoning out the red that's just to the right of the cue ball now. One of those ones you weren't quite sure where it was going to go. Tried to hit it quite firmly, but it's not really come out. Doesn't pop to either of the bottom corner pockets. A little bit orphaned from everything else. Let's get an angle here. You can put the ball to the right of the cue ball into the right centre. Take the cue ball down that line he was just looking at. Try and kiss into the ball. It's currently tied up at the bottom of the table. The issue is what he's going to leave himself. to try and come off the top cushion. Can it? Well, decided to play it the other way. Tricky coming down that way because you were very unlikely to leave it. I was hoping that it would stop just short of the yellow, be on for the bottom right. Never an easy cannon to judge. With those last couple of shots, he's got the table generally quite opened up, so quite difficult to bail out. Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot that is. That would have been a real problem if he hadn't made that ball. You can see the position he'd have left. Not much space to work with there. Great double. Not completely out of the woods though. Well, this is going to be quite some clearance if he makes it. It's had to really work for these last few balls. He's on the ball to the bottom right now, so probably going to have to play it. He's never going to get better on it than that. The ball goes bottom right, so screw this in at the right rail. Cue ball back out, and what a finish this is going to be. This is why people love watching Sean Chipperfield. Fantastic stuff. It looked like he was chasing a finish there. Had to carry on going for it, and what a finish it ended up being. Look, that costly a leave when Eddie left the table there. It looked like there was enough traffic that maybe it was one of those clearances you didn't mind your opponent going for. It is though. He made seemingly quick work of it. So Sean's break in frame 3. Seen him sweeping the table quite a few times, obviously distracted by some chalk marks or some other marks on the table. That's a good break. 2 red balls down. Nice split. The reds generally are sitting really nicely. The only difficult ball to get on is going to be the 8 ball, which is not perfectly situated for reds, but that's going to be his choice for sure. No problem with the reds themselves. Option on the 8 ball, whether to just leave it where it is and play for a double, or whether to have a go at nudging into it. We said this could all happen pretty quickly, and that's how it's proving. So ball to the left centre next. Can leave an angle on the ball to the right centre to cannon into the 8 ball, or can just steer away from that cannon. Well, tried to play it the delicate way. He had a good angle coming into that. You can see why it was tempting to play that cannon. Got half the shot right, but lost the cue ball. Now he's going to be in a whole world of pain, because that position of the 8 ball, Eddie's not going to want to be the one that moves that black. He's going to try and force Sean into doing something with it at some point. Key here for Eddie is to make sure he keeps all of his other balls in nice potable places, which is why he's moving one of the potentially difficult balls from where it was. Adds a reinforcement over that side of the table. Very clever shot there, really, because it's useful to have the yellow near that corner, and it's also obstructing the natural path here. Difficult to make anything good happen here, really, because if he just runs gently into it and leaves the 8 ball, that doesn't do much. But if he runs hard into it, it's going to be hard to get it travelling very far. Wow, that's an excellent shot. To load it with so much side. Play a snooker off the yellow that's above the black, or he can take the cue ball up to the top of the table, play off one of the balls that's in the bulk area. It's okay, not the perfect shot. We're looking to promote that yellow a bit further. Sean's really just biding his time. If he's just going to play a gentle shot into it like the last time, position's not getting any better. Try very high tariff to play off both jaws. You can understand, even though that was low percentage, he was really trying to find some route into the black where he could get it properly moving around the table. So Eddie now is going to have to go for this. He's not going to get a better ball in hand situation. Wants to try to cannon the top side of the yellow to flick that out and take the cue ball up the table. That's gone wrong. It's not gone totally wrong in the sense that he's still got balls he can play for, but he hasn't got that yellow quite far enough out, but he's got it far enough out that it's no longer the same guaranteed snooker that it used to be. He may have to look to try and get the ball in hand again. The position of the balls in the line at the top of the table makes them very well placed for getting a snooker. This is a much easier hit this time, and it's different from the last time in that the black is not so close to that yellow, so if you get a firm hit on it, you can realistically get it travelling around the table. It's interesting. You get what he was thinking there. He was thinking if he could play off the top cushion, come at the black from the top side, push it down or into the bottom right pocket. The natural angle wasn't there though, which is why he was having to play it with swerve. It would have been a much easier hit if he'd just come down the table and played it off the bottom cushion with a lower chance of potting. So Eddie Barker now with a more straightforward ball in hand. This is what he needed, just to find a route in behind the yellow that he's just playing. The fact that the balls are a bit more split apart at the top of the table as well is to Eddie's benefit, because now it's not too much to think about. These balls can be potted in a variety of different sequences. Go either way really, take the ball top left and then the one along the rail, or the other side would have worked equally as well. Well, that nearly went wrong. That was a nudge that wasn't as played, but I think he's just come far enough away from that yellow that it's still okay. There's a load with the left-hand side. Check the cue ball. The other way of playing that would have been to play all the way around the back of the remaining yellow. Just felt like he could get in enough. It's a reflection of the fact that this cloth and the cushions are now grippier than they used to be. Those shots checking up with side used to be quite challenging on new cloths. Just to pull up. Wow. That was all caused by the shot 2 ago, where he just got out of perfect shape coming into the position with 2 yellows left. Now it should have been a guaranteed pot to the bottom right hand corner pocket. It's going to be a more challenging double, or may bail out altogether and play a safety shot. Play a fairly telling safety shot if he just doubles the black into the middle of the bottom cushion. That's what he has done. I'm just confirming that it's not touching the cushion, but it's not a whole way away, which makes it quite hard to control. For the trick shot, trying to play cushion first with a load of side, he's had pretty much the dream result. Somebody had said play that safety, you'd have been really happy with that outcome. And now, not dissimilar shot the other way for Eddie. Can go for the pot here, but it's a low percentage. The safety is tricky. Play a conservative safety and just double the black onto the left-hand side cushion below the middle pocket, but you'd be leaving at least some kind of cross double on. You could go for the cut, but that's low percentage and so easy to draw. You could punt the black around the table and try and leave the white there, but that's hard to be certain on outcome. You could do that, which is not a good outcome, but then it's one of those ones where anything other than potting the black wasn't really a good outcome, so as reckless as that may have looked, probably a higher percentage shot than some of the safeties he might have played from that spot. But self-inflicted that from Eddie Barker. Okay, he was unlucky there. Sean got quite fortunate with his previous shot, but it was the not getting on the 8 ball to start with that cost Eddie that frame. This is both players' second match of the day and of the tournament. Sean had a tough first round match, coming through 8-7 against Jez Graham. Pushed all the way in that. Be very relieved to have got through in the end, particularly on a day when a lot of the other higher seeded players have got knocked out. Tom Cousins and Stevie Dempsey out already, Craig Waddingham out already. Eddie had a slightly easier progress, 8-3 against Brian Halcro. Must be riding the crest of a wave after that great performance at the World Championships. Couldn't really have had a better week. And such great progress in winning the over 50s event, plus great runs in the main singles draw and winning the World Team Championships. How much pool must he have played as well? Deep in all of those events. Three frames in the books. Eddie Barker steps up in frame 4, trailing by 1 frame to 2. Controls the break well, 2 balls down. Take that every day of the week. Nicely controlled break that, and A very nice layout. Yellow is unsurprisingly the choice. If he could have potted the red that's above the cue ball in the sort of triangle area, that would have been an option, but if that was blocked by the yellow, it always made more sense to go yellows. Sometimes when you let slip a chance like in the last frame, it's almost like the ball seemed to punish you and you don't get another chance for a while. This is what you'd want though in this situation. An immediate chance to make amends. There you go, bottom left, bottom right, and right centre. And works his way up the table. Pretty much perfect, just needed a slight angle on this ball to get over for the ball on the left hand side. This is about as straightforward a controlled breaking finish as you could ask for. All set up by the good quality break to start with. If every rack came out like this, it would be a much easier game. Just what Eddie Barker needed. Should have been 2-1 the other way before that frame, but having let slip frame 3, he doesn't make any mistake in frame 4. Gets the scoreline back level again. As we take a look around the room at other action that's underway at the moment. Jimmy Croxton and Callum Singleton tied at 2 apiece. Chris Manning 3-1 up on Zach Shepherd over on the main arena table. Ethan Patel 2-all with Josh Kane. Joe Prince 3-1 up on Ian Alley. 3-2 is the score between Ben Doyle and Rob Chambers. 3-1 Christophe Lambert against Neil Raybone. Zach Cooper and Carl Morris 1 apiece. 8 matches in play at the moment. Be 8 more, the last 32 matches coming up straight after. And then the last 16 action gets underway at 8:45 tonight. Potential 3 matches to be played for the players today. Those that come back tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, as it will end up being, will be in the quarterfinals of this event. We'll also be starting Pro Series 8 tomorrow, second parallel Pro Series event. This is the final Pro Series weekend of the year. Started out the Pro Series back at this very venue in April. 2 trips to Bolton in the meantime in May and July. By no means the end of the season though. We've still got a couple of other pro events to come, but it's the end of the major series weekends for 2025. 2025 has been a big year for Ultimate Pool. 88 tables in play at this venue on a scale completely different from anything we've seen in the English pool world before. It's the second time at this venue. I think a lot of the teething issues from the first visit have been ironed out pretty well. Pro conditions have always been pretty good. A lot of work has gone into the other main arena, 68 tables in the room across the way from this. It's pulled on a pretty epic scale. Good pot from Eddie Barker. He'd got himself into a bit of a mess there, lost control of the white, but in the end, not only has he recovered the pot well, but he's managed to hold position. You have to play with this with a little bit of pace. He's going to get the cue ball down past the break line again. Positively cued shot. Not ideal to be hampered, but it's not too badly hampered. He's got enough space to work with the cue ball. Just draw the cue ball back slightly. He's always been a very good potter, Eddie Barker. Quite happy to leave himself at distance. It's an 8 ball to get ahead. And the match starting to come alive now. Good quality on display from both players. And so often when you first see Sean at the table, you're thinking he could rattle off a few frames pretty quickly. His first clearance of the match was pretty spectacular. Eddie Barker stayed with him though, and now his reward is to be ahead by a frame. Just a momentary pause in proceedings as Sean's stepped out of the arena. Let's take ourselves.
I think he might have been playing to get straight in enough to come to basically draw it straight back. He's obviously not landed with the angle he wants. I think 3/4 ball would work. He's come back to try and get straight again, and he's come too far this time. The problem with playing for those straight in shots is there's no margin. Whereas if he plays to leave it short and he uses the left hand cushion to find the angle line across the table, there's more margin of error because you can get the side on and the amount of spin on to manipulate the angle.
He's looking like he's going to try and pot this red at the top, bring the cue ball into that yellow that's just next to the right hand centre.
So as we get back to our feature match, Eddie Barker breaking off in frame 6. His last break was as close to perfect as you could possibly hope to see. That one, a bit less so. No balls potted and a little bit of traffic around the table. I don't know if it's the chalk that Eddie's using. Sean seems A little bit annoyed by marks on the table. We do sometimes see that. It's not the first time we've seen that, but we've seen them cleaning up a few pieces of chalk around the place. The only ball he can pot is a yellow, so that's why he's going that route. Just coming around to see what he could do with the yellow next to the 8 ball bottom left. It's by no means a perfect layout, but then his clearance a few frames back was by no means a perfect layout, and he managed to make it work from a position that was harder than this. Very little he can do to attack the yellow that's on the left-hand side rail. Feels like he's just going to have to commit to leaving that as a double. Put the ball to the right centre and then down bottom right after that. Links up reasonably well with that double. He's quite got space to double the ball to the middle. Maybe he has from the angle he's played that at. Or does he go for a treble even? It's tight for the double. Maybe playing the treble. Oh no, he did just have space. Made that look very easy. Maybe slightly deceptive from the camera angle, but like that red was slightly covering it. Wasn't sure he had the full pocket. Very good. And the second very good clearance of the match. And a lot of good pool plays, but two particularly eye-catching clearances from Sean along the way. It's always going to be a good quality match. These two players both in great form. Six frames played of a possible 15. Certainly distracted Sean. Looks like he's about to get down and break. He's just got up again. So, Sean breaking off in frame 7. Pretty good split. Certainly an easier position than he had in the last frame. One cluster, top left-hand quadrant of the table. Otherwise, everything's spread quite well around. Deals with the cluster straight away, but not landed quite right. Still got a recovery ball, right centre or bottom left. Just looking at whether there's a touching ball, don't think that really changes the outcome of much. Be surprised if he didn't want to continue by going after another pot anyway. So shouldn't really change very much. loading up with size, as you can see from the reaction of the ball off the bottom cushion. Played that pretty well as it landed now back in good position. Yellow at the bottom of the table obviously goes to the bottom right corner. May also go under the red, the bottom left. You wouldn't think so from this angle, but from this camera angle it tends to slightly narrow those gaps. Wow, felt like this frame was all about how he landed on that ball at the bottom. It didn't feel like the problem was the ball at the top. Unexpected mistake there. I haven't seen too many of those kind of mistakes in open play so far. Does Eddie want to go after a combination shot, or is he going to play this as a loss of turn? Well, plays the two-way shot. See, clever cue ball there. If the red stays on the table over the corner, that's fine, but he's very happy with this outcome as well. Good chance this. Ball's nicely split open for him. And particularly the fact that it's a mistake from Sean that's led to this position. Just feel like you want to take advantage, punish your opponent for this kind of mistake. A slight angle can come down for the remaining red. Very nicely judged. And that surprise missed yellow from Sean does prove costly. Eddie Barker ahead now, 4-3. I was saying earlier, Sean came through a difficult first match, had to play the deciding frame against Jez Graham. Don't think for a moment he'd have expected the second match to be any easier, knowing the form that Eddie's in. He's going to have to do it the hard way if he's going to come through. Both of these players have had very good seasons generally in terms of their pool. On the Ultimate Pool circuit, Sean Chipperfield up to number 5 in the rankings. That's the highest he's ever been. A model of consistency over the last 5 years. He's been finished the season ranked 7, 11, 10, 8 and now is in 5th position. Eddie Barker a bit further down the rankings, currently sitting at 30th. But he's also moving in the right direction. All that international success on top of the pro tournaments. His break's been pretty good today. It was the one really perfect outcome. There's been others where he's got a decent enough split. This one not as friendly a starting position, but he can still get through to a couple of pots. Looking at the yellow bottom right, I think you can just about see enough of. He's got the red left centre if he wanted to go that way. Maybe, or does he have this yellow? Maybe he'll take the yellow through to the left centre. More difficult pot, but a good ball to get out of the way, because that one was going to be kind of awkward to land on otherwise. When you're playing well, you seem to see opportunities rather than problems. Just needs this to pull up. So we've got a couple of balls on the right hand side of the table. Let's try and drop in behind the ball that he's finished closest to. If you can play the ball to the right centre, there's no particular harm done because a fairly natural position after that. The only thing is, it's sequencing together what would come towards the end of the clearance. It's how he gets back to the position that he's currently in. That's why he wanted to move the ball that he's closest to. You can see what he was thinking there. He was trying to play the positive shot and land nicely on the ball to the top right. It was an easy shot to just drop in a position where you were going to be on the one to the top left, but then that would leave you the two balls being the left and right of the current line of three, which would have been very hard to join together. He's played that well as well. He finished in a position where he didn't quite have access to the full ball there, but made it work. And now the reason why it was desirable to pot that ball first, you can see being left with these two, he can now play the ball to the top left, run the white over to the left hand side cushion for the remaining ball, so it all joins together much better. This moment there as the cue ball tracked towards the middle pocket. Not really able to get too far away from the side cushion here. Can either commit to playing for distance for the ball for the corner. I think he was just looking at whether he can draw the cue ball back. 8 ball in the centre. Even easier pot if he does that, but it brings in a whole load of traffic. And then turning his mind to how he was going to avoid that traffic, missing the pot, just trying to force a bit of angle. This is the lifeline that Sean needed, really. Having started off so well, there was a moment it looked like he could get a bit frozen away from the table. 5-3 would have left him with a bit to do. Good chance now to get back on level terms. Playing for the ball on the left-hand rail, but that is okay. You can reroute and take this one first. All happening very quickly now as the position gets more and more open. Good stuff that from Sean. Not a chance that he'd have been expecting to get, and not a chance he should have got, but one that's gratefully accepted. Still nothing to choose between the players. 8 of potential 15 frames played. 4 apiece. Massive, powerful break. Balls all over the table. More getting to the top than at the bottom. Only one's gone down, but one's good enough. Delicate shots required around the right middle pocket. Well, that's Sean's version of delicate. The thing he needed to do was not knock the other ball out of the way, which he's done well. Still, the problem, the ball he's just pointing at now below the 8 ball, kind of guarded despite being open on a few sides. You can go left centre next, in which case you can leave an angle on the ball to the right centre. It's just where he then goes. It's not a really obvious path just to drop in behind what will be the final yellow. He's had quite a few looks at this, can't quite decide. The black's in the way of the direct cannon, so you could just embrace that and try and use the black to play the cannon. That was always the problem. You almost had to play it like that. You really needed to hit just slightly off centre, but the only way really to judge that was to almost aim for the centre and assume you weren't quite getting at the full ball. Actually caught that slightly too full in the end. Let's come off one cushion here and make the yellow bottom right. Wow. See from his body language there. Frustrated. It's a chance gone begging. These two players going frame by frame at the moment. Nobody able to open up a commanding lead. To go after the two difficult reds on the right hand side cushions. Contrasting styles in the way the players are winning their frames, but ultimately both very effective. Didn't quite get through that as intended. Screw back a little bit further. It's a little difficult to judge when you're digging down. It's fine still, it's just got a bit more angle than he would have chosen. pretty well. In an ideal world, you don't want to have to play that kind of cannon, because you take the 8 ball from the position it was in, which was absolutely fine, and risk knocking it somewhere where it may end up safer. Turned out fine though. Seen a few frames going like this where the player that was in first hasn't quite got the job done. No mistake there from Eddie Barker. Opens up a single frame lead again. Well, Eddie's racking up the balls. Let's take a quick look over to the main arena table where Zach Shepherd is now 5-3 up on.
Well, okay, the yellows are stuck together at the bottom, but he can play these awkward one next to the black here, double it back into the middle. And he's missed again.
Not happening for that man. Minutes 20 left. This is tough to get out from here, but it might not be as tough as it looks. I think there's a red that does it go through the gap?
Yeah, I do. I think they're there.
So if he can get on the bottom one, I thought he would want to get onto it straighter, and then you can just drop it in and hold on the other one.
Back on our feature match, frame 10. Eddie Barker about to break off. Another really well hit break, and this is much more like that lovely break from earlier on in the match where everything just split so well. It's not necessarily putting quite as much raw power into the break as some of the players, but such a good level of control, and just seems to be striking the pack in such a way that everything just opens up. Good chance now to open up a 2-frame lead. What will be an important moment in the match to do that. Shepherd did complete the clearance that we were just looking at. He's now 6-3 up on Chris Melling. This has been a day of seeds getting knocked out. Craig Waddingham, Stevie Dempsey, Tom Cousins, they're all out already. Sean Chipperfield, another one of the top 8 players who was one of the favourites for this event. It's looking like he's going to have to do it the hard way as well. Eddie Barker 3 balls away from opening up a 2-frame lead. Yes, again, this has just been really steady from Eddie Barker. The second clearance from the break that he's had in this match, where he's just split the ball so well that so much of the work was done on the break. Very nicely controlled. So in this race to 8, Eddie Barker 6-4 to the good. Sean Chipperfield a bit to think about.
This layout was tough.
Another quick look.
Doesn't look tough now. I mean, the yellow in the middle of the table still not exactly hanging over a pocket, but
it's on it there.
Can he beat the minute here? Can he beat the minute and keep 3 on the clock? It was a long way short.
Yeah, he's going to have the cue ball riding around the table now as well with this.
Use the red to hold.
Well.
And it is a fabulous finish, that one from Chris Melling. That was very, very tough, and he did it in a minute.
Back within 2. And the same scoreline on this side of the arena too. But no match clock pressure here. Sean Chipperfield got to get himself back into this match. 2 frames behind now. And what at first glance looked a good break has come up dry. And from a neutral's perspective, if you were to look back on this match, I think you'd just say you'd seen more of Eddie Barker at the table. It feels like Sean just hasn't had as much table time. Made a couple of mistakes that have let Eddie in. Eddie's had 2 really good breaks and a couple of other okay ones. And this dry break come completely the wrong moment for Sean. Great chance this for Eddie. 7-4 would be a very comfortable place from his perspective. Maybe just taking his time. He knows the importance of this frame. 7-3 is massive. By the time it's taken Eddie to pot the first couple of balls of this frame, Chris Melling has got another one back over in the main arena. 6-5 now for Zach Shepherd, with only a minute on the clock. Enough to take this ball to the bottom right corner. He's landed quite nicely on it as it happens. Now just simple stuff to do in this frame. And the quality of clearing up from these kind of positions where you should clear up from, but players don't always get it right. It's been very good from Eddie Barker in this match. It's not always about the flashy finishes, it's just making absolutely sure that you make the clearances that you should make. He's played quickly when he's needed to, but he's given himself a bit of extra time when he's needed to settle himself down. Well, not quite as he was intending, but he's left himself a reasonable shot still on the 8 ball. So warm round of applause in the background. Chris Melling has won another frame. That's 2 frames he's won in the shot in the time that it's taken Eddie Barker to go about this finish. Good stuff from Eddie Barker, 7-4 now. puts himself in prime position in this match. He just needs to win one of the remaining 4 frames. Sean Chipperfield's going to have to do it the hard way. He came through his first match in a deciding frame, 8-7 against Jez Graham. He's going to have to force a deciding frame against Eddie Barker if he wants to continue in this Pro Series 7 event. So Eddie Barker breaks off in frame 12. Makes a red. Not quite as good a split as his previous break, but not too bad. I don't know if he's got an easy opening red. I think he's got a yellow teeing off the ball to the bottom right corner. Chimes in the background from the main arena table as the match between Chris Melling and Zach Shepherd has finished at 6 apiece. Incredible comeback from Chris Melling in that match. With about 3 minutes to play, he was 3 frames down and, by all accounts, not playing very well. He's managed to get himself back into the game. That match available on Ultimate Pool TV and to subscribers of the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. Eddie would love to get this done in this frame. He just knows Sean Chipperfield's one of those players that can look like he's out of it and then can just throw 2 or 3 frames together in about 5 minutes and suddenly the game turns around. While Eddie's at the table, got things in his own hands, just wants to get the match closed out. Just going far enough past that red, he can still see the ball to the top right, so he can play that, just dribble that in. Ball to the left centre next. It's taking plenty of time, and well, he might. They're playing to a 45-second shot clock here, which is obviously abiding to, but understandably not rushing into anything. This would be a big win against a player of Sean Chipperfield's class. He's just slightly overdone that. I thought he might try and hold for the ball to the centre. He felt like he didn't have that angle. If he finishes 2 or 3 inches higher up the table, his options are much better. He's in a challenging position now. Oh, that's a good shot. How's his luck? Don't think he can see this yellow direct. He's going to pot the yellow that's below the cue ball. It might have to be off the red that's below it, which is tricky from where he is. This is a high tariff shot. He's going to have to play yellow off red and also screw the cue ball back. Oh, what a shot from Eddie Barker. What a shot. It's not completely out of the woods even now. He's landed about as nicely as he could on this yellow ball to the centre, but it's not a natural position onto the 8 ball by any means. Could easily get wrapped up in the red that's just below the yellow. What does he do here? Does he try and control this, or does he just try and power in? Thinking whether he could screw this in. Then he brings the other red into play. If he rolls it in, the red that's closest to the yellow is a problem. Oh, he's played that well again. Forces the cue ball through. Cut to the right centres. Very acute, and it's tricky from over that side of the table. May just be a gap for the double. If there is, that will be his choice, because it's a more controllable shot. Oh, what quality in the end from Eddie Barker. What quality to get that match closed out in the way that he did. Two great players brought their A games to that match, but Sean Chipperfield wasn't able to show enough of his A game. Gave away one or two too many chances, and ultimately Eddie Barker goes through by 8 frames to 4.
And put that pressure on.
So you've got to remember, when people go to the high 20s and early 30s and stuff like that, they've missed the ball.
Yeah.
He's not going to miss the ball. It's going to be unlikely.
If he gets a good split, watch out. Brian Halcro, don't watch. 15.09 could be in trouble, the mood that Chris Melling has just been in. I mean, he's just been running 8-ball racks for a minute. He's only got 6 of them on the table right now.
Yeah, so he's knocked in 45 pool balls in 3 minutes and 1 second. How's the split?
It's a brilliant split as well. It's a brilliant split. This could be ultra quick. Oh, he's going to have to let the cue ball run. That's the problem. He's waiting. He's waiting. That's the problem.
He's okay though. It's still going to be sub 20, is it? No, it's going to be about 22.
Okay, I said he should take 22 and a half. He's got 22 and a half. He'll be so disappointed that he played that shot and let the cue ball run, because you can see how quick he can play. That tap, that stop. Yeah,
he's pulled a face. He's wasted 4 or 5 seconds.
The second shot he played, if he pulls the cue ball back 2 inches, which he has to wait for, obviously, then it's stopped. You know, he's going to be ultra quick.
I think he's lost 4 seconds.
I think at least 4 seconds.
Maybe a bit more.
At least 4 seconds. Yeah.
He would there if he'd have got that right. Bang on. He was 17 seconds. Then you're looking at Zach would need a world record to go and beat him just about. But still, 22 and a bit. 22.43, wasn't it?
We
haven't had the official time yet.
Yes, it's 22 and a half essentially, waiting for the official time to come in. 22.47 is the official time. I'm hearing my ear from the director. And I tell you what, with 3 minutes 58 left to play, Zach Shepherd is now essentially, he's had a dry break and a swing at a buzzer beater, and he's got to do sub 22 and a half to win a match against Chris Melling. His brain must be on fire. The room must be spinning for him right now.
Yeah. The first thing he's got to do is negotiate the break off here and set them up nicely. Then he's got to get his head round it to run around that table without losing any time or any cue ball anywhere. Yeah. Breathing heavily.
Essentially, all he's done wrong since being 3-0 up, or 3 frames in front, is break try. That the buzzer beater chance was neither here nor there. The only real mistake was breaking try. And he's got this. It's tough out there. It really is tough out there. He's got 22.47 to save his tournament here and to do something very special himself.
That's good.
It's brilliant. This is on. He's got to let the cue ball run as well.
Long ball.
That's clever.
Don't stop looking at it.
Don't wait.
No, I don't know what
he's got to take this long.
He's not going to do it. Oh, is he? No, it stayed out.
He could have done it if he hadn't missed. If he makes the one to the top, it would be really tight.
He stopped waiting for that red to come down
He
the
didn't
table.
need to wait for that ball. As long as the ball that you're playing and the cue ball are stationary, he waited for 3 seconds. He didn't need to wait, and that could have cost him the opportunity. And somehow, some way, Chris Melling has won a match he had absolutely no right to even think about winning. He was so close to conceding with 3 minutes left to play in the match. He almost put his hand out to shake hands. That's how far behind he has gone.
He had both cues in his hand and his towel in his hand. He was leaving.
He certainly considered it. That was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen on a pool table. Chris Melling has done it again, and he is into the last 16, and that does not tell the full story. I cannot wait.
And up shortly we will have the game between Dylan Liry and Declan Brennan.
The beeps ain't mega loud, so I'll count you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, alright. What was it, 40 or 45? 45. In that order. It's always one, it's got to be clear, it's always two, it's usually the same two. Here. Thanks. Oh shit, I'm going to grab them, yeah. You're asking them to clean the weight. See what happened there? Because if you're asking them to clean the weight, so I asked them, let's clean the weight, and you're doing careful when you open it because they've been spurting. You can let me leave that down, are you? Oh, man, no. For a battery, yeah. I used to like you. Never any mal. Oh, no.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are in the last 32. Dylan Liry taking on Declan Brennan in your second match of the evening session here on YouTube Table 2. If you are interested in watching any more of the action, obviously clipping back potentially and watching that magic from Melon, it'd be worth getting your subscription to Ultimate Pool or get the YouTube membership. This is a big game. Dylan Liry taking on Declan Brennan. Declan has got a golden opportunity to potentially become the world #1 on Saturday night. The way he can do that, beating Dylan Liry, getting through his last 16, his quarter and his semi. And should the man make the final, the man from Northern Ireland would become world #1 and overtake Tom Cousins, whose reign now takes into its 3rd year, I believe. So it would be a big weekend if Declan Brennan was to pull it off. And he is going to be the first man at the table. He's got a decent split. It looks like he's going to take the reds. That yellow just towards the top left is in a bit of an awkward spot. See him there, he just wants to work out a way just to play that shot and remove that, get it out the way. Clear it from the other reds that are surrounding the pocket. The way he can do that is potentially by playing a free ball plant. He's looking at potentially doing that next. Yeah, this is the shot here. If he gets this right, he unlocks the frame. Just don't want to congeal all of your reds together up the top end of the table. If you do that, then escalates the difficulty. Yeah, that's a brilliant shot from Deck. Yeah, Declan was decent value for money in his first game against McCullik. Obviously, for a lot of players, it will take a bit of time to get used to the new balls, alongside the fairly new teal cloth. But Declan's had enough experience now on the cloth, and as a top-level professional, to understand the changes and be able to work alongside them. He set himself up nicely here for potentially taking out this first frame. And in true Declan Brennan's style, he's going to take this out with a reverse dish, get that break of serve and go 1-0 ahead. For any of you that are interested into what's happening around the tables, well, don't shy away from the main table. Obviously, just to emphasise what Chris Melling has just done, he's put in a very mid-performance against Zach Shepherd, and then in the last 4 minutes he's decided to come along, dish 3 in a row like it was nobody's business, and win the 6-red shootout. Classic Chris Melling. Just so you guys know what else is going on around the tables, Ben Doyle and Rob Chambers are tied at 7 each at the moment. But we'll come back to that because Declan's just hammered in a break. And if he can play red off yellow at the top end of the table, which he's looking at now, all of these reds will fly. I think he's looking at other options, maybe tells me it's not that easy.
Extension call.
I think he's actually eyeing yellows. He's just seeing whether he can get past that one on the cushion to if yellows were a decent shout. I don't think he thinks he can get past the red to get to the potting angle of the yellows, so it is going to be red. Well, it was attempted red off off the yellow. Doesn't get it right.
It's not the end of the world if he can knock this red in, because the red over the left middle pocket, he can play into that red with. And I think if he pots this with just a bit of stun, then he can play the gap. Or he can play into the yellow. That's another very good shot from Declan. He just wants to kind of drop this in with a little bit of stun, maybe just tap the red. It's on the 8 spot. Just gives him a nice angle then to go up into that problem ball. That little soft tap, and then this is the shot.
Cushion first, back of the red, hit it decent mid-pace to get the red across to the right-hand side. He wants to ideally leave himself on that red, and that can't have come out any better.
How's that?
Great start this. These two players obviously on the same international team. Both play for Northern Ireland. Not seeing anything of Dylan yet, just that one dry break.
Declan's just looked imperious all year, Nick, hasn't he? You know, so many finals. It's obviously 2 wins under his belt. Recently just been in the World Final. Okay, he didn't play great in the World Final, but, you know, in every other event he's been there or thereabouts this year. And if he can just pull off one more big run now, then you feel like he's made the big hurdle and got that world #1 spot that he's been after for so long. Dylan Liry can stop him still. In off doesn't help. And it's another good split. In fact, if the yellow goes into the bottom right, sitting ducks fairly for Deck. Just having a think, because the yellows, they do all go, but it's more in terms of the positional side of yellows. You have to inch perfect on all of them, because you can't really access the top corner pockets without potentially playing ball off ball or precise positional play. So this is just one of these clearances where you've just got to be exact. I think he's perfect. Oh, just slight adjustment. Just going to play the one into the bottom right instead. It's been brilliant. Cue ball's been on a string so far from deck. And that is 3-0. In no time at all. For the destroyer.
Just to the left of it, to the left centre. So it's actually quite a good path, even though there looks to be a bit of congestion.
No, it's fine. He just rolls through now. Can roll that in. Other red in the left centre, and he should be home and hosed. You'd get these, Mark, wouldn't you, from there?
You'd hope so. Well, probably not, but you'd hope so.
I'd back you to get them.
The fact that a lot of the top seeds have gone out already. We've talked a bit about Tom Cousins, Stevie Dempsey, Craig Waddingham.
Here goes deck on the break again, and this time straight in off. So it's very similar to the Rab game earlier, actually, Nick. That Rab sprinted into a 3-0 lead and went in off in the middle, and then all of a sudden things tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, trading in offs, the two players here. Much needed chance for Dylan Liry. Big cluster of balls over on this left side of the table. Play the red. Squeeze his cushion first off the yellow and try and bust everything open, but yellows are probably the better set here, especially if you can plant yellow onto yellow. Try and get a crosshair from this first shot.
It feels quite low risk to go for it now, with the red over the bottom right. He's played it in a calculated way as well.
He's got enough of the ball that it's towards his pocket that he can just play it off the knuckle.
Yeah, he had to kind of like swerve screw it. It's the only problem with that, it just didn't give him the control.
If he's got the gap, he's been a little bit fortunate.
He's looking at a cut here. Potentially cut off the red. It's very thin.
This is way for thin. Don't like it.
I don't think he's really got enough choice though. That's a problem. Oh, it's a shot though. Brilliant. Oh, it's a brilliant shot. Wants that red to stop, and it has.
Deserve that result. Twixt in between again, but I can take the one up to the top right, just stun the cue ball. Probably just come across. It's down into the red. It's to the left of this. He's not hampered with his queuing, so should be comfortable.
Yeah, it's nicely done by Dylan. Stay down on that for a sec. Slightly off the jaw, but no issue at all. And this should be Dylan Liry getting his first frame on the board at 3-1. Just to give you some other score updates, Ben Doyle and Rob Chambers are still locked at 7-all. Carl Morris is 6-5 up on Zach Cooper. Callum Singleton and Jimmy Croxton are tied at 7 each. Chris Day has just started against Rob Warney, he's 3-2 up. John Chambers is 3-2 up on Christy Caulfield. Your main table, if you're going to watch along on the main streams, if you subscribe to the Ultimate Pool app, we've got Josh Jahaj against Sean Story at 1 each. Simon Fitzsimmons is 2-0 up on Dom Cooney. Jaden Billingham is 3-2 up on Liam White. Phil Harrison is 3-1 up on Phil Parkin. And then you've got our match here. It's going to be Dylan to break. So he kept himself back within 1.
Getting off in his last break, trying his first. So the break's not working so far.
But that has absolutely worked for him.
Yeah, this is what we saw from him last weekend. It was such a massive weapon for him. His break was huge. One shot to play, whichever set you go for here. And he's telling you where it is. Like red on the side cushion. If you go yellows, it's the yellow above it. So the way he was cueing that suggests, well, does he have an angle? Just enough angle here just to run this through. Give that red little nudge towards the pocket.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, that's lovely. Just playing into the yellow, bumped it off.
This looks like a fair formality. Dylan should now get this back to 3-2.
Shade too much angle here, so just run the cue ball on and off the cushion. He's overhit this by some margin, and he's going to snooker himself. Wow, we just didn't need to get anywhere near that far up the table. I mean, he could have been taking this shot from the top of the white line and still been able to cut it back in.
Well, I said it was a formality because I thought it was a formality, but
the margin of error he's got there, he's overhit that by 3 feet.
Can he save himself? Can he pop this off the cushion? Tell you what, it's an effort, but it's not there. Although he has, to a degree, gotten away with it. Because Declan Brennan does not have a pot here, and he's got to try and hide the white from him.
He's got a lot of space at the top of the table to hide behind that. He's got that line of 3 balls.
Well, that's a risky choice, but he's played it well.
He should escape though. I think he was trying to cover the line, middle pocket, to take this shot out, but just gone past it. I think Dylan's going to get close.
He is, and he's going to pot it.
There's the cue ball though.
He's all good.
Okay.
Brilliant pot from Dylan, but that's a mistake from Declan Brennan.
Yeah, I agree. And that was just because, as I say, he overhit that previous shot. I think it was the right shot to play. He was trying to leave that yellow covering the pocket to take that out of the equation. Much better from Brennan. Wow, the power he got into that. Surely that's not in off. Oh my goodness me, that's crazy. He couldn't have broken them any better. He flushed them. He's parked the cue ball in the middle of the table, and somehow something's come along, given it a nudge and sent it into that middle pocket dead weight. That is so unfortunate. The saving grace here is there are a couple of clusters. Dylan looking straight away to see if he can get to the potting angle of that yellow to bottom left.
Yeah, the black ball's a bit of an issue, whichever way you go. If he's going to go reds here, he's going to be targeting this red and yellow towards the bottom left. So that's his only real problem ball in the balls.
I like another half a roll there. Got a big angle here. Can still find the line to come down and make that contact, but much easier to control if it's just slightly straighter.
I think you can get the bite on these tables now. Obviously, compared to the previous grey cloths that we used to use, the super fines, they used to slide a lot more on you. But yeah, you can see there, that shot, he gets the grip. Makes those kind of wider angles more doable. That's a great shot from Dylan.
The question now is whether he risks moving the 8 ball off in his next shot. Does he come up and just give it a bump? Because if you bump it full in the face, you can't fail to be on the red. I think you can't fail to be on the red towards the left-hand side of the table. Don't think he's going to take the risk. Needs that ball on the left-hand side to be his last ball, so he can just come one cushion, side cushion, and back across for the 8. Just making sure he knows exactly what line he's leaving. Yeah, he's left a natural. You can drop this in and the cue ball just tracks just above the middle pocket. Mind if this is dead straight. Perfect.
Yeah, this has been brilliant free frames from Dylan in response to what Declan dealt him in the first 3. Oh, has he missed the black?
Good away. Wowee.
Well. But similar to our previous matches, one player sprints ahead, the other one catches back up.
Generous, that one, to say the least. The pace, the slide, the brand new balls all help that one go in. They don't have no right to.
Now Dylan has the opportunity to take a lead for the first time in the match. Oh, but the white ball goes in off. Straight in off as well. And the split's good again, so almost roles reversed here. Dylan wins 3 in a row, then goes in off, and now it's Declan's turn to come to the table. These reds look very doable. It's not often you say it, but it feels like the problem ball might be the red that's over the bottom left-hand corner, because it's just out the way of everything.
Extension call.
Deck thought he could sneak it past the yellow and hasn't. I'll tell you what, this game's turned on its head. Ever since Declan went in off at 3-0, Declan's just not quite looked the same. Kind of played the snooker earlier. Kay probably didn't expect Dylan to get it, but probably had better options out there. And then he's tried to judge that one and thought it went past and it didn't. He's just given Dylan a golden opportunity to go 4-3 ahead.
Extension call.
Yeah, this ball to bottom left pocket, whilst it's obviously a very easy ball to pot, it does cause them some problems, because when they're buried in the jaws like that, it's difficult to get accurate position on your next ball. He keeps looking at it now, but I don't think he's quite through to it. Getting from that ball up to the top of the table, so this is a shot now, transitioning from bottom to top of the table, and there's a line of yellows across the middle. He needs to pick the line here.
The thing is, I don't like it as a final ball.
No.
It's a nasty final ball if you leave it like that.
Has to take it now, but the problem is, like I say, ideally if they're just out, you can screw straight back up the line, up that left-hand side of the table. Maybe around about the bulk line, you'd have a choice of a couple of balls, but much more difficult to try and do. And there you see, I mean, he's okay. He navigated that gap, but that could have so easily gone wrong. Just played cushion first with side. And as I say, was trusting to luck a little bit. I think for a second that was what he played, but it's effective. And Dylan's on the march.
Yeah, and this is another good finish from Dylan.
4 on the bounce now. There's something I'll touch on that somebody mentioned in the chat box, and we're talking about the balls again, which clearly is splits opinion, and in all honesty, I never tread on anybody's opinion, because obviously everyone's allowed to like and dislike what they want, and it's absolutely nothing to do with me, and it's fine to, you know, it'd be a boring old place if we all liked or disliked the same things. But they said absolutely awful looking balls. Ultimate Pool just trying to be different lately, commercialising it all to fill their pockets. That's something that I just will pick up on, because I find the comment quite comedic, to be honest. If you think realistically, the man that is behind Ultimate Pool, Mark Quirk, he's invested over £4 million of his own money into improving this game, into bringing it to big arenas, to where we've got 800-900 players playing over a weekend, making it accessible to juniors, to seniors, to disabled players, to everyone, like the ladies' game, everything. Like, put all his money into it, and then for people to say, oh, they're just trying to fill their own pockets. I mean, it's a business, and the guy the guy wants to bring a new brand. And yes, ultimately he wants it to be profitable, but there's nobody in the history of pool that's invested so much money into the game to then say, oh, they're just trying to fill their pockets. It's such a short-sighted comment, and I only pick on it, and I'm not picking on this gentleman himself, because I must have seen the comment 50 times recently. I just find it...
The premise behind anything is innovation, right? So if we'd kept everything the same, nothing would have changed. You know, we still would have been in the position where the big events happen in local clubs, the best players in the world don't get rewarded for what they do, and players that are counted as professional will never make it a career, right? That's not what we want. At Ultimate Pool, what we want is players to feel rewarded for being professional, earning that right, earning their prize money, and getting that opportunity going forward. And that doesn't happen without investment. And that investment, one way or another, has to come from a business that is a profitable business. So, working all of that, as I say, we haven't tried, that as a company, it's not tried in any way to seclude any player or, you know, go, we're not having this, we're not having this. We're always open to opinion, and we obviously want to support players as much as we can, but innovation does need to be made. And having new balls, having new cloths, it is a little bit trial and error. There will be things that, you know, we go along the roads and people go, yeah, we're not fans of that. Obviously, we've got a bit of a Marmite thing here, because people are like, yeah, some people love them, some people hate them. Completely get it. But the be-all and end-all of it is here now. It is here to stay. You know, some players that don't like them will get used to them. Some will try them. Some will like them. Some that initially liked them may not like them later on. That's absolutely fine, and your opinion matters to us.
Absolutely.
So much.
And the next comment, the thing is, everybody loves Pro Cup Aramith balls, universally loved and trusted. Well, when Aramith Pro Cup balls came on the market, came on the scene, everybody hated them. Everybody. What is that 8-ball all about? Why is the cue ball got red spots on it? You might not be old enough to remember that, but I certainly can. And there were comments exactly the same as these when there was a paradigm shift to Aramith 8-ball. And yes, they've been the ball of choice for a long time, and maybe these balls will never be the ball of choice. Who knows? Who knows? They're the ball of choice for Ultimate Pool, and that's all that matters. Like, nobody's forcing anyone to go out and buy these balls. Just like go buy your Pro Cups. I mean, it's not the market's there, you know, and the choice is there. It's good to have choice, surely.
Yeah.
If you went in and there was only one flavour and one brand of crisps on the shelf, you get pretty bored pretty quickly. So have the choice. That's what marketing's all about.
There's comfort in familiarity. There is in it, no matter what you do. You know, at the end of the day, if I go on holiday, I never feel as comfortable in the bed when I'm on holiday as I do in my bed when I'm at home. But you go out and you try these things, and after a couple of days, you kind of settle into them, and you think, oh, that's all right. You know, it's the same with the teal cloth. A lot of people didn't like the teal cloth when it came along. A lot of players have now warmed to it because it's been around a little while. So these things over time will become a lot more natural. Obviously, the opinions will still be there, which completely respect. But these things just, natural changes occur over time. There's been a lot, you know, at the end of the day, new table, new cloth, new balls, all of this coming out at the same time. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But give it a year or so, this will be very familiar and players will be a lot more used to it. So all I'm saying is hang tight with it, because at the end of the day, what Ultimate Pool are trying to do in other things with next-gen players and masters and expanding the tour and getting more prize money for players to be able to make it a career and things like that, that's the positive stuff. That's the stuff that we look at, and when we get the feedback and when we watch players that are turning it into a career that may not have had that opportunity before, that's where the reward comes from, and that is exactly what Mark Quirk is looking to do with Ultimate Pool.
And Kevin says, you know, I mean, English 8-ball colours with stripes, numbered 1 to 15 for what? But how does it detract? The fact that the balls have got numbers on, everyone seems to be taking exception with the fact that the balls have got numbers on, but how is it detracting from the game? I mean, okay, maybe it's a novelty, or maybe at some point they're going to play some novelty games with it. Maybe they're going to invent a 6-red shootout for a particular event where you've got to pot them in order. Maybe, you know, someone can have a set at home and have a game of 9-ball without changing them out. I mean, maybe it is just a novelty, but how does it detract? What you know, the players aren't looking at it going, oh my God, there's a number on that ball, I can't pot it. I find it hard to understand why people are taking such exception to the fact there's a number on the ball.
But once again, it comes back to this familiarity thing, Nick, that I understand it. You know, somebody's looked at that and gone, well, why are there now these American style balls in Ultimate Pool? It's an English pool game. Completely get it. The other way that we've got to look at this is when players go out, right, and we travel over to the USA and we play in events, or some of the boys go out to China and play in events and things like that, right? English players travel around to play pool. We love playing pool. But so do the American players, so do the Chinese players, so do these other international players. The World Championships at the moment features of mainly a few European teams, all of the UK, Morocco, Mauritius, Reunion Islands, and a couple of other countries from. But this is a worldwide sport. Everybody plays pool. Yeah. Everybody in Asia plays pool. Everybody in South America, in North America. So what we're trying to do, just in a hint of a way, is just advertise it to other countries and go, you know, Argentina, if you play loads of pool out there, we want to invite you down and we want to give you something familiar to get involved with English pool with.
Well, the other thing,
because that's what we really want deep down, is as many players playing as possible.
The other thing, by the way, that was a great clearance. We've kind of stepped away from the game slightly.
Sorry,
and that was
a
great clearance from Dylan in the meantime. But what I was going to say is, at the same time, I know there's a huge drive at the moment, and I think it's being led by the Chinese with Hayball to get 8-ball into the Olympics.
Yes.
I was talking to Joe Fanto over in Ireland, and he's kind of riding the Hayball coattails in trying to get pool into the Olympics. Well, you know, then suddenly, if the Americans come across and play the game on this table, or the Chinese come across and play the game on this table, it's not totally alien to them. It's slightly more familiar, and it just goes from what you were saying a second ago, trying to make the game that little bit more accessible and that little bit more universal.
I love English pool to bits, and I love English pool players in general, right? Everybody in the group chat will agree that everybody is up for a laugh, it's entertaining, you know, you can have a bit of banter with it, especially when players get lucky, things like that. You know, there's going to be some disagreement because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pool players that play pool up and down the country. But it's just this little thing that, as I say, as a pool commentator and as a guy that's played pool for 15 years, separate to Ultimate Pool and that, all I'd say is just give it the chance, because in a few years' time, when we've got more players that come from abroad and want to get involved, and it gives us more opportunity to travel and play pool, because I'm sure some of you in the chat will have done things like the Catalonia Pool Festival, you know, and Europeans in Malta and things like that. You guys love going out and doing those events because of the fact that you can treat it as a bit of a holiday and a trip and an adventure, as doing something in a sport that you love. And we want to be able to offer more of that. So just give it that time of day. That's all I would ask.
And really appreciate the comments and the opinions. I love, as much as, you know, it's great to, great to commentate on the matches. I love having discussion in and around the game as well. It's really interesting. So always good to get your opinions. And great to hear from you guys, as always.
Yeah.
This is...
Declan needs to win this frame.
Yeah, from a dry break from Dylan. That's something that we can definitely agree on. I'm iPad only is the pocket sizes. I agree, and I think a lot of the professional players would also agree with you that pockets could be a touch tighter.
Yeah,
they could be a touch tighter. And in all honesty, I've heard in the background that following the World Championships, that there may be a drive to just tighten them slightly. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I've just heard rumblings that may be. I'm definitely not a person who's in the know, by the way. But I've heard some rumblings that, you know, maybe looking at the template, and, you know, why not tighten up slightly? We want to see honest pool. We don't, you know, think back to that 8-ball that Dylan potted in the bottom right pocket that was, you know, ended up an inch off the cushion that went in. You know, there's a number of contributing factors. These are brand new costs, by the way, brand new balls.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a big factor.
They definitely add to it. They definitely make the table play bigger, but these pockets could definitely be a touch tighter.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you play on these tables in a month or so, they will be very tight.
But by the way, I'm
not very tight, but tighter.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm a club player, and you know, let's not forget that whilst I say they could be tighter, they can't be any tighter for me, because I just won't pot anything. I played on one of these tables last night, and you know, let's remember, these guys are professionals. They make this game look really easy. And yes, we can all sit there and go, that wouldn't have gone in my local pub, and it wouldn't have gone in my local pub either. But these are different conditions, professional conditions. And whilst I agree they could be a little bit tighter, once that, you know, if you make a new template here, and all the tables are a lot tighter, once people start getting them into their garages and their living rooms, and they start playing with them at home, they're going to be like, I'm not enjoying this game because I can't pot anything.
I was going to say, you can go the other way.
Yeah, you can.
Have you ever seen the Russian pool tables?
Absolutely.
Oh my!
I played on one in Turkey, and I tell you now that, I mean, the balls they're using are the same size as the American balls, and there's literally a millimetre either side to get it into the pocket. You sit it in the pocket, there's no room, it barely goes. It's near impossible to pot on unless you're middle to middle. You can't pot along the rails. I mean, they are insanely difficult. So it is possible to go the other way, and then you whilst professionals will still find the game reasonably easy, when it comes down to club level and pub level, like a lot of us play, then suddenly it's like I'm not really enjoying this anymore because I can't break in dish, and it becomes that tighter. So there is a fine balance to be had, because the last thing you want to do is have a table that's on TV and then another table that's in the club. You want a happy medium whereby this is the same table playing here, in the club, in the challenger room, in the next gen room, and down the local pub. They all need to be the same template.
Just to answer the question as well that Phil Lee's just put on as well. He said, what's your thoughts of making the white the same size as the other balls? There's a fine line, and I think it's a fine line balance that Ultimate Pool are finding at the moment, which is how international can you make the game without losing the identity of English pool? And it's a really key debate. And I think in the position we're at the moment, obviously we've got the original 8 ball back, we've got the kind of classic pool style table. Obviously the legs are a little bit different and the layout's slightly different, but at the core it's still that pool table that we know and love. The cloths have changed, the balls have changed. I think if we just went for the same size white ball, I think it just loses that bit too much identity. In my personal opinion, that may change for different people. I know some of the other pros have made the point of maybe making it the same size, but there's this fine line that it's really down to opinion.
Yeah, there's some really interesting comments coming in, really interesting debates, and we could talk on for ages. We'll just touch back on the game for a minute, obviously. That's what we're here for, but I'm sure some people would rather be tuned into the game than listening to us talking about the periphery of pool.
We need to stop waffling, Nick. Sorry, guys, we do really appreciate your questions, and obviously we will come back to them over the course, but I do feel kind of bad for Declan and Dylan, because we haven't really spoken about them.
Dex mounting a really tidy comeback here. It comes from that dry break in the previous frame, and as we often say in this game, that one frame can lead to two. Suddenly that 2-frame deficit, this has been one of those games, and Deck wins the first 3, Dylan wins 5, now Deck's put 2 together, so we're at 5 each.
Yeah, and it's now down to a best of 5, so the thing is, in Declan's position, he's in a weird spot, because even though it's the last 32 of the tournament and he's been past the last 32 countless times before, because of now this little weight on his shoulder, and Declan will know at this point, he will know that if he makes the final he'll be world number 1. Just adds a slightly different factor onto this tournament now, where every match has that little bit of added pressure on, whereas Dylan probably knows about that as well, knows he's playing against somebody that he's very slight second favourite against, and he can probably play a little bit more freely going into these final 5 frames.
Love the comment from Get Reford as well. At least nobody's having a pop at anyone for having a different opinion. That's new for a YouTube chat. Absolutely is. And as I say, I think healthy debate's brilliant. I love it. And when I talk, okay, I've got a microphone in front of me, but it's only one man's opinion. My opinion is no more valid than anybody else's that's sat at home or in the chat box. We've all got our own opinions on what happens. I try and look at things objectively.
Yeah, I mean, just to make a very quick point on that as well, we all want the same thing in the sport, all 372 of you, plus the 2 players on the table, plus the 2 here, plus the 900 odd in the arena, all want the same thing, which is for pool to grow in general. And there's different routes on how you go about that, and as long as we're constructive in those conversations, then things will keep moving forward. So more conversations like this, please, in the group chat, because it really does go a long way.
And I'll tell you, someone else who loves this as well is he loves healthy debate, and that is Mark Quirk himself. He absolutely loves a good healthy conversation on the game, because getting different people's opinions can only drive improvement.
Declan's just a bit hampered here, so he's just got to play good shot to screw through the gap. He's played that lovely.
He's away again here. This is going to be 3 in a row for Brennan, you feel. And as I say, the frames coming in clusters for both players.
Nobody's got that elusive 4th frame in a row yet, though, have they? I imagine.
No, Dylan hit 5, didn't he? He went 5-3.
Oh yeah, of course he did.
Yeah, he was 3-0 down and went 5-3.
All right, commentator, bad mathematician, seemingly. But this is the thing, it's a good opportunity now for Deck. There's been a couple of pros now top pros now eliminated. Obviously Cousins, McAllister going out earlier as well. Just losing a couple off the pack really opens this up for Declan as a good opportunity. Obviously last time he ended up playing Tom in the final, which is never ideal when you're trying to become number one, to kind of beat the number one, because you know how well they're going to try and play to win it. But that is going to be 6-5 to Brennan now, and he retakes the lead. So dynamic flips again, and Declan on the break as well. Good opportunity to get himself on the hill. So at the moment, it's very, very slight advantage Deck.
I think the other thing to remember, this whole argument, just while Deck's setting these up, this whole argument when we talk about the balls, the rules, the cloth, the other one that other people talk about is the loss of turn shot. You know, all of these are taken from a reference point of where we've come from. If you'd never seen this game before and you looked at this, you'd think, well, this is perfectly normal. You know, there's two different sets of balls. One of them's numbered, so what? Big deal. There's a cloth. The rules are really simple. The loss of turn shot. I mean, actually, this set of rules to teach is the easiest set of rules to teach. You can understand, you can play 2 frames of this and have pretty good understanding of how to play, whereas you could watch World Rules for a week and still not understand what people are doing when they're playing a ball into space, and you know, it's a senseless set of rules. I've got nothing against World Rules, by the way, but you know, there's no logic to it. This is logical, it makes sense, and if you had no reference point, if you were like, you know, if you hadn't been watching pool for years and you didn't have black ball rules and you didn't have reds and whites and so on and so forth, it's only because it's different. If there was no reference point, everything would be absolutely normal, because you wouldn't come to this and go, well, that doesn't make any sense, because it does. I mean, it's just, everything makes logical sense. Anyway, that's my last point on it.
I was going to say, Declan's made a good break there. He's been very unlucky there.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull out a shot here now. He's consider himself a little bit unfortunate there, because now he's got this half ball cut on the right side of the table. That's all he's got. And these balls at the bottom of the table, this little triangle, they've just gone on top of each other a little bit. So even if he can find the line to get to the one to far right, he's not guaranteed to find position on his next ball. So suddenly this has become difficult.
Yeah, he's got to play this with a little bit of side as well to avoid an in-off in the middle, so makes the pot even harder, but he has gone in-off in the middle. Whoa, didn't see that coming. It's a great pot in the corner, but I expected him to really play that with side, and maybe it just didn't catch off the cushion, but this is a golden opportunity now for Dylan to level up again. That was an uncharacteristic mistake from Declan. I mean, I know he was unlucky with the cannon, but to go in off from the position he was in, I just didn't expect. If he'd potted it, missed it, or ended up out of position, I would have got it, but unfortunately it's a little bit of an error.
Question for you, just from a few of the comments that came here. You talked about being in an affiliated club earlier.
Yes.
As I think Spots and Stripes and Red Hill have become an affiliated club, and then we obviously played an event there recently, didn't we? So do you know if there are any benefits to the clubs for becoming affiliated? Like, do they get discounts on cloths and balls and things like that? Or
So you're speaking to the right man as the affiliate club's manager. So yeah, becoming an affiliate club, it allows you to obtain trade prices on Ultimate Pool products. So that would be including the balls, the tables, the cloths, Anything retail, so cues, chalks, things like that, that would be within £1,000 spend.
Yeah.
Obviously, take into account, obviously, when you buy the cloths and you buy the tables and things like that, you'll probably reach that £1,000 pretty quickly anyway. So, obviously, we look towards kind of those bulk orders. Obviously, secondly to that, obviously the events. There is a larger calendar coming out next year. There's going to be a lot more pro-ams, challenger events, individual women's events. All of this is being added to the calendar on top of what you already see this year. So with that in mind, there'll be a lot more events and qualifiers. So all the clubs that are affiliated with us will get notifications of those events that are coming up and whether they would like to host them or like to put in a bid to host them. And then we would get in contact with them to be able to get that sorted out. There's an affiliate club's website that's in the process of being made. So clubs or people looking to play pool will be able to go onto the affiliate club's website, find out obviously where their nearest venue is and be able to go there. So it's good advertisement for you guys as well.
Just going to cut in quickly, Luke. Declan's going to have to play a shot here. He's landed close to the cushion. He can't play the one to bottom left, you feel, because how do you get the cue ball back up? So he has to take this one at the top. Can't get the side he wants onto it, so he's having to dig down on the shot, which makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, has to judge this. I'll tell you
that's
what.
Beautiful. Oh, he couldn't have played that any better. That's fabulous.
Dylan's got a really nice kind of cue arm for something like that, because the way he goes through the ball is quite short, and then he's able to really grip it as he goes through it. So shots like that are a little bit more down Dylan's locker than some other people's lockers.
Just needs to be careful here, though.
Oh, he's played the cannon.
He played the cannon because, I mean, he could have come higher the ball, but the problem coming higher the ball, the middle pocket, is then in play. So he elected the cannon. It was always going to be dangerous because I don't think this passes.
He's cutting this in the middle.
Yeah, he's cutting it to middle.
White ball's going to go flying here, by the way. Oh, I tell you what, he's played it with some control. That's a great shot.
That's really good. And that's such a great reply after Brennan's just put 3 on the board. That really is a fabulous reply from Dylan Liry. And someone mentioned earlier in the chat, we mentioned it earlier today, that he won a big event last weekend and he's going to be walking on air after that event. You know that his confidence is going to be up. I saw him last night and he was still absolutely buzzing. He said that he drove home that night, he got back at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then he had a lesson from 10 till 1. He had booked in a lesson with somebody for 3 hours, so he didn't get to bed till sometime the following afternoon, but he said he never felt tired because he was just still working on adrenaline. What a buzz.
Obviously just reading some of the things in regards to the affiliate clubs here as well. Yeah, obviously discounts are part of them, the qualifiers are another part. On top of that, you do get opportunities to be part of exclusive events. We have got an affiliate clubs event going on this weekend actually at the Pro Series, so there's all these little perks and benefits, and as things get progressed further down the line, there will be more opportunities for you guys as well. It's an effort that Mark's put together to be able to get us closer to you guys in the community, to be able to help you out more locally. Ultimate Pool Coaching is involved in that as well, so players that are coaches, you can become affiliated with certain clubs as well if you're local and nearby, and then that means it gives an opportunity for players that are looking to get into pool to be able to come into your clubs and learn with their local affiliated coaches. So all of this kind of pieces together. For county players at the moment, obviously the county is still run under EPA, so obviously we work alongside EPA and we try and support that as much as possible. We don't have as much jurisdiction over that, so that would be more an EPA choice, but obviously if they want us to support in the future, I'm sure we would be able to. In regards to county sides of things, obviously we do have the county shootout at the moment as a promotional thing, but I'm sure there are more ways that we can get closer to the grassroots in that regard as well. So obviously any questions in regards to affiliate clubs or anything like that, clubs@ultimatepoolgroup.com is the place to go. I myself man that alongside a couple of other people that work for Ultimate Pool behind the scenes, and we've been more than happy to help you out.
Okay, so Liry here on the break, working on reds, but It's all about the cue ball here. He needs to keep really close control over this cue ball. The next shot is going to tell us a lot about this frame. If he gets it right, he could unlock it. It needs a rub. It's not quite got there. He's just tried to come slightly to the right of that. Ironically, just a touch more pace, and he would have been on that red.
I don't know if he's too bad. I wonder if he can screw up to somewhere near the right-hand side baulk line and play on the red of the middle of the free at the top end of the table into left middle, and then play the one into the bottom right. He's looked up to me though. I wonder if he's going for a cannon.
No, I think he's going to land it.
He has landed it as well. It's a great shot.
So you can play this and then just float the cue ball across into the yellow that's just to the left of this one. Leave himself on the red that's just above, into the same pocket. Lovely.
Yeah, it's nice from Dylan.
Use the side cushion here, spin the cue ball up into the bulk area. Pep. Raker left. Don't try and get too cute with that. I thought he could have just played that. I think the angle was just a bit more than I anticipated, but this should be easy enough. He played one like this earlier and overhit it by a margin, so you literally just float this in. You've got so much margin of error to play with. You get past the yellow and you're on the 8. So it's pretty much just over dead weight.
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't. Ooh, Dylan. Do you know what?
He's off the pot.
Yeah, just trying to play it with side.
He's left deck the perfect angle to get the bad yellow out as well.
Do you know what it is? The last time Dylan played one of those shots, he snookered himself, didn't he, on the 8 ball? And I think he's just put so much focus on the cue ball this time that he's forgotten about the pot. And this is a big moment in Declan Brennan's weekend. It's a massive moment, because if he can get 7-6 and get over the line, then he will have survived a massive scare in this. Because if Dylan goes 7-6, I back him to dish the decider at the moment. I really do.
Yeah. Or maybe he doesn't have the angle. I thought the one on the bulk line gave him the perfect angle to. He's come back to pretty much the same place. Maybe this is slightly more natural.
I think he's gonna top off the top cushion and then go into the yellow, isn't he?
Absolutely.
That'll be the shot. This is a big shot. Oh, I tell you what, he's nailed it. He's absolutely nailed it. Brilliant shot. And you can see Declan taking his time here. He knows this is a big moment in the match.
Yeah, he's got the break in the next as well, which is massive. That was a huge miss from Liry. That red staying up.
Yeah, because Dylan's just missed 1 or 2 in this match. He hasn't missed a lot, but he's just missed enough that he's brought Dylan back into the game. So it's a big, big moment for Declan Brennan.
You know, you come back to that shot that Liry's missed. I mean, that ball's hanging. We talk about the pockets being huge. That didn't drop.
Yeah. But this is the thing, they will get tighter as the weekend goes. You know, we'll probably come back in, and tomorrow night the pockets will be a bit tighter and players will start missing a couple more. But massive frame for Declan now, and he's got a break to win it. just reading Get Refurb's comment, obviously just about it being very attacking the game. Don't get me wrong, international rules is a bit more attacking than black ball mod rules. You know, it is built for players to be able to watch it, to be able to kind of quickly learn it, and then also be able to replicate it and keep it flowing and keep people entertained with it. But there is a very tactical side to it. Even if we just go back to our earlier game that we watched today, Nick, Eddie Barker and Brian Halcro, those two are brilliant at the tactical game of international rules, and I really would suggest that if you want to see that, flick back to this afternoon's session and just have a look at that game, because there are really two sides to this game. Declan Brennan, you're going to watch Declan Brennan dish after dish after dish, and that's because Declan has just got a next level know-how of how to open up balls and create finishes from nothing. But tactical play is still a very, very big part of international rules, and definitely have a look.
Big break here from Brennan. That problem was there to unlock, and I think you have to take yellows here. The simple fact that this yellow is behind the 8 ball. If you take reds, then you have to move the 8.
Do you know what? I almost liked taking the yellow above the red and the yellow to start, and just playing that shot early and almost doing a Tom Cousins and just opening it straight up. But he might go for it with this shot now that he's got the angle here. I wonder. I think he was trying to play a double with that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But I don't think that's that bad.
I don't think he's got the angle personally. I think he misses. I mean, he may be able to flick the yellow, but I'm not sure he can get enough into it to get it out.
I think he can.
Maybe. We'll see now. Nope. That was my thought, that he was just going to flick it and not give it enough to be able to get it right out. And that's a real problem now. That is a real problem. You've got this yellow closest to the left middle pocket, but the red's in the line of where you'd want to go. I'm going to make one more point about the rules. So this rule set is very attacking. It can be tactical, but the lovely thing about the tactical side of this game is it's very much like a game of chess, in that when you're on the defence, there's an attacking element to it. You're always looking to advance your pieces. Whereas world rules, you can just be absolutely negative and have a total negative mindset. It's very, very different with this rule. These rules force you into being aggressive, even when you're being defensive. Because you're being defensive, you can't just put a ball over a pocket. You have to think, well, if I do that, what's the tactic behind it?
It's a lot more promotional. That's the word that I would say, in terms of the fact that you're playing safe, but you're promoting something in the frame. That's that attacking element, and I do completely get what you mean. It is a lot more attacking, but as I say, there's still that tactical element in there as well. We don't want to lose that. We've still had frames in this. I think back to Callum Singleton against Sean Story. Sean's obviously just lost on table 1, but those two played a match. I think the frames took nearly an hour or over an hour to complete. So
really key passage coming here, and a really key shot there from Liry. So unlucky. He's tried to come cushion first and just bump the 8 ball out. To land in behind that yellow is horrible. But what do you do from here? What do you do from here?
I think double the red and put it towards the pocket. I think that's the only
exactly
thing
what I was thinking. I think you've got to back double the red and get some cover in across the yellow. You don't want it over the pocket, but put some cover in so the 8 ball or the yellow doesn't go. Just get it in the mix. He agrees, needs it to travel, and it's not.
But he hasn't given Declan an angle on the yellows, which is the kind of slight benefit. Problem Declan's got is this: Dylan having this red over the top right pocket means that if he leaves the white in particular places, Dylan's just going to be able to bump it out, which is why he's just going to tap it slightly more off the cushion.
Very intriguing now, I think. I mean, Liry, does he try and push this red across as he tried to in the previous shot? Or is he...
Does Dylan maybe look to play
I think
quite
he's looking at a loss of turn.
Yeah, a long loss of turn and pushing the white through.
Yep. He's looking at red onto yellow, which is a very difficult plan, but... And he needs to get the cue ball down as well. This is a big shot. It's a big shot to take on as well. If he gets it right, it could open up the frame for him, but if he gets it wrong, it's match over. Oh!
Declan's got a shot here now. Well, I think he's got a shot here. I don't know how thin the yellow is in the middle, but if he can cut it, then he can attack the red.
That's the pocket. I don't like that. I think it's too thin personally.
Yeah, it's on that borderline, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's that thin that I'm not even sure he goes into the red. He's looking at the lower one of the two.
Well, can he pot it and then give himself that angle? That's the... It's a tough pot in the middle. Yeah, it was a tough pot in the middle. You see, he was trying to get there. But the worst part is he's just put that yellow back in that group. And that gives Dylan a slight advantage.
Surely lost a turn here.
Has he got enough for the loss of turn? Because that yellow's just slightly to the right of the pocket.
Would have to be a cannon. Just glance the red on the way through, and yeah, that's what he's looking at.
Dylan's worried about that, because if he plays that shot and just catches the red slightly too much, he's going to leave Declan the one down the line.
Or do you cut the red across and put it on the cushion? So you just put another ball in the mix that you can use for loss of turn later on.
Potentially, but then if you do that and knock any of the balls, you might leave the 2-ball plant for Deck.
He's going for the cannon.
It's good. Can Declan get a loss of turn back?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's left it.
But then again, if he plays the loss of turn, he's going to give Dylan the shot with a red over the top right.
Yeah.
So
it's a clever shot, and this is why, you know, people talk about a loss of turn and say, oh, it's not a good shot. But I think it makes it fascinating. I genuinely do think it makes it fascinating because it opens up a whole different dynamic.
There's a really strong tactical element to international rules that you're seeing here in quite a strong form. Dylan Liry's a very good tactical player in his own right. Declan's just going to slide off of this and leave the white towards the bottom left. He just wanted to make sure he didn't leave Dylan that cannon option at the top of the table.
Has he left the cannon plant here? Could he play the cannon on the nearest red of the two onto the yellow, cue ball onto the yellow to play the plant?
I think it's just a bit off angle.
Yeah, and probably unnecessary, probably too dangerous. Desperately doesn't want to move that red at the top of the table because that's his ball to attack.
I wonder if he can just kill the white over there. Wow! Oh my God! How has he managed that?
That was so clever. That was so clever and so unlucky.
How on earth has he found that gap?
If he, I mean, he's just looking now. How have I gone through that gap? Any contact on that yellow pushes the red towards the pocket.
That
was an unbelievable shot.
I mean, that must be a ball's width. That's mental.
What a brilliant attempt.
It's genius. I mean, it's a genius pot. He's going to move the red here. Can he just kill the white and just stick it towards the two yellows? It's a good shot from Dylan. It's a very good shot from Dylan.
I think there's a loss of turn.
There is a loss of turn, but he's
Yellow
got
onto red and park him in behind the 8 ball. Dylan's in all kinds of trouble.
Oh, actually, that's a very thin line. Would Declan risk it?
I think he's going to play it.
I think potting the yellow off the red, I think he's just going slightly the wrong angle. He's going to play it. Oh, that's not what he wanted. He wanted to try and leave him hampered.
Absolutely not what he wanted.
He has still covered the 8 ball, which is a very small saviour, but he wanted to try and leave him almost Chinese, I think. He was trying to push the white onto the yellow, which is so tough to judge. It's still not easy for Dylan here. This is a cutback, and he has got to try and judge the white.
I don't think he can hold it. I think he's got to play a cannon onto the yellows at the top of the table.
I think he can. Yeah, he could hold it.
Oh, he could.
Oh,
he's held it too well.
Much?
No, surely not.
No, he's fine.
If there was any side on that, if there was any spin on that ball, it spins in behind the yellow. So, one big shot to play, and I think he has to try and land it. You can't risk trying to move anything here. I think the line you take is bottom cushion, and then maybe even you could cannon the yellow. You'd leave the 8 ball. At worst, you'd leave it to top left, or you'd leave it to middle. I think that's your line. You screw across the side cushion, then down onto the yellow. Be unlucky not to have anything. That's the shot. That's the shot. Well, he's got a shot. It could have been much better.
I was going to say, how do you like these to level up at 7-0?
This could have been so much easier. Now do you play it dead weight, knowing that if you miss, it's over the pocket, and you've taken away one of the pockets for deck, and you make it much more difficult, or you just go all out for the pot?
If you're gonna,
you've got to go all out.
I think you've got to go all out top right. Yeah, because if you try and just die it in, then it's not necessarily going to stay over the pocket. If you miss it, that's a problem. He's got it. He's got it.
What a shot! What a shot! That's ballsy. What a great clearance. Hill. We've seen so many Hill games today. Should I say we've seen so many Hill score lines. We've not seen a Hill game on this table yet. And what a fascinating game this has been. You've never been able to call a winner all the way through. Brennan 3-0 up. Then Liry wins 5 on the bounce to go up. Then Brennan wins 3 to go in the lead. And then it's just been nip and tuck since. And we're locked at 7 each. No danger of a 6-red shootout on this table. We are playing to a conclusion. Dylan Liry will break in the decider. So Dylan played a massive decider at 20 each last weekend and came up on the fortunate side of his opponent getting a dry break and took out a really, really ballsy clearance in that decider.
And now he's got to do it all over again.
I don't know how he did it last weekend, actually, because he was 19-14 up. And then was 20-19 down and managed to win the last 2 somehow. I don't know how you drag yourself off the floor at that point, but it shows how big his kahuna. I sent him a message the following day and I'm like, you got some big kahunas on you. And here we go again. He's got to do it again. So players have stepped away just for a moment. This is what's happening.
The way that she's played this, I think she's going to be taking this to the top right, potentially screwing into the face of the yellow to try and push it over to that left hand side pocket. She was able to just roll into it. That's a good shot. It depends what angle she's got here. I think she's just looking at accepting what she has, which I'm a fan of, and taking this to the bottom left. This will settle her at the beginning of the match, this going in. It's there.
Beautiful 8 ball. And takes the opening frame. Do you think it's probably a difficult question for me to ask, although I know you're obviously good friends with a lot of the players, including Amy. But the last time that she played on the TV table, she didn't play very well and ended up, losing a match to you. It was a strange one, actually, in terms of just the way it sort of, you were controlling it until the end, and she kind of almost got away with it. But it wasn't a good performance from her. Do you think that will stay with her? I mean, it's a little while ago now, but it was quite a jarring performance, really.
Yeah, no, I don't think it will. I think chances to kind of put, I don't know if you saw, she's quite active on socials, and she put a video out and just kind of said we'll move on. I do believe that from her. She will have been back to the practice table, and that will not be in her mind, I'm sure. But I know that she was very annoyed with herself with that performance. Thankfully for me.
Yeah, well, it wasn't all on her playing poorly. You played especially.
So we move back across to table 2. And Brennan is just away for a bathroom break. Then Liry is in the arena and ready to go.
Here we go then. Dylan on that trusty cut break. 7 each for the win.
It's been working well for him. Needs one more.
Oh, I tell you what, has he made a ball? Oh my word.
Something drops.
How's nothing gone? How have the 2 yellows stayed up on the table? Declan Brennan.
Well, he couldn't have got any closer to potting a ball and not potting it. I mean, that's incredible. Look at that.
Mental.
2 balls heading towards their respective pockets. You felt one of them had to drop.
Declan's got a little bit of work. The issue that he's got is this yellow towards the bottom right-hand corner doesn't pass. So that's going to be his shot to win the match.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. He's got the plant yellow onto yellow. Obviously not at this shot, he has to come back for it, but if he can land the right angle, he plays the plant and just nudges that yellow out, and then if he hits it full ball, he's got the one that's next to it into the middle. I think this is a dot-to-dot.
Oh my!
I was just about to say, I think this is a dot-to-dot finish. I think he's knuckled himself. He's not on the ball at the top of the table. He's on the one to middle.
How on earth has that white stayed out?
That's a D-cell. That's all that is. He quit on the shot, and that's what happens when you quit on the shot. The cue ball just flops, loses the momentum. That was supposed to be a stun shot, and he has knuckled himself, so he's going to have to come back for that yellow at the top of the table. This suddenly becomes a lot more difficult because he's got to come back up there now. He collides with the red, and that is no good. He's got the wrong angle. He's trying to get the cue ball high so he could just stun down table. Now he has to play this with draw. If he plays it naturally, he flicks the red on the way out, so he's got to play it with draw, which changes the line he plays along. Top cushion, side cushion out. He gets out.
Has he got a gap? It's not great, it's not bad. What would help him potentially is if this yellow he's closest to goes up into the top left.
No, I don't think he needs to, you know. I think, can he play the one into mid, drop the one into middle, and the one that's to the left of it, play it off the red? Open the pocket.
He's not seeing it that way.
Or is he? He might be playing this and coming above. There's another one he's quit on, I think.
No, he's tried to play for the one over the middle pocket.
Yeah, he's looking at spinning the cue ball down and landing on this yellow now.
This is a horrible shot at 7 each.
Yeah. So he needs to play this with bottom and right spin, and don't hit it too hard, basically. If you go too far, you're in trouble. If you don't hit it hard enough, or I mean, he didn't. Again, it was another one of those. He didn't really commit to it. He didn't give it a chance with the spin. Didn't get the spin on it because he was too worried about spinning straight down the cushion. So it was a bit betwixt and between. He's in no man's land now. I still think the shot I talked about was on. If he played the ball that he took a second ago to middle, lands above the red that's below the 8 ball now, plays it off the reds, he opens up the pocket for this ball.
Yeah, I do see it.
But I don't think he ever looked at it. He's going to have to pull something out of the bag here. So you go cushion first. You take the chance, don't you? You have to. Cushion first.
This is a massive shot in the context of the weekend.
Get it, you win the match. Miss it, and you lose the match.
Yeah, he's absolutely livid with himself. And who can blame him?
The mathematics were that simple. If you get that shot, you win the match. If you don't get it, you lose the match, because I don't see how Dylan Liry doesn't get out here. I'm not saying this is a formality by any stretch of the imagination, but I really do fancy him. After all that's gone, I think he gets these.
A couple of lads in the comments really fancied him as well to win this, even at 7-6 down. So it's a great shout by you guys if he is to get over the line.
He's buzzing, isn't he? He's flying. He's flying after last weekend. He's walking on air. There's not a man in this room with more confidence than him at the moment. He's just walked away with 18 grand last weekend.
Yeah, he's not done too badly, has he, in the past week as Dylan?
I doubt there's a man with more confidence in the room. He's had to slow down.
Oh, this isn't the best shot, though.
He's had to slow down. Oh, he's hampered. That's horrible.
It's probably in the worst place he could. And the problem is that the ball that you can see to pot, it's a long street stretch as well.
That
okay. And the worst part is the angle that it's going on as well. He's actually got to play a positional shot off of this as well.
It stinks. Absolutely stinks. I thought this was done. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, this is...
What brilliant drama, though.
This is stepladder time.
But, I mean...
All he's got to do is pot the ball, though, and just get out into the table.
This frame...
White ball. Oh my God.
He's plumb. He's absolutely plumb. He is absolutely plumb. I think if you gave Dylan the cue ball and said put it anywhere on the table, it wouldn't be too far away from here, because he's got dot to dot now. I mean, this couldn't be a simple final frame, could it? It had to have some drama. This match has really given us everything.
Dylan's just taken us on the scenic route. It's fine.
Match of the day for me.
Yeah, it's been brilliant drama from start to finish. He has still got to play one more shot here, though.
Yeah, he's out. He's out already. He's dead straight on the...
You said this before, Nick. I'm not having it.
If he wants to take... I mean, I know what you're talking about. The ball that he's straight onto bottom right now. I mean, he could take it now if he wanted and screw straight back. He won't, because it'll be his last ball. And if he lands where he is now, he can't fail. I mean, you just drag this in, leave yourself a nice angle, so it's a natural. Like that. Natural. Drop this in dead weight. He has missed one that's similar to this, though.
Here we go. See, look. There's the element of doubt. Said it from the start.
Just drop this in dead weight, though. Cue ball does the own work. I say leave the natural angle. He's actually come back 2 inches too far for the natural angle. He just needed to be a couple of inches higher. He could have dropped this in and the cue ball just tracks down. He just needs to think about the pace here, because he could overrun this. And now so much so that he's looking at coming below the red.
Yeah, see.
So that was just a little bit clumsy, that previous shot. Just overhit it by probably 2-3 inches. But you can understand why. There's a little bit of tension in that back arm, and you can totally understand why he's taking his time over this. Just settling himself.
Is he playing it with running side now?
No.
No, he's playing safe.
That's unbelievable. Now, we saw this earlier. What was the match we saw this earlier where someone turned
Jimmy
down and finished?
Croxton, wasn't it?
Jimmy Croxton match. Where they turned down and finished near the end, and Jimmy flicked the 8 ball from it.
Declan could go 2 cushions here and potentially either pot this yellow or knock it in off the 8.
That's a brave shot to play.
But what else have you got? There you go. You see.
No, I mean the shot that Dylan played.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a brave moment because you're in control of the table. I mean, that takes a lot to not go for it there. I think 95% of these players go for it there.
Oh, I tell you what, has he got away with it? He has got away with it.
Wow.
I mean, Dylan could still get there, but this is a lot harder than it was just a minute ago for him.
I mean,
if you're a Dylan Liry or a Declan Brennan fan right now, you are sweating out the eyeballs.
If this is a dead set plan, then he has to find a shot. If it's not, I think it's as simple as bumping the red out and leaving Deck on the top cushion, just welded under that top cushion, and say, there you go. If you fancy taking him on, take him on. But or you could even, you could glance off the. He's looking at glancing off the red.
I like that shot.
Leaving the cue ball, and that takes away the option of the plan. And what it also does.
Right, did he go for a double?
No.
I think he went for a half-hearted double there. Just to
maybe.
That's why the white's not close to the corner, but
I think that was the right shot. It takes away the plan.
I think, yeah. I mean, he can still make it, but it's a horrible plant, and you're focusing on the cue.
Yeah, and where does the yellow go? I mean, this is low percentage.
I don't think Declan's got much of a choice there. I think he's just got to go for it. If he pulls it off, it's shot of the tournament. CNI in it there.
John Anthony says easy straight red ignored. I'd love to see easy straight red because there was no easy straight red there. I mean, he had a half ball red down to bottom right, and he had to come twice across the table and land absolutely.
It's close. The white ball's going to.
He played
he's got the hamper.
He played that. He played it in such a way where he was going to get the cue ball down the bottom of the table. That was really clever the way he played that. Now, where that yellow's come to light, Dylan surely has to take this on.
This is proper cat and mouse stuff because Dylan's probably going to take this red on now in a way that doesn't leave the easy yellow.
Is there anywhere that doesn't leave the easy yellow? This yellow's hanging over the pocket.
Somewhere up towards the top right.
I think it still cuts in. I think that yellow's about an inch off the cushion. But even so, I think this is a harder chance than Dylan had in the last frame.
Well, he can get his hand down though, so he's not as pampered as I thought he was, so he can cue this. He's played it dead weight. And he's missed it dead weight.
And this is what I mean. If you think about the finish he turned down, when he had the ball along the top cushion, to come down below the red, to finish the game, to kill it off, that he turned down, he's forced into taking harder chances now than that chance was. And sometimes that's what it's about. You throw the dice thinking you're going to get a better chance. What if one doesn't come along?
Declan doesn't think this one over the pocket goes, so he's taking the long one. This is what I thought. Dylan was always going to play towards that corner, knowing he couldn't leave the one over the pocket. So this is a horrible pot for Declan, but he's made it.
Monster.
And now he needs one brilliant positional shot to land himself on the 8 ball and to get himself out of jail, because he had absolutely no right to win this frame.
He needs to power this.
This is 2 cushions screw with a lot of side, I think, is it not?
I think he may just be able to go one and straight up the table. Yeah, he could.
Wow.
He could.
Massive.
So, Liry's going to watch this match back and say, do you know what, I should have gone for that. I mean, hindsight's 20/20 and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes when you've got that chance, you have to take it. And do you know what? I would have backed Dylan to get that clearance. If he'd have tackled that ball, which wasn't a difficult one along the top cushion, then I fancied him to get out from there. But them's the breaks. Deck Brennan somehow manages to navigate that match. What a great game that was.
And he is still in the hunt to be world #1, and we will be back with the Women's Series in just a second.
loose ball. Down that to me. I'm fine, I see you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with the Women's Pro Series, Women's Pro Series 7. And this is all of their first rounds happening tonight. On table 1, you have Vicky Lomax versus Amy Beecham for company, with Simon Webb and Megan Proctor commentating along. So, if you're interested in tables 1, 2, 3 or 4, you can subscribe via Ultimate Pool to the membership chain, or you can sign up via the Ultimate Pool app. If you're staying with us on YouTube, then you're going to be watching two brilliant players in Ashley Dinsmore and Mary Talbert. Mary really kind of made strides on Ultimate Pool last year, moving over from women's snooker. Since then, she has picked up a trophy in the British Open, and she has been extremely consistent all year. Hasn't lost a single first round, so she has always progressed to the last 16 or further, her best run being a semi-final so far this year. Ashley Dinsmore hasn't quite had the same impact on the Women's Pro Series so far, but she has been a massive feature for Northern Ireland for their international team for many years, and is now their captain. Took them to glory in Ennis as well, so shows what a true captain Ashley is and what a player she is as well. She She misses the first opportunity, so it's going to be Mary Talbot into bat. Mary's based down in and around the Sussex area, plays a lot in spots and stripes. Practicing with the likes of Michael Hope. You're only going to learn a lot from the likes of Michael. Just got a little bit trapped there with the white ball. Didn't have a lot of angle, so she tried to force one.
First opportunity out in the main arena for both of these players, and indeed their first matches of the weekend as they get underway with the last 32 of the Women's Pro Series. Going to see lots more action from all sections of the competition across the weekend. Still 2 more complete days of play to come. A lot of ball being played already. 88 tables in operation around the venue.
Yeah, and it's all about the women's tonight as well, isn't it, Mark? We've got obviously the challenges going on in the other arena at the moment, and then you've got all of the women's pros taking part tonight. Just want to ask you, Mark, obviously we have a lot of players now, don't we, that go off and do the Chinese events, go off and do Hayball. Mary is one of the new players that started to go off and do those events, as has Amy, ironically, on the other table as well. Just how tough do you think it is, obviously, for the players to be able to transition between the sports, especially in a queuing capacity? Because maybe shots like Amy had at the start, maybe you would tend to maybe over queue it or under queue it. Just those fine differences.
Yeah, I actually think it's quite difficult. I think it's the swapping cues. Most players are going to play with a bigger cue tip for Hayball, so you're going to have to switch cues. I always found switching between 8-ball and 9-ball, that was the biggest thing. I actually found I was having more luck when I was just committing to one cue, which was kind of the average of the two. The adjustments feel like they should be quite minor, but I think it's just little timing things at the top level. It's not so much whether you're hitting the ball straight, but it's just that little bit of extra judgment on the pace of a shot, the amount of spin you're applying. I mean, it's difficult because obviously all players are trying to make a living out of this, and particularly in the ladies game there aren't always as many events and not as many at the top level, so it's not surprising to see people play whatever is available.
Mary just overhit that last positional shot to land on the 8-ball. Just slightly over-cued it and probably just grasping the pace of the table. These tables are playing very quick this weekend because that just missed the 8-ball. So opportunity for Ashley as a bit of a reprieve.
Both of these two very good cueists. We've seen Mary already, even though less experienced on the pool table than some, just such a good cueist, has been able to overcome so much of that, and as she gains in experience, it's only going to get better.
I think one thing that's actually really helped Mary this year, and it's something that goes a bit unwritten in the grand scheme of things, is actually Mary kind of putting herself out there to the public in terms of doing her social media stuff, because sometimes with players, they don't want to get behind the camera. You know, we have it in commentary where sometimes players are a bit fearful to come in and do the comms because they don't know what to say, how they're going to come across, aren't used to kind of being in that kind of television highlight. But doing social media, especially for players like Mary, like Amy, like Danielle as well, and Becky Watkins also, it seems to just make them seem to play more naturally under the TV lights.
Yeah, I think it just kind of takes that fear away, doesn't it? I mean, in a way, it's a sort of misguided fear because they're top players, so of course their opinion's going to be valid, and they've obviously worked hard to get to the point that they've got to, so people are going to be interested, but it maybe just gives them that reassurance when you start to get some engagement It's also just about spending more time engaged in the game. Sometimes it can end up being a part-time pursuit where you're trying to do other work. Spending more time thinking about aspects of pool, whether it's talking about it or playing it, just get fully immersed. Actually, just coming around to see, she was hoping she'd be able to get through to the yellow that was closest to the pocket, but I don't think she can see enough of that, which is why she's having to reroute.
Ashley's a very attacking player. She could have potentially played the snooker there, but opted to go for something more attacking. And she has unfortunately left Amy this 8-ball for the first frame.
Yeah, I mean, easy to be wise after the event, but that did seem quite a low percentage shot. I mean, if she couldn't see the full potting angle of the ball bottom left, she could have played quite a good snooker off the one to the left behind the one to the right of the two balls together. Anyway, that's in the past now. First frame goes the way of Mary Talbert. First to 7 this match, so a long way to go. Playing with a 45-second shot clock, but no match clock, so we know we're going to go all the way to 7.
Yeah, the other thing is that Mary's she's while she's only been around on pool for a couple of years, Mary's been around for a long time. Obviously on the snooker side, used to be practice partners as well down south of Alison Fisher. Obviously we know how much Alison Fisher has done in the world of cue sports for women, and having practice partners like that consistently took Mary to number 7 on the world snooker rankings for women. Obviously when she was playing it as consistently as she was, she saw the opportunity with Ultimate Pool just to do something a bit different, and she jumped on it straight away, and she's definitely reaping the rewards of that now, adding another kind of cue sport to a bow and arrow.
I think it's probably nice to have a new focus. She'd obviously spent a lot of time playing snooker and then had a bit of time away from the game. Sometimes you just need something a bit different to get your interest up, focus on the time. I mean, you can see from watching some of her social media stuff, she's obviously investing a lot of time, not just in producing that content, but in practicing, having access to Sports and Stripes, great club, so quite near where you were from as well. Great for the local area, big accumulation of good players down there.
Well, we've got a lot of naturally good players in and around Sussex, but one thing we never had was a professional. Obviously, I mean, Alison Fisher, I suppose, but kind of in the last 20 years, Alison's obviously not really been in and around kind of pool. So looking to other players, obviously, I don't know if Mary is Sussex, she might be Surrey, but in terms of having a really local pro to where we were, we'd never really had it until obviously Mary's come along. And all of a sudden now, you've got Spots and Stripes, and what Nigel Smith and Joe Prince are doing in Red Hill is brilliant, and it's bringing along a lot of players. You now see obviously more of Joe Prince, you see Michael Hope here this weekend, Tom Kennedy's done really well in the challenges as well, but Mary's a massive shining light on the success of Spots and Stripes. And now when Sussex turns around and goes, well, you haven't really got any local pros or anything like that, we can always go, well, we've got Mary 20 minutes away, which is a massive plus, and it adds a lot to the area, and we've now got a couple more women's players in our local league for it.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to be the way. There's been a few groupings of players around the country, a lot of players in the Staffordshire area near Players Lounge where we hold a lot of events. Like, just having a lot of good players in one place is so beneficial. Everybody bounces off everybody else.
And that's the thing, as we expand the calendar as well, Mark, going into next year, the benefit of now having women's pro-ams, women's Challenger Series events will have their own separate identity as well as alongside what we already do. In having that, it means that events can be brought more locally to certain players, which means that, especially on the women's side, we can get more players involved, and it means that players, especially the players on the women's series, feel less isolated, because it's not always easy when you've not got a massive plethora of players to sort out practice sessions and sort out different games with people that you'd be playing against. But it's a great opportunity for more women's players to come along. The tour's already growing massively, so...
Well, the standard's increased exponentially on the women's side as well. There was a point not long ago, even at the beginning of Ultimate Pool, where it just wouldn't have been sensible to hold a pro division of the women's series. There just wouldn't have been enough good players. You've had the likes of Amy Beecham winning a very high percentage of the tournaments and bringing a high standard, but there just wouldn't have been the same depth. Whereas now we're seeing there's so many possible winners. I mean, it's not a full 32 women field. They're not all likely tournament winners, but actually on their day anybody can beat anybody, and it's genuinely become a far more open event than it used to be.
Just like to say as well that Mary played a beautiful shot to land on her last reds. Just played it with rakes of side just to slide past it and play it into the bottom right. She's just checking to see if the black ball falls into the left middle. She couldn't really hold, which was a bit of a shame. It was a bit unlucky on her positional, but if this drops in the middle pocket, it's actually a brilliant finish from Mary to get out. Yeah, and that's... Ooh, maybe... I think the yellow was just in the way, which is why she sent it high. It was a brilliant finish to that point.
Yeah, she'd been annoyed to come up short there. She's done so much hard work. Just couldn't quite see the full pocket there. Decided to try and play it in a positive way.
Ashley needs to go granite here, you feel. Needs to settle in this frame, and she's got advantage of the balls here where there's a lot of hiding places for the white. So this would be a great opportunity for her to maybe tuck up at the top end of the table. She's looking at it now. Or is she maybe going for the pot on this? It's a tricky little cutback. Plays it very, very well. It's just in Ashley's nature to attack when she's got opportunities. I think maybe she'd admit herself, maybe at times she's a little bit over-attacking, but I think it works two ways, that sometimes she gets clearances and pots that other players wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell people off for playing positively. Playing in this women's pro division will toughen up all the players. You can get away with a lot more in divisions that are quite unequal in terms of the standard of the players. Sometimes the better players can get away with playing very attacking stuff over an extended period. You're going to get on the wrong end of some quite big scorelines if you don't get the balance of attack and defence right there in this division.
She's got to be a bit careful here that the yellow doesn't come back on her. She went for the plant, which I think the snooker I don't think was quite on, just because of the way the two yellows sat. She took a risk. It's not too bad because she's managed to get cover on that left middle pocket, but Mary can cut this to top right. That's what she's looking at now. It's a tough pot, but it's just about the only shot that she's got.
Yeah, the result actually for Ashley, having missed the plant, that the ball's finished up like this. It's a makeable pot to the top right. It's obviously not a high percentage. A little bit easier though, that's the only thing she's got to go for, so she can just commit.
Oh, well, that was unlucky. She was very close.
Yeah, she was actually very close there.
Once again, we go back to that advantage of the balls, you know. Whatever Mary did, she was going to end up leaving Ashley a pot. Just a little, you just seen it there as she walked around. There's a little kind of shake of the arm. Maybe she's just feeling a little bit tense, is Ashley. It's understandable. You know, obviously the women's game is now starting to get that more exposure on the TV table, and you know, Ashley, I'm sure, she's more used to playing in the team events, obviously with Northern Ireland. Kind of getting used to playing this singles tournaments and that for the first time in a while. It's not always easy.
Yeah, it's a very different pressure, isn't it? I mean, that Northern Ireland team has always been a great quality team, but also so much team spirit and so loud. And I mean, it's quite an environment when you play for or against them. It's got to toughen you up as a player. So Mary taking on the difficult 8-ball.
Yeah, I think she can just fin cut this. And that's just another showing of Mary's cueing. She works with Stephen Feeney. She actually did take the sight right course, by the way, so those that are looking to potentially get coached in and around the Red Hill area, then Mary Talbert is a licensed ultimate pool coach. She would be more than happy to help. And if you are interested in becoming a coach yourself, you can email admin at Ultimate Pool Coaching if that is of interest to you. Anybody that's looking to get coached by Mary can go through the app as well. So we have got an Ultimate Pool app where you can find Mary and book in an appointment with her. But obviously working with SiteRight, working with Stephen Feeney, it really does teach you how to be a prime cueist in getting your eye line right every time, to be able to see those fin cuts a lot better, to make those balls more often, because if your eye line's slightly out, you can either miss the ball or play it thick. So shots like that, Mary just looks more comfortable in than a lot of players.
Yeah, she's fundamentally just a very good cueist, isn't she? You don't really have to watch her play more than a shot or two to realise what a good player she is. Very conventional technique, strikes the ball well.
She's been very unlucky not to make a ball off that break.
So a chance for Ashley to make amends. She wants to get a frame on the board sooner rather than later, just settle down into the match. She's played some good shots already, but it just hasn't quite managed to close out either of the two first frames.
Kevin O'Malley's corrected me. Sorry, Ladies County player. Nice one. Nice try though, Sussex. Lol. I appreciate that. I did try my best as a player from Sussex, just to try and rope Mary in to being a Sussex player, but wasn't quite to be. Apologise, sorry. Tried. Any score updates actually has just been asked as well. I will do that at the end of this frame, guys, just so you know. But this is the first real scrappy frame. A lot of clusters, aren't there, Mark, to deal with?
Yeah, it's one of those ones you don't necessarily want to be first in. I mean, the yellows aren't in a terrible position. I suppose there's only one that doesn't really go. Could get after it now. Actually, that's not turned out too bad at all. She's pretty much straight on this yellow to the top left-hand corner, so you can just pop it into the top corner and screw the cue ball back slightly.
She's got quite a long cue arm in this. Cue hand, it's a great shot.
Yeah, made to look very easy. You're playing with that much bridge out in front of your hand, you can easily lose accuracy, but no problem there.
Yeah, she didn't look 100% comfortable queuing down on it, but struck it so sweetly. And this is now a very good opportunity for Mary. Ooh, maybe it just didn't quite pass.
Did look very tight, but obviously felt she could get through. So, chance back at the table for Ashley, but not an easy one given the position of the red next to the yellow bottom left.
Yeah,
right.
this is a nasty table for Ashley. There's just problems everywhere you look. Can she cut this in the middle and cannon the yellow and red from around the bottom left-hand corner? She can, and how on earth has she not potted the yellow?
Given how close those two balls were together, that's very unfortunate. You'd think any contact on the red. Sometimes just knocking the ball out would suffice, but because there's three balls in that area, it would have been so much better from her perspective for the yellow to have gone down.
Do you know what? On this table, I don't know why, Mark, but there's been some Houdini acts tonight where you've seen a ball, a cannon has to happen, and it hasn't happened. I mean, Dylan Liry in the last frame against Declan played an awesome shot off a cushion and found a gap that was literally millimetre thick. And that's a great recovery, though, from Ashley. It's a great pot. But yeah, just strange things happening tonight on table 2, it has to be said. And it wouldn't surprise me if Ashley gave this a good go, bearing in mind the 2 frames she didn't take out before. Just wouldn't surprise me if she ended up getting the hardest finish of the three.
It's sometimes the way. This one also, it's not as obvious. There were ways of backing out of the previous two. I mean, you can obviously back out of this one, but you feel like you're always going to be leaving some kind of chance. So more reason to go for the positive approach.
That's not the worst little flick there, because she has got some sort of angle to come across to the left-hand side. Don't know if she can maybe come under the reds if she can't get the cannon on the yellow over the pocket, or is she really going to try, kind of pile drive the white through? It'd be a great shot if she pulls it off. I tell you what, she's unlucky, but the power she generated behind that was pretty immense.
Well, essentially she's hit it too well, because she's hit it so cleanly that she's almost made an angle that you wouldn't think was ever possible.
Now she's looking, can she find a route for any of these reds to go towards the middle, well, the bottom right-hand corner. I almost like the idea of playing the highest red, kind of on and off the side cushion, just pumping out the two reds, and then potentially getting a loss of turn on the one over the bottom left. Just open things up, put the pressure back on Mary. She's decided to go reserved. But I just feel like this gives Mary a bit of a free hit at the yellow up the table. And then if she gets that, then she can potentially move the yellow on the right-hand side as well, and it makes things even harder for Ashley. So maybe just missed the trick there.
It's a difficult balance, but yeah, it does feel like all she's done really is buy a little bit of time, but it's probably time in which the table starts getting worse for her.
Well, in fact, Mary's going to take the difficult one out now. She's going to play the double. She's going to play the double into the reds. That was... Once again, that was a strange decision. I thought she might have just gone out and out for the double there, because you've got the advantage where you've got the balls.
Well, now this does open up the possibility. I mean, it's throwing down the gauntlet if you play the loss of turn, because she's clearly going to leave some kind of finish, but it's more feasible to consider that now than it was a moment or two ago.
Yeah, if I'm Ashley here, yeah, I'm playing the loss of turn, and she's ended up skill shotting them, but actually that might work in her favour, because what she might be able to do is just roll into them now and sit the white on the yellow. If she can manage that, then she's going to leave the two reds over the pocket and also leave Mary not really a shot.
It's very desirable to get these two reds split apart from each other. If she does get back to the table, then at least she'll have a clearance.
I tell you what, it wasn't a bad effort. It's not what I expected her to do. She tried to go for a plant treble, which... it's just in Ashley's nature to be that ultra attacking, and I think that is... I think it has cost her some results this year, but you know, like the year before, she had a lot of very good results doing the same thing. So you know, sometimes it just depends on your turn of the year and what your luck's like.
Very hard as well when you try and change your natural game. So often if you're an attacking player, you get advice from people saying you should rein it in a bit, but then you sort of lose the balance and you lose some of the things that made you the good player in the first place. Very hard to play somebody else's game. You kind of have to mould your own game. That did seem quite high risk though, of giving away this kind of chance, whereas she could have made this chance difficult for Mary. She's kind of gifted an easy version of it. The good thing for Mary in this match is that she's just been given at least one good chance in every frame. She's had to do quite a lot of work, but she hasn't had to make the chances completely from scratch. She has been invited to the table.
It's just a roll short. It just looks a bit awkward to come low side of the black. Maybe she goes into it now. It's just a little bit in between.
Yeah, it's going to take a really good piece of cueing this. It's very easy to lose the white. She's just slightly straighter. It's such an easy shot by comparison.
If you did need a women's player to cue a ball though, Mary Talbert would be right at the top of your list.
I mean, look at this alignment of her elbow as she hits this shot. I mean, that is as textbook alignment as you could imagine.
It's unlucky she's not on the black, but yeah, if we can get a snippet of that, just use that as sight right advertisement, then I don't know what shows it better, because it was bang straight. she may have to take the double on. Well, she's got two options. She can either play the double, or she can just flick off the black and leave the white towards the top corner, which I think is the option she's going to take. Mary is very, she's very tactically savvy. There you go, she's played that brilliantly. Gets the full ball snooker as well.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, because while she had a chance at the double, she was definitely going to leave a chance if she missed it, whereas here she should, in all likelihood, get a better shot at the 8 ball.
I can see Ashley's eyes lit up straight away. She's going 2 cushions here to try and pop this in the middle. There was 0.5 seconds between her getting to the table and seeing that shot.
It's not a bad shot. I mean, the two choices are you either try and play the bottom of the 2 reds and try and get some kind of cover, or you do go for that attacking option.
Just squared off with the cushion, so she's been a bit unlucky.
Ball in hand where Mary barely needs to move that ball. Fine where it was. This has been the way of all 3 frames so far. Both players have had chances, but ultimately Ashley's pushed the boat out a little bit too far, perhaps. Not to say it was the wrong shot, but just in terms of how the frame actually played out, that was the conclusion of it.
Yeah, Mary's settled. You know, you can see it in the way that she's cueing, that she's settled. You know, 1 or 2 positional shots go awry. It happens, but Mary's potting is there. Ashley, it feels a little bit more like she's trying to make something happen that doesn't need to, which I think happens when you've not got that first frame on the board. So Ashley could really do with getting the first one on the board sooner rather than later. Obviously 1st to 7s with the women's pros as well, so there's not as much time to recover. But I tell you what, that is a thunderous break. It's not the nicest split though.
Yeah, she fairly crunched into that. The ball's moving around the table, but a little bit clustered together. I suppose at least on the positive side, the clusters are largely the same colours of balls, so you can see some attacking options from here if you want to go for it. And if she slips further behind in this match, you've got to feel she's going to want to go for it. You just desperately want to open your account and start to get something going. Also a very textbook technique. You saw a side-on view of her stance there. That again would be pretty much exactly how you would explain to somebody new to the game how to stand and how to address the table.
And Ashley's played a very good shot there as well, just opening up that problem red in the middle of the table. This now opens up reds a lot more. The 2 reds towards the left-hand side are now going to be a bigger issue, but they're both potable, so she's going to attack one of them now, which is a really clever way to do it. Gets one out of the way, and then you can come back around to deal with the other one later on. I think the one in the left middle needs to go now. If you leave that, then it becomes more of a problem.
Yeah, for sure. She's just seeing whether the ball that's the red that's above the cue ball now pops cleanly past the other ball to the bottom right after she's played that shot. But yeah, I'm with you. If you at least get one of the difficult balls out of the way, then you've got a chance of landing on the other one. If you've got to land on both, it's a tough school.
There you go. She's played for the gap for the one to the bottom right now, which is good. If she's got an angle, she'd ideally like to kind of bring the white back across somewhere just below where the 8 is. But exactly like that, she needs it to slow down. Oh, it's not bad. She can play the one to right middle and screw back. She's looking there. She wants to be somewhere near the line of where that red's going to be into left middle, because it does look tighter than it is. Just got a Q1 here. Oh, unlucky. Is she going to get lucky in the middle? No, it's just going to stop. But she played the right shot, and I think it's a little bit unlucky. But Mary's now got to find something to do with these 3 yellows, because they don't go. as things stand.
If it wasn't for the ball bottom right, it would be an easy safety, but it's hard to play a developing shot where you don't leave a shot at that ball.
Well, maybe do you bait Ashley a little bit and just roll into the yellow and leave her bang straight on that red to the bottom right. Bait her to take the next shot, because she'll still have that issue of the red into the left middle, which would be in no position to move. So I think if I'm Mary, I might do that. You're 3-0 up. You've got time.
Well, I'd certainly be keen to do something with the 3 yellows, because if she goes for these balls at the top of the table, unless she gets a very good safety, she's still going to have that problem with the yellows that she's going to have to come back to. Because even if that ball pots, I mean, obviously she was trying to pot it, but it wasn't a high percentage, and then she's still not in a perfect position.
I think maybe Mary's played it because of where she's left the white ball. You can kind of see it there that she was never going to leave Ashley any kind of pot, but it's still kind of, it still becomes a bit of a nothing shot. You've not lost anything, you've not gained anything from it. Unless Ashley can cut this into the bottom right. If she can, then that is a mistake from Mary, and it is. And that's a very good pot. And I know it's on the thin side, but Ashley would have the opportunity to cut this in. Cut it into the thin side of the pocket and get the cannon on the red. But she's got to judge this well, otherwise she will end up snookering herself.
Yeah, it's whether you can go on the thin side and bring that into play. You can go on the thick side and drop behind it for the middle, but then you know you're always going to leave a difficult shot.
That was the problem. She caught it on the thick side, and then that's sat it straight into the yellows. If she goes the other way and catches it thin, the white goes beyond the yellows. So it was a really tricky one to get right. Damage limitation, I think, now for Ashley. Obviously, the 2 yellows now that are stuck together still don't pot, so whatever you do, do not move those. Yeah, and that's why she played it on the tentative side to kind of play a treble. It's a clever shot. Can Mary now hide the white ball? It's not easy to do that.
Yeah, she can play for the ball on the right-hand side of the table, but if she gets it wrong and doesn't get in behind the cover, she's going to leave a shot.
I'm just thinking, does the red go into the bottom left? If it doesn't, then you could just roll into the yellow at the top end of the table. Or is she going to try and... She's going to try and hide the white here beyond the cluster. This is a tricky shot to get right, because you're queuing across the table. I tell you what, she's played that brilliantly. Oh, it's just going to roll on her.
Yeah, I mean, that shows how tough that shot was, because she hit that about as well as you could, and still hasn't got the cover.
I thought as it was coming across the table, she played it perfectly, and it just seemed to slide a little bit off of that last cushion. So
if she just gets a flick on the yellow, she stays hidden. If it's just a bit slower, she stays hidden. Still not easy. This ball definitely goes to the middle. I don't think it goes long, so she's going to be doing some travelling.
Yeah, this is good cue required with a lot of side involved. She played the pot, she just didn't get the power behind it. Played it slightly tentatively, trying to get the side right. Now, she could double it. She could very thinly cut it. I think it's going to be a double. Yeah, just didn't get it right.
That particular kind of double is just so hard. You can get, I mean, she's going to get closer to that, but actually potting that ball from that position is not high percentage.
Now, if you're in Mary's position, you've got the black ball up the top end of the table. You've got a couple of yellows up the top end to deal with that. Now is the time just to reel back, open up these 3 yellows at the bottom and try and hide the white.
It could have been a case for, she's played a good shot, it could have been a case for potting the ball to the right centre, screwing back towards that cluster and then kind of playing the snooker from behind in a way that promoted the balls a bit more. The only thing she's got a really good snooker here. The thing she hasn't achieved is getting the balls perfectly open.
Yeah, I almost felt like it would have been a risk, but sacrificing just to open up the yellows and just leaving Ashley in that corner, even with sight of the black. I don't know if there was a lot Ashley could have done. Whereas actually here, Ashley had the opportunity to potentially pot that 8 ball. But she has got away with one, so Mary now should be looking to at least open up 2 of these and get this safe again.
Yeah, it's just such a good position, isn't it? You can just play in behind one of them and knock the other 2 out. I think this has got to be the right shot. She just needs to get everything developed.
Yeah, even if you just slide this bottom yellow out, the next 2 unlock each other, so... Well, that'll do. Not quite how she intended it, I don't think, but that'll do.
Yeah, I can't be. She must have intended to park it behind the one she was near, surely.
I think she was trying to thread the gap with the yellow and get it out between the 2, because then both of them would have opened up anyway. But didn't quite manage it. She's left Ashley this one cushion again.
Just missed it in the same way.
She got closer that time, but didn't adjust enough.
And this time, with ball in hand, these balls are about as well situated as you could want. Just going to go after the most difficult, relatively, of the 6 of them, the one on the left. Ball in hand, that's not a difficult pot, and then all the rest of them are there waiting.
Yeah, this has got an opportunity now for Mary. Go 4-0. And keep that run going. I mean, that is seriously impressive, isn't it, Mark? To go a whole year without exiting in her first round.
Well, it is in a tournament like this, where it's not like there's a simple first round draw. I mean, in other tournament formats where pros play amateurs or something in the first round, sure, but she's going to have played some tough opposition across the course of the year.
You know, obviously the way that the seedings work, she would have played obviously certain players in the draw, but you look at those certain players that she could have played, you know, there's some great pros in there, the likes of Lindsay Roberts, Lindsay Schultz.
So, having worked this opportunity, just needs to convert these final balls. In an ideal world, would probably have left the ball to the top right-hand corner until last for position to the 8 ball.
Yeah, she's just given herself a shot to play. That's... If she nails this right, just coming across the table again. Needs to get a cannon, I think, on this. It goes. It's just a nasty shot because you've got to kind of jab at it.
A little bit careless to be in this position, given where the balls were a moment ago. This does just show you just slip slightly out of position. It can compound pretty quickly. One good shot here can rescue the situation.
It sure can. That's a great recovery.
Yeah, hard to the pocket. Hit that really cleanly.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Mary. And that is going to be 4-0.
She's had some help along the way. She's been gifted some of these chances, but she's had to play some good shots as well. 4-0 is a slightly one-sided scoreline, harsh from Ashley's point of view, but it has been Mary that's been the more consistent when she's had those kind of chances.
This is the thing. Even if Mary's slightly playing below par, which maybe on the grand scheme of things she might just think she's slightly below par the way, well, slightly above par the way that she's played today, then, you know, she'll probably look at that and think, oh, like, you know, my potting will get me out of trouble, which it does for Mary. Some of the pros don't quite have that. So Mary's kind of got that bow and her arrow that even if she is on a B game, she's still got the chance of winning these matches.
The technique is just so consistent. You just can't really imagine that ever being seriously shaken, even under pressure.
I mean, what a break. That's a brilliant break. All the yellows pot. Even the one towards the top right, you've got enough angle to pot that. Great opportunity.
So far, these first 4 frames she's won have been off opportunities that have been handed back and forth a couple of times. This is a good chance to get going with the first visit clearance. This ball's really about as nice as you could hope for them to be after the break.
She's got to be a little bit careful, because when she deals with these 3 at the top, she's got to give herself an angle with the last ball that she takes to work down the table. So this is where the yellow that's a little bit tighter in that top right does become a bit of an issue, because she needs to land perfectly on it, and I think she's just come a bit short on it. She wanted to land on it there, trying to play a precise positional shot. Because she's come short, there's now a reroute to make, and the next positional shot after potting this yellow is not easy. Oh, in fact, she's missed the yellow trying to push the white out. Just a little bit careless from Mary not to land that positional shot.
Yeah, she's got herself in a bit of a muddle between those options. Maybe there was a case for playing the ball to the middle earlier on, given the way that played out. Either way, this is one of the better chances that Ashley's had in a while. This is quite, although not completely straightforward, it's quite clear cut in the sense that there's not an obvious problem that's got to be dealt with. She's just got to try and keep good control.
Well, I think the red, I don't think it passes into the top right. That was where our problem was always going to be. I think the yellow sticks to it. So there's a lot more to be played here. The red also on the right-hand side, just below the middle. But the 8 ball is also another issue.
Yeah, if that ball doesn't pot top right, I don't know what she's playing. I thought I was taking confidence in the way she played that. She must have just played onto that ball, but she's having to come down the table. This is going to be a real problem.
Did she try and pop that off 2 cushions? I think she did. Doesn't quite happen. So now, yeah, opportunity goes back to Mary, and she's got a natural angle here to come up to that top yellow again. But this time, where Ashley's gone for that red off of 2 cushions, she's actually opened up that space now as well. So it's a nicer opportunity for Mary, this one.
She seems reluctant to play for the gap. You'd have thought playing flat to the top cushion would be an easier one to judge, but she seems reluctant to play for that gap.
Maybe she's a bit on the thin side of it. She's landed exactly the same as she did before, just that 1 roll short. I felt like she could hold that, but maybe she disagreed. She can still get there, she can still get out. It's just a lot more complicated now, because she's not got a lot of angle on this yellow to the bottom right, but she's going to have to swing the cue ball somehow.
She's not going to have to play for the ball above the black to the left centre, but that would require a very precise position, or she's going to swing it wide, as you say, which is going to mean pumping this in. In the end, feels she can't do either, so bails out.
She's had a bit of a lucky flick there as well, because she got that wrong. The double kiss had caught, but it's come out in a way that's blocked the one to the bottom left. That's a good pot from Ashley though. I didn't realise it was that potable, but
so the same problem at the top of the table, but she has now got 2 reds up there, so she's going to have to pot this ball bottom left, trying to find a path for the cue ball. Ideally wants to get up to the sort of top right hand corner area. Hasn't quite got a natural angle for that, but it's just about enough space to work with.
Are you thinking about screwing back and playing the gap? Potentially,
yeah, I mean, there's
yellow and black.
There is a gap there, isn't there? Or you could swing wide below the black, but then you're going to leave. You'd have to leave more distance if you did that.
Or she's come right below. I wonder if she could play a loss of turn from here. Maybe she's just slightly wrong side, but red onto yellow, potentially hide the white behind the other red that's near the bulk line.
Or I suppose just play a containing shot, just put the red in front of the yellow so Mary can't get to it.
Do you know what? Ashley's been attacking all this game. She's going for this red in the middle and trying to cannon it out. It's a tough shot. She got the cannon, missed the ball, but actually she's had a bit of a result with where the whites landed.
It's very much still in the balance.
Yeah. Mary's got a queuing shot here. Yellow just above the 8 into the bottom left. If she can get that stun on and off the cushion, she's right back in the frame to win it. Where Ashley's reds have landed, anywhere in that bottom half of the table as well, should work for Mary. Oh, 8 ball. That was very close.
There's a lot going on in that shot, wasn't there?
Her heart would have been in her mouth for a second there. What was it, a foul?
I don't know what actually was a foul about that. It just looked like a...
Did Mary maybe clip the yellow on the way through?
Yeah, maybe.
It's the only thing I can think of.
She doesn't seem to be disagreeing that it's a foul.
No, there was no disagreement. It was very quick. But yeah. We'll say that's what happened, Mark.
There was a lot going on in that shot. I'd say it was hard to be looking at all the different aspects. Maybe a foul must have been committed somewhere.
Use this to run. It's just run enough. I think she can just drop this in and use the yellows. She just doesn't want to slip behind them somehow. See there, she's just looking at the line of the white. You'd be very unlucky to slide. You'd be very unlucky to slide behind the 2 yellows. Just getting out of that tongue twister. But it is a possibility.
Yeah, you could sort of end up hitting both balls, and I don't know. It's one of those ones where you can see bad things happening.
Well, I'm just trying to. She tried to take the risk out by playing the cannon, and because of that, she's missed.
Well, this has been a frame with a lot of stuff going on. Well, the player's going to be delighted with the way it's turned out so far.
Mary's hampered, but she can pot this yellow into the bottom left. She can potentially drop it in dead weight, and then play the one into the top left dead weight. And I think the yellow passes into the bottom right. It's on the cushion, top right. That's on the cushion. Yeah, there you go. If she's played that shot, it makes me think that the yellow on the top cushion passes to the top right.
This is the key shot though, isn't it? That one was kind of risk-free even if she missed it, whereas this one definitely isn't risk-free. She's going to make sure she doesn't catch the jaw.
played it so well. Is she straight? Tell you what, if she's straight, it's awkward.
Yes, may actually have played that too well. The cue ball's slightly smaller, so if they're both flat to the cushion, she may be able to force a slight angle.
This is horrible. This is one of these really horrible ones where you've got to try and manoeuvre the white from an awkward straight position and you can't really see the pocket. White ball. Well, I tell you what, you cannot play it better than that, Mark. Coming back on that line. It's not quite where Mary thought it was going to land, but she will take it. She was just trying to screw back just to give herself the cut on the 8 ball. Got to be careful of the white a little bit here. She has missed. But if you're Ashley Dinsmore, I have a feeling this flies off a couple of cushions and you could potentially go 3 cushions up into the top left. You could potentially come off the top cushion and double it back into the left middle. I think this is being sent for a ride. Do you know what? I think if she didn't get the second kiss, I think that might have trebled into the top left, you know. But she's been unlucky. It's going to be 5. Well, can't really say unlucky. She sent it for a ride, but at the end of the day, it's 5-0 to Mary. I do feel for Ashley because she has contributed a lot to this game. She keeps getting close in the frames, but she's not asserted that finish on the game yet. I think she needs a 4-5 ball clearance just to really kind of set herself up.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's just getting involved in too many of these scrappy positions. 5-0 is a harsh scoreline, but it's just the clinical finishing at the end. She just, as you say, needs to, well, just get the last few balls, however she gets them.
I mean, the thing is, obviously, Ashley, from where she's taken on that captaincy for Northern Ireland, she's got a kind of wealth of experience and that composure as well. So being 5-0 down won't fuss her so much, but it will get to anybody at any point if you just keep going for clearances and not getting them.
It's starting to get a tricky situation in the match. 5-0 down at a race to 7, given the way this match has gone. It's going to be hard to not be going for fairly low percentage finishes if they're there. You're just going to be wanting to make something happen. So yellow's the choice. Is she going to pop both of them? Well, it's good for her that that ball stayed. It wouldn't be particularly helpful for it to have gone in. She gives her slightly more options as to how she continues.
She doesn't really want to move the yellow over the pocket, I don't think, yet. Once she sees... I don't mind it. It's opened up the 3 yellows for her, gives her more pocket to deal with. She has left Mary the 2 pots, though, on the right-hand side. And it does give Mary the opportunity to potentially open out the red that's closest to the yellow towards the bottom right, which she could land short position on, but it's just easier if she can cannon it out. She's missed.
Just the pace there. She plays that a little bit slower. It throws a little bit narrower, and she makes the edge of the red.
She's not had a bad second result, though, landed on the red highest. She'll just roll this into the right middle. And she can potentially use the ball towards the bottom left to deal with that problem. Well, in fact, she might take the 3 ball plant on if it goes. I think that's what she's looking at. Oh, she's just gone for the cannon anyway. Felt a bit unnecessary from there.
Well, it felt like you were always going to get a bit trapped off the bottom cushion. I don't think you were ever arriving with that cannon with a whole lot of pace, so getting stuck to it was a real risk.
Well, actually, can she pop the yellow off the red off the yellow? If she can, it's not too bad. Maybe I have spoken a little bit too soon on that, but... white ball. Just didn't know how thick that was going to come off.
It's fine. It didn't look fine, did it, for a moment?
I've not quite trained my inner John Virgo yet to be able to call when the white ball's going in, so I'll leave that to Mark for the rest of this match, I think. But this is now an open opportunity. The black ball doesn't go, but she could skill shot it. She could land short position on it. She's got all the balls out in the open to do so. So this is a good opportunity now.
Must have felt that she had too much angle on the ball to the right centre, like where she was before. She might have played that first before coming down the table. Still fine. She's got quite a sort of versatile angle here. She can get the cue ball to quite a few different spots.
She's taken the chalk pouch off. I think sometimes chalk pouches do just get in the way a little bit when you're queuing over certain shots, so let's just move that. Didn't have a nice angle with that red that she had. Don't know if the yellow, the closest red passes into the top left. If it doesn't, she's in a little bit of trouble, but down fairly quick, so makes me think she has got a gap. Oh, did she cue it well? You just see a sweet strike, don't you, sometimes, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, her ball striking is just exceptional. The things that have gone wrong in this match, to the extent they have possibly not quite having the cue ball or just going in retrospect in the wrong order. I mean, it's so easy to say that from sat here. We've got so much more time and a different vantage point to analyse than when you're down there. But in terms of the actual ball striking, it's very hard to fault anything she's done tonight.
She's just going to stun across for the 8-ball into the same pocket. Tell you what, if it stops, it's a great shot. Just taking that one extra roll off the cushion. It does still cut, but it's a horrible, horrible cut. And you've got to be careful, actually, that the white doesn't go in through the yellow.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so straight that you could easily push both balls into the same corner pocket.
Oh, well.
Well, that'll be one for the Flukes highlight reel. That had a extra touch from how she played it, but she'll take the outcome.
That one will sting for Ashley as well.
Feels like all of these frames have had a kind of similar pattern where players have just struggled a little bit with the finishing line and just always seem to have been in a slightly harder version of the position than you were expecting them to be when they end up on the black. I mean, it's 6-0, but it's not been completely plain sailing. So it goes without saying that Mary will be the happiest of the two players with the scoreline. I mean, Mary will be very happy with her performance because she's played some really good stuff. In a way, this is a kind of perfect first-round match. She's played some really good stuff. There probably is room to tighten up a little bit more. The thing she'd want to tighten up on is just taking some of these chances at the first time of asking, not needing a second chance. But this is only the first round, so a chance to press on if she can get this win closed out.
Did she make a ball? I don't think she
No,
did.
she didn't.
No.
I mean, you feel practically 7-0 will be a harsh scoreline given the way the match has gone. It's not been completely one-sided by any means. Desperately wants to get a clearance. Obviously right now she's not really thinking about the comeback, she's just thinking about trying to win a frame.
Yeah. It's one of those that you don't want to see a donut as a pool fan. You want to see both players go into a good match. It doesn't always happen, but You want something to take away from the game, and that's what Ashley needs to look for now. It's just something to walk away from this game and go, do you know what? Like, I held my head high, and you know, in the end, I ended up showing the form that I need to show for the rest of the weekend. Because then you can use that and you can feed that into the next match. Obviously, Women's Pro Series 8 is this weekend as well, so that will kick off tomorrow night. So Ashley would have something to then work with.
Well, that's exactly the thing, because it's not just whether or not you win or lose. I mean, sure, if you lose, you're out of the tournament, but how you lose is also relevant.
You want to go down batting, you want to go down fighting. I mean, Ashley, with that kind of Northern Irish grit, is always going to kind of battle away. You can still see there, she's as determined to clear up as she was in frame 1. That's not going to change, and I mean, she's played a great shot there as well, by the way. But if she can get out here, it'll just do her the world of good. If she can pot this, I like the idea of kind of just screwing up into the yellow above. She's going to top it though. Oh, she had to swerve it. It's unlucky. The structure of the clearance was very good though. The pattern was spot on.
Yeah, I mean, she was a millimetre or two there. If she can see that without having to swerve it, then that's the game. But it's just been the nature of tonight. It's just always just been a roll or two away from prime position. So there's a safe area that's in a line with the two reds and the yellow if Mary wants it at some stage, or she can go for something more positive. Once she removes this ball, the ability to play a safety is going to be diminished, so committing a bit more to the positive outcome. The only awkward ball is the ball bottom right. Doesn't look like it goes clean past that red.
I think
she's played off cushion.
Yeah, you're almost looking for that slide off of the red into the corner. It's a very faint touch that she needs. But if she can get it right, it unlocks the frame. I almost don't mind leaving it as last ball in this situation. Get rid of the yellows up the table, because if you take it early, there's not going to be really a way to work the white ball back up the table. In fact, she's tried to play a controlled cannon. That's not gone to plan. Where the yellows landed though, she can hide the cue ball, so it will just be a case of reeling back, and you know, she can kind of go for a half pot here into the top right. Bit of a shot to nothing.
These pots are always awkward as a cutback, but the fact that she's just got a... Wow, she's actually hit it too hard. She's not...
She got away with it.
Yeah, she's really got away with it if she's got a snooker there.
Massively lucky.
Trying to leave the white, I assume, over on the left-hand side cushion. I mean, maybe she was just going full-blooded for the pot, because she's hit that so far past the safe area. So far past that she's found a different and much safer area.
Actually didn't really have much of an opportunity there. This is now an opportunity for Mary, because I think she can pot this yellow into the right middle. It would be a problem ball later on, so I like the idea of getting it out the way now, and she agrees. Just about rattles in, but because she's missed it on that thin side, she hasn't got a lot of angle now to come up the table.
Can take the ball to the top right. It wasn't the one she was intending to take, but maybe that affords a better position. It's kind of a natural shot, at least, this off a couple of cushions, getting the cue ball back into the middle of the table.
She's missed. Come on then, Ashley. Get your first frame on the boards. This is as good an opportunity as you're going to get to do it. And it's been fair to say, Mark, that it would be well earned for her to get a frame on the board, because she's done more than enough in contributing into this match to get that frame.
Yeah, the oddity of this match is she's done something in every frame, but that doesn't necessarily add up to a single frame. It's just the way it's worked out. Finally, though, she has got what she wants, which is position in a short straight 8 ball.
Yeah, well done, Ashley Dinsmore, for sticking in.
Yeah, losing to 0 would have been a harsh result. Obviously Mary's done far more in this match, and at the moment she looks like she would be the deserved winner. Be a big comeback from here. Right now Ashley just needs to think about taking it a frame at a time. No match clock in play here, so it's just a case of finding enough frames to get back into it. You have to win all 6 of the remaining frames if she does want to get back into it.
That's another good break from Ashley. She has been breaking the balls very, very well. That is a one positive she can take away from this. And she's got a good opportunity on the Reds here.
For a moment that red was going to stay on the table, but it does drop.
I think the red does pass into the middle. I think she's just come wrong side, which is a bit of a costly mistake in this clearance.
Yeah, sometimes this wouldn't really matter, but where the other 2 reds are, it's no good just to roll this in and make the ball, because she's definitely not going to have a shot. Just looking at whether she could put the ball to the right centre and avoid the cannon on the yellow to the right of it, and then force the cue ball over. Not too many other options, because it's not like she can really reroute to either of the balls lower down the table, even if she wants to. Well, tried to make something happen, but that was a tough way of playing that shot.
Yeah, it was unlucky. She got very close. But now this is the opportunity for Mary Talbert to try and wrap up this match. We have had a couple of results, by the way, from the last 32, just so you guys are aware. Chloe Smithies has beaten Jodie Allen 7 frames to 3. Great result for Chloe. Amy Beecham on the main table beat Vicky Lomax 6 frames to 4. All other games are still ongoing. This one is the closest to finishing, alongside Becky Watkins, who's 6-3 up on Roisin Smith. And Barbara Taylor's in a bit of trouble on string table 4. She's 5-4 down against Casey Ranford-Norrie. Mary's just got to make sure here. We've seen it a couple of times tonight where there has been an open clearance opportunity and the cue ball's just been lost slightly.
Players have got very different priorities here. From Mary's point of view, she just wants to close this match out. We opened a 6-0 lead. The last thing she wants to do is get drawn back into a tight match from a position where that never looked likely. From Ashley's point of view, she obviously wants to extend the match as long as possible, start trying to get a few frames.
Yeah, Mary can just play this into an area. She maybe just wants to come. She should probably come roughly where the white ball is now after potting this ball and be absolutely fine. Once it's a slow, come a bit too far. She's got the one into the bottom left though, so just a bit of a reroute. A little bit more to do with the white ball.
Slightly overdone that. Still got a shot, but been easy with the cue ball a couple of inches short of there.
She's just got to stun the white off the cushion. I do back Mary for this. Hopefully I don't jinx her, but yeah, it's a great
Yeah,
pot.
it's played that really well.
And it's fair to say, Mark, I think the better player has won. Mary was just a little bit more consistent in her finishing than Ashley. But positives to take for Ashley, she was breaking well and she was in the balls pretty good. So unlucky to Ashley, but it is going to be Mary Talbert that progresses to the last 16. We'll be back in just a bit.
Show that we care.
You alright, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I'm good. Where are you? Where are you traveling to
Steal a few quid. Yeah, you too.
Sit here, Christopher.
Oh, you sit next to me, sir. Are you doing timing as well? Yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
My dad will sit there.
but you sit there for a few minutes.
At least you've got somebody to I don't know about that killing me. That's what's on them.
This is the only clock they've got on these matches. The clock goes upwards.
Counts up.
No, it was just on the stream. So it's just timed.
We're straight back into the action in Men's Pro Event 7, last 16. This is Jimmy Croxton versus Chris Melling. Chris's previous game, he played Zach Shepherd, who was 6-3 down, won 3 frames in about 3 minutes and won a 6-red shootout. Conversely, Jimmy Croxton came through his game versus John McAllister. The previous round was a bit more comfortable, and then in the last 32 it was Jimmy against Callum Singleton. He just shaded that one 8 frames to 7, winning the decider. So a couple of like games for both of those players to get themselves to this stage. Expect this to be a close one here. Melling having to serve up some early magic here, needs to get this cue ball moving. Left himself a shot. Probably has to punch this in. Get the cue ball back across, cannon the yellow. Out of the way and leave himself on the last red. Sounds easy. Sounds easy. He didn't play the cannon. What about that for a shot? That is ridiculous. What a positional shot from Chris Melling. That is out of the top drawer. Absolutely brilliant. What a shot. Couldn't have cued that any better. Brilliant. That's one of the best positional shots you'll see. He played it with so much side, and to navigate the gap between the yellows, the top cushion, then check it down the table, that's unbelievable.
there, mate. Put it on the table.
So you took me 12. All comfort.
Messy layout here. A big cluster of balls. There's an angle here, he could come down. He's looking now, play a cannon, try and flick that yellow out. There's a lot of parts to this shot though. Yeah, didn't get the flick on the yellow on the way through. Now a spot of bother, he can still get through to the yellow furthest up the table, but not much you can do here with the cue ball. And suddenly very difficult. That was a problem with that last shot. You don't get the cannon, you're in a lot of trouble. Nice recovery. Where do you go from here? Should have seen nice recovery pot. Positional side. Not quite so much. Played a loss of turn. It's not actually worked out too bad. Could have been worse. Chris is going to be running for cover, I think. Very important here that he covers that yellow on the right side cushion, because there is a big pocket. Cue ball. Tried to stop it on a sixpence, but it just leaked through the gap. Yeah, can Jimmy get to the potting angle? And if he can, what can he do with the cue ball? Not much is the answer, so again, needs to find a loss of turn. Just make it as difficult as he can for Chris, but hard to see too many places on the table that are safe now. Possibly screw it across. Yeah, he's tried to top it, pot it and top it into the yellow, pot the yellow as well. Very difficult shot. And now wide open again for Melling. Let's see this one be 2-0 quite quickly. Race to 8 still. This replacing the quarter final. First two frames going the way of Melling. In other games, Carl Morris 4-3 up against Christophe Lambert across on the main table. Just getting underway, Rob Chambers against Joe Prince, Eddie Barker against Josh Kane. Melling breaks in frame 3. It's one of the last balls moving, and again a pretty decent chance. Just hampered on the opening ball. Takes on the tougher shot along the rail because it's the right shot to play, and it's very comfortable for him. He's going to be hampered again, unless he could now. He's landed on this one to bottom right. I don't think it was the original plan. He was planning to take the one that's below the bulk line next, but he can come back for that. Whilst you're on this ball at the top of the pack, why not take it now? That's lovely. He looks in complete control of this cue ball at the moment. He's got it on a string.
Chris just makes it 3-0 there. Nick, I do need to ask, obviously, is this a case where Chris Melling has just pulled it out the hat in the last round and all of a sudden has started playing unbelievably in the round after?
Yeah, pretty much.
Caught up. That's cool. Feel for Jimmy Croxton a little bit because he really battled this morning to get his win over John McAllister. And seemingly he's come up against the juggernaut.
Yeah, Jimmy had a half a chance in the last frame, but needed to play a really good shot. Couldn't get it.
I don't quite know how Jimmy Croxton's gone dry there, by the way. That's very unlucky. Chris first at the table. Smelly layout. Balls over both bottom pockets. Different colour sets down there as well. That's a brilliant shot.
That's a crazy shot. That's just insane. How do you even see that? I'm thinking, what's he going to do with this red down here? Oh, he's just going to land on it. Absolutely plumb. That is
It was just like, it was a nothing shot.
He just saw it immediately as well. Landed with a perfect angle and executed it to absolute perfection. That's crazy. This guy in full flow is just something else, isn't he?
Do you know what? Chris is the most lovable and the most hateable player to watch at the same time. Simply for the reason of, you've got so many players in this arena that have grafted for 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus, 40 plus years at pool and cannot do that.
He needs to carry on going though.
Yeah, he's
another one out.
It's a little bit awkward here. See where he's looking. He's going to cut this red in and he wants to cannon that yellow to try and hold the white. Oh, it's just hanging over the pocket, Nick.
That's ridiculous. I mean, see it, play it, get it. Even that, just sublime. Oh, this is melling. That is ridiculous best.
Silly.
Luckily for me, I'm better than you at boxing.
It's going to be Chris to break in this next one as well. Oh, and he does go in off here, so...
I mean, Jimmy's done nothing wrong so far. He had a really smelly clearance earlier on and couldn't get across the line, and you can't blame him for that either. But he finds himself 4-0 down and really does quickly need to settle into the game. This is a very, very important clearance from him. He needs to just knock Chris out of this rhythm that he's in at the moment, because Chris is just pulling out the ridiculous and doesn't look like missing anything. So it's important for Jimmy just to pick him off that rhythm.
That's gone wrong. That's not ideal. Don't think either red now pots, so he's got to somehow find a cannon on him, which isn't easy.
I think the left one goes long. Top right. He's looking at it now. I think he can drop the one into the right corner pocket, come below the yellow, take the one to left corner and then come up for that one long. Has to be the pattern. There's no pulling back from this one. He's come a slightly different way. He's decided not to come down and take this one at the bottom of the table first. Just come straight across and find that line. Not a bad angle. Kind of naturally cannons into the red next to it. Should push it towards the pocket. He's digging into it, which suggests that he didn't like the cannon. Well, he didn't need to cannon, I guess. That was the point. This is a really tidy clearance. Jimmy could have been forgiven for getting caught up in the smelling maelstrom that has been these first 4 frames.
It's gone wrong. Just want to slide past that. He just didn't quite get the side on it. He can still get out from here, but it's a horrible cut. Yeah, that's why he's missed it. There's now an opportunity for Chris to keep that momentum going. A bit hampered. Not happy with that one was Chris.
Is that the run?
Dear God.
Well, certainly not what he played, but he certainly needed to hit a cushion.
He's that good, he pots them even when he doesn't want to pot them.
Yeah, that's not helped him at all there. There's nowhere particularly safe on the table. Does this go? Past the red, it does. Wow.
Is he looking at a double? Or is he looking at the plant?
Has to be the double. Followed by the plant. Gets the first part of the job done. This is off straight, so he has to make it. And in making it, you could easily lose the top yellow. You just need to think about the path. It's going to just squirt across towards the 8 ball, probably just to the right of the 8 ball. So you hit it with a bit of extra pace to make sure you get it right across there. Stun the cue ball back, give yourself every chance to be on it. Just like that. Brilliant.
I mean, it's getting ridiculous, isn't it?
Brilliant. So well judged.
Oh!
Wow.
He teased us. He teased us. He nearly proved he was human. Just nearly.
Fires the 8 ball in. First 5 frames going the way of the Keithley man.
I mean, it's ridiculous again. I mean, whether he meant it or not, that 3 ball plant, nobody else would have seen. He then pots that, knocks in a double, knocks in a silly plant, plays a beautiful positional shot in the last 8 ball, knocks it in. Frame before, sees a shot that we didn't even see. A couple of frames before that, plays a ridiculous positional shot that nobody else would ever play in their life. Chris Melling is in ridiculous form all of a sudden. Zach Shepherd, what have you let loose?
Yeah, what we're referring to there is Zach Shepherd was 6-3 up. There were 4 minutes left on the clock. Chris Melling picked up his cue and case and was just about to concede the match. He suddenly realised that it was his break, and he thought, okay, I'll have the break and see how they come out. Then proceeded to clear 3 frames in 3 minutes. Give Zach Shepherd 40 seconds to make a quick fire clearance, which he couldn't do, and Chris Melling won the 6-red shootout. So from absolutely nowhere, from being dead and buried and just about to concede, he somehow dug it out the fire.
And now we're here.
Yeah. Yeah, and who put it past him winning from here the way he's playing?
You've got to remember some of the other top seeds have gone out, so
yeah, absolutely.
It's a great opportunity for him to Let's go deep again. Looking at the other seeds left in the tournament, the only other player that's left that's in the top 10 is obviously our man that's looking for the #1 spot, Declan Brennan. And they're both on opposite sides of the draw.
Yeah, they're the two favourites with the bookmaker at the moment. One's 3-1, the other 7-2. Another one that's gone wrong for Jimmy Croxton though. He was hoping for a fuller cannon on the 8-ball just to push it aside and open the line for the red to middle. Doesn't get there. Has to come back and do it again, and that's no good.
He's left this cut on the yellow. And at the moment, all Chris really needs is a sniff to be able to give something a go.
I mean, this is...
If you play the yellow and you cut it into that bottom right, and you can get enough screw on it just to knock the 8-ball out, it actually becomes a decent potential chance. Because you're a skill shot or a cannon away at that point. And will Chris reel back? It's not normally his nature to do so.
I know, but just don't see the value in attacking from here.
It's not normally in his nature to do so, as I say. He was looking.
Yeah, but in playing that shot, he's left Jimmy the perfect angle here to kiss the 8-ball out. Pushing first, full ball into the 8. No, he's missed it again. He's missed it again. I mean, that's criminal, really. I mean, to miss the 8 entirely means, you know, he's at least 2 balls out from where he wanted to be there. Even a half-ball cannon on the 8-ball would have left him on the red to middle. And to be honest, he didn't need to be that precise because he had a recovery ball. Yeah. Even if he doesn't land on anything, he's got this one over the pocket. That was a misjudgment by quite a margin.
I'll be honest with you, I think at the moment, Jimmy's a little bit rattled by how well Chris has played the first 5 frames against him.
That was attempt number 3 to dislodge the 8-ball. This will be attempt number 4, but the problem is he's running out of time and opportunity.
That's obviously pots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, if it pots, why not just come high and play it into the bottom right, which is possibly how he's looking now?
I think he's going to go cushion first again. Full ball contact in the 8, leave himself on the one over the middle. No, you're right.
Yeah,
Land on it.
I didn't see the value in the cannon. To be honest with you, I haven't seen the value in the cannon ever since he's had that shot down the line. All of these pool players are so good now at potting balls down the line, and I've said that and he's missed it. But normally they are so good at it that why not just back yourself to leave it at the start, unless you're low on confidence.
Not only has he left it, I think he's left a gap below it as well that Chris can squeeze a ball in there. I think this yellow just squeezes cushion first and knocks it out of the way. So this is a great chance for Melling. Ball closest to cushion next. I think it might even pot direct. Not even sure he needs to squeeze it in. Just drops in.
Doesn't really matter anyway. He's not really got anything to do with the cue ball.
No. Making it look so easy.
It's just what he does. It's a joke. And it's 6-0. And it's back on Chris's break as well.
I tell you what Chris Melling is doing, he's putting us back on track with the schedule, because we were behind the schedule when this one started. Next match due on at 10 o'clock. We might make that yet.
6.
What a monster of a break.
Sure. Has he got a ball?
Oh. No. But I don't think... It's not very often you see Chris Manning playing his break at 100%. That wasn't quite 100. It wasn't far off. He gave it everything. I can tell you, over on the main arena table, Carl Morris is 7-4 up against Christophe Lambert with just a few minutes left on the clock. So Carl Morris is big favourite now to book himself a place in the quarter. Too much angle here to be a bit straight. You could pot this and then just drop onto the yellow. That does cause him a problem because he has to come back for that red now. Can't hold the line here. May be able to. No.
Still play a great one.
No. I was wondering if he might just try and drag it and drop onto the one just below the 8 ball into the middle. And leave it high, play it to middle, cue ball back across into that yellow to leave the red down low, but it's not a shot he even looked at. Maybe wasn't on. Yeah, that was the shot I was talking about. He's overhit it, but the fact he's played it now, not sure why he didn't play it on the previous shot. Still might be okay here. You can drop this in the middle, hold on the yellow. You would be on that last red. Goes without saying this is a must-win frame.
Thought he's missed it.
Yeah. Another miss. If Chris can find an angle, he'll be attacking this bad ball immediately. Is there a loss of turn? I don't think so. Wondering if there's yellow into red and hide the cue ball somewhere, but I'm not sure that's the right shot. Yeah, so you can see what he's looking at there. He's looking at getting above the yellow that's to the right of the bulk area, playing it off the red and kicking that red into the yellow and red at this bottom end of the table. Yeah, so get up the table. So he'll play this one in bulk. And he's hampered, so he won't be able to land it now. He's looking to get a fraction higher so he could play this one and play that yellow off the red. Can get across there now.
He can. Yeah, he can still get there.
So this is a shot. It's
just missed it.
Still not quite there.
Because he potted it on the fixed side, it's just not brought the white across. I wonder if Chris might be tempted to go straight for it now, using this yellow.
No, he's coming back again, trying for the same position.
I think he might have been banana in this around the black, you know. Yeah, look at that. You could just see the way he was gearing up. He was going for something like that. And he's not bad here because he always had the insurance of the yellow to the top right.
Just got too much angle, so probably he's betwixt and between whether he drags it in and tries to hold position or whether he lets his arm go and plays a cannon.
I think Chris kills this in. I think it's the shot to play. It's a horrible little cueing shot, but Chris has got the ability to pull this off.
He's torn between the two. Does he play to cannon it? Does he play to land on it?
Find out. I think he might be dragging this in from his initial. Well, got that wrong. But yeah, unfortunately it was just awkward enough, wasn't it, that forced him to play it. I think if Chris rolls that, I think he pots it. But this is a good chance for Jimmy to get his first one on the board.
Well, the comeback's got to start somewhere.
Well, we seen this, didn't we, at the Masters? Jimmy was a long, long way behind against Chris. I think it was the first of 13. He was about 12-3 down. And ended up getting him all the way back to 12-9. Should have made it 12-10. He's missed the black ball. That's criminal.
Clumsy.
You cannot, at this level, against Chris playing at this level, you cannot miss that ball. Will he get punished for it? I don't know, because he's not left Chris an easy opener.
I think he strokes this in. It's the kind of shot he likes because it's fairly natural with the cue ball, so you can just focus on the pot.
He's not down on it straight away, though. In fact, why is he screwing this?
I know, he's loading it up. Comes side. Wow.
I cannot believe he's just played that the way that he's played it. Why not just stroke it in?
Maybe the angle was bigger than we thought, but it felt like he could just stroke that and then come side cushion up into the bulk area to be on the one furthest up the table. But
I think the way that, do you know what? I think it's because of the way that Chris is playing. Chris is very relaxed. Jimmy Croxton gives it the big celebration for getting one on the board.
Love it. Well done, Jimmy. The ironic celebration.
Yeah, I think Chris is just so relaxed out there at the moment. He's in the mood to go for those attacking kind of pump shots and things like that. And you can't blame him. Now, it is a long way back for Jimmy, a long, long way. If he can get this one on the balls, 6-2. You know, keeps Chris at 2 away from the finishing line rather than 1. You just never know. And he's made a ball. It's not the best split.
I don't hate this. Yeah, he's got some congestion down towards this left side, but you play one plant, kind of opens things up. The red that's just above the 8 ball goes to left centre, might even go to right corner past the 8, past the yellow. I think it does.
Yeah, he's played on it.
So now he can just drop through the gap. He's got the bottom red of the 4. He could then just... Well, he's going to play the plant now. I was going to say he could have gone the other way. You know, I mean, this works equally well. Could have gone the other way and just come through the gap, taken the lower one, and then cannon into the 2 reds above. But I guess he didn't need to take that cannon, so... Cue side, a bit of nudge on the 8 ball helps too. Just create some space. I think he probably takes the 1 long now. It just depends if he feels he can get better on it. He can punch this in and come above. Nice.
And there we go. Just that first frame just settles Jimmy a little bit. Just drops that 8 ball in. It's 6-2.
Yellows to the top again. We talked about this earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, obviously ruling being that unless it's called upon by another player, it's more than legal. And Jimmy with another opportunity now. It's amazing what's happened ever since Chris just played that one shot that just felt it's a little bit unnecessary.
Not the best opener.
No, he's gone a little bit wrong here, hasn't he?
Already has to play a shot. It's the pot. Cue ball is in no man's land. It's got the pot to middle, but cue ball, a natural line, it's just past the red and the 8 ball.
He tried to play a ball off a ball there and it's not worked.
No, the wheels came off straight away in that frame. It looked like a fairly routine clearance on yellows. I mean, it wasn't routine, but they were definitely makeable. One poor positional shot and he comes unstuck.
See Chris just mapping out his route there.
These 3 reds in this bottom quadrant of the table on the right hand side.
Yes, the one on the right hand side cushion. If he can deal with that, then he should win the frame. You see him there, he's going to try and land low on the next red to try and cannon into the yellow above. Just gives him that little bit of angle.
Delicate touch required here.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Perfect. Well, I say perfect. It's hampered, isn't it? He just wanted that to pull up.
He can come across though.
Yeah, he can.
It's a bit of a stretch. That's more, I think, the issue.
If it's quarter-ball less, then he was in great shape.
He's just about got there with a white. It's another thin snick. Very good. It's been a very good finish from Chris Mellon. That's going to take him to the hill. That's 7-2.
Top clearance from Melling. Gets him within 1. Everything to do for Croxton. Needs to win 6-0 from here. Cross on main arena. Phil Parkin against Deck Brennan's just got underway. Phil Parkin's won the first frame on Deck Brennan's break.
Only too bothered. It's more about winning the titles.
Accusing look at the table, but can't work out how nothing's gone in.
Game.
Last match.
Head back over. Jimmy Croxton to break in frame 10 with everything to do. A little nudge on the cue ball sends it down towards his bottom corner pocket and makes the opening shot really tricky. In a fairly routine opener without that, he's got this cut back to middle. Yeah, glance it off the yellow. Reds look very decent here. This should be 7-3.
Jimmy once again stepping up as a true professional here. Probably could have bowed his head at 6-0, but whether he gets anything out of this or not, you know, he's going to get at least 3 frames on the board, it feels. It looks like.
Yeah, it feels at the moment that it's scoreboard respectability rather than mounting a comeback, because Melling's just been a bit too good. You feel that, you know, he's going to have what, 3 breaks in these potentially remaining 5 frames. He's going to get a good chance off one of them.
You know, obviously we're just having a look at Jimmy's season here. Obviously Jimmy had a really slow start, but towards the end of the season, you know, he's had a couple of 32s, a 16 and a quarter final, which is a bit more the Croxton way. Obviously, he was off the tour most of last year, having some surgeries and things like that. So it is good to see Jimmy getting results again. Obviously, Jimmy's always been a stand-up professional, whether he's won or lost. But I think this year was more of a regrowth year for Jimmy, and I think next year we'll see the best of him really come back to the ultimate Paul Fray. Because he is slowly turning that tide and getting there.
Chance here for Melling, very good chance. He's just pointed at his last ball, or what he hopes to be his last ball, to get onto the 8. Should be 3 stop shots.
Yeah. It's just been another brilliant display from Chris. And it's going to be this 8 ball that sees him over the line, 8 frames to 3 and into the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, not to be for Jimmy C. It's end of the road for him. Chris Melling marches on. One more game to come on this table. It's another one from the last 16. We'll see you very shortly. In fact, you see that game on screen. That's the next one up. Cy Fitzsimmons versus Liam White.
Chris, is that your blower? Yeah.
better, and then I'm going at the bog. Get me 2, man. Fuck about, love 2 as well.
There are a few players that have come into the game with more hype than Declan, not from him, but just from other people talking about what a good player he was. I think he's always been under some pressure to deliver. He's delivered in spades over the last couple of seasons and before that even, but I think getting to that #1 title would feel like the fulfilment of a journey to that place.
Well, nothing he can do right now. He's off to a very slow start and feels happy to mop up, pick up the pieces.
Phil definitely looking like a potential winner now of events. He's always been such a good potter, but where he used to go wrong was that he'd play a few good shots, then slip out of position, and that was kind of what was fun to watch because he's so good at recovering position. He was always chasing the cue ball around the table. Now he's just making the game look that bit easier.
Declan's very good at finding the cue ball out there, which is what he needs. But he can't afford to let it drift on too long before he gets to grips with it, because Phil will just keep picking him off.
Yeah, at this level, it doesn't matter who you're playing or how good you are, you can't have your opponent going too far ahead. Obviously you can make comebacks, but you can't rely on keep doing that. And generally there's been a lot of praise for the playing conditions, and I don't think Declan was complaining that the table was bad in any way, but just saying just how fast it was. Standard of breaking on this main arena table today has been decent for the most part, but it's not been perfect. I've seen quite a few players that haven't quite got the measure of it.
I feel like I've seen on the matches I've commentated on a lot of these type layouts where there's work. It's not just deal with one problem and then make sure. It feels like we're almost starting at an odds against situation. If he's eyeing up a 3-ball plant here, this is super high tariff. This is a very off angle. And it refuses to fall.
Yeah, I mean that was tight to the cushion, several inches from the pocket and not straight as well. Not an easy chance, but a chance for Phil Parkin to press on. 2-0 to the good. Just to keep his opponent on 0 for as long as he can. Coming back to what we were saying about breaking, the 2 best breaks I've seen today were both from Eddie Barker. Was it taking a bit of pace off versus some of the players, but it was just getting such a smooth connection and the balls just...
Now we step back across from the main arena table. And that game between Brennan and Phil Parkin. If you want to continue watching that, you can do on the Ultimate Pool app. This is the last match of the day on this table. Last 16 match between Simon Fitzsimmons and Liam White. Liam White absolutely batters that break. Balls flying in everywhere, but one of them was the cue ball. Straight down to deal with the problem. It's a little plant. Shouldn't be a problem now, he's that close to it. Just needs to make sure he doesn't leave too much angle on the last yellow. Can use the side cushion, so it should control the pace. It's so much easier when you can use a cushion rather than having to screw straight back. Much harder to judge the pace when you're screwing directly back off a ball. This opener from Fitzsimmons after being off from Liam White, and the bouncer break off in frame number 2. Phil Parkin completed that clearance in the previous frame and now leads Declan Brennan 3 frames to 0. So I know Carl Morris is through, Chris Melling's through, Josh Kane's 6-3 up against Eddie Barker, Joe Prince 4-2 up against Rob Chambers. Very fortunate not to get kicked in off. Cue ball had a couple of goes, but rattles the jewels and stays up. If he's got an opener on reds, they look really good. The one he's closest to doesn't go past the one over the pocket. If he can cut that back, they're all waiting. Yeah, when not too bad. That could have come out worse. He's left the plant. He's going to have to make it. It's just slightly offset, but he had a similar one in the previous frame. Should be okay here. Yeah, those 4 games that I mentioned are all being streamed. So the Rob Chambers, Joe Prince game, Eddie Barker, Josh Kane, who's on streams 4 and 3 respectively. Main table, Parkin, Brennan. Oh, that's a big error. Yes, he fluked it in the middle. He fluked it in the middle. I don't think he even realised it. I don't think he realised it was tracking towards the middle because he kind of hung his head at how bad that previous shot was. And then suddenly he realised it had dropped and had to put his hand up and apologise to Liam. That's a big fluke. If he can get out here, that will hurt. Chasing it a little bit, but he's still amongst them. He's back in good shape now. I've always got to hit that first ball straight. No. Not there. If he made it, he would have had a shot as well. Could have cut the red back. So he can't take advantage of that big fluke. Little ripple of applause in the background. Brennan gets his first frame on the board. Across on the main arena table, trading 3-1 to Phil Parkin. Liam White. A simple 8 ball. And we go to 1 each. Back on break. White breaks in frame 3. He absolutely crunched his break in the first. He was unlucky to get kicked in off. He does have a monster break. It's huge.
Extension call.
scrappy frame from both here, but that's a decent, very opening shot from Cy Fitzsimmons, and gives himself a decent chance. Needs to put out one more shot. Never going to be, was it? Couldn't be that easy. Is he on it? Oh, I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was on that, I must admit. Could just get past the 8. And as I say, a scrappy frame from both there. Both had a couple of bites of the cherry, but Cy Fitzsimmons wins the frame. And every frame so far has gone against the break. Just going to briefly step away from this game. Pop for a bathroom break myself. I'll be back in just a few minutes with you.
Intermission call.
A scrappy one between these two. Ian White was left with no shot, left this double for Fitzsimmons, who gets it. Just on it. Kind of betwixt and between for both. He's on it bottom left or bottom right. I think he goes bottom left. And gets it. And this is now 3-1.
Seen some powerful breaks so far from Phil. And there's another one. It's not just powerful, but he's transferring the power into the pack. one of those players that always looks like he's under a bit of pressure in terms of his body language. You don't very often see him in matches that are completely straightforward, where it just looks like a walk in the park. It looks like he gives himself something to do in most matches, but at the same time.
That was the main arena action. The voices you heard: Mark Shepherd, Simon Webb, and I'm back within one frame over there. As we come back, apologies, I just missed the break here. It was another big one from White. So the other games, Joe Prince 7-2 up over Rob Chambers. Josh Kane beat Eddie Barker. So they booked their place in the quarterfinals tomorrow. These games will be served up from 12:30 tomorrow. John Boy Chambers just about to get underway against Josh Jahaz. And there's one more game to play this evening, and that's going to be Sean Sharkey against Chris Day. Again, all these games are on the string tables.